Dear participants, please do not share, do not scratch. The actual meeting will be started 10:30. Please wait 8 minutes only.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
The actual meeting will be started on 8:30. Please wait 6 minutes.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೆಸರು ಏನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಲ್ಲ
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, respected Dr. Kamat sir, Satish Kamat sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
This international conference is going to be being the recording.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Satish Kamat sir. May I start the conference?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning, everybody, dear participants, professors of all universities, colleges, trustees of the college, and the respected principal of Phondaghat College, Phondaghat. Dr. Satish Kamat sir, in our one-day international conference on research methodology in social sciences, library sciences, pure sciences, commerce, sports sciences, home sciences of higher education system in India. Today, 24th October 2021, we are get together here for online one-day international multidisciplinary conference, which is organized by Phondaghat College, Taluka Kanakoli, District, Sindhudurga. I would like to announce that here, this international conference has got the higher success because of total 110 participation have been enrolled in this conference. Particularly in India and abroad have been enrolled in this participation conferences. I would like to thank all the participants giving the support for getting the success of the conference, and I would like to thank Phondaghat College trustee and dear Dr. Respecter Satish Kamat sir for given an opportunity for marketing and event management tender to Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company Limited. Total 15 abroad and 90 Indian participants have been participation in this conference. This conference will be useful for the purpose of the CAS career advancement scheme and academic performance indicator, as well as for fulfillment of the requirement of the PhD, that is, 2 international and 2 national research paper is required for the PhD completion award. Respected Principal Dr. Satish Kamath sir, Phondaghat College have trust and given an opportunity to Wagmare Brothers Event Management Company for marketing and publicity of event. I would like to thank the trustee and Dr. Kamath sir. This conference will be start with our national anthem, Jana Gana Man. I would like to request all the participants, audience, principal, trustee, please stand up for our country's national anthem. Country's national anthem will be start within a 5 seconds. Please wait. Please stand up.
Stand up for the national anthem.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष गाहे प्रभु जगन्नाथ जन गण मंगल जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Please sit down. That is our national anthem. Our mind become the calm by the listen and speaking of our national anthem. I would like to hand over this session to respected Dr. Satish Kamath sir for President's speech. Kamath sir, please, I am handovering to you. Please continue, sir. Kamath sir, unmute yourself, please. Yes, please continue, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wagmare.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Phondaghat Education Society has been established in 1952 to provide education in rural and hilly area. It has started Arts and Commerce College since 1995. College youth coming from farmers and poor family in the region. The college has achieved a state level prize in Jagar Janivansa Abhiyan for doing in awareness women development. It has achieved B grade from NAC Bangalore through IQAC. The college has organized various online programs in the lockdown period, such as international webinars by geography, economic and history department, workshop for revised syllabus by Marathi economic department, speeches of the eminent person on the various anniversaries and days, state level one-day webinar on UHV was also organized for the teachers in Maharashtra. Overall, the college is functioning very well in rural area. Arts faculty has Marathi, Hindi, English language and literature department and History, Economics and Geography, Social Sciences Department. Commerce faculty has been Business Management and Accounts Department. The government has offered co-curricular activities, NSS, NCC, and DLLE with full strength. These are helping the student to develop their personality and social awareness. Further, sport, culture, women development cell contributing a lot to develop various skills among the students. All teachers and non-teaching staff members are continuing making efforts to enrich the academician and administrative quality of the college. On behalf of the college, we welcome all the guest society members, researchers present on the occasion of the international seminar and urge them to make the seminar a success together. Stay safe. Thank you. Thank you, Wagmare Brothers Company. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to hand over this session. The trustees of the Phondaghat College for some sweet words. Sir, please. The trustees of Phondaghat College.
May I to Mr. Manishji Gandhi Sahib, Secretary PS Society, request to put your valuable speech.
Hello.
Yes,
Good
sir,
morning.
you are audible. Please continue, sir. Please continue.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. All the honorable guests from Bhutan, Dhaka, England, and India, as well as the participants, professors, researchers, and students. I welcome here on behalf of my Phondaghat Education Society, District Sindhudurga, Maharashtra State, India. A number of national and international online and offline seminars have been organized by Arts and Commerce College in this interdisciplinary seminar. Innovative research in all languages as well as social science, commerce, library, and various other subjects. The various methods of research and the new changes that have taken place in them will all be discussed in this seminar. Experts from different countries will guide you all for this discussion. Today, we will consider all the areas like agriculture, industry, trade and technology, research, reveals new information. Research is very important for the development of all public sectors. Since the education is the foundation of all, we get this kind of information from this seminar. Our college organized this seminar to give this information to a variation all the participating researchers and teachers should take part in this seminar and listen to the lecturers of the experts. Once again, congratulations to all from my society for this one-day online interdisciplinary international seminar. Best wishes to all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to your short word. I would like to inaugurate here the one-day international conference publication. Please wait. I am sharing the journal of one-day international conference, which have been contributed 110 journals article in this electronic journal. Please wait. I am inaugurating, opening the file. Is this appear? Is this lookable? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is
Yes, sir.
International Research Fellowship Association Research Journey, International e-Journal, Peer Review Referred and Index Journal, Special Issue 277A, October 2021, Multidisciplinary Special Issue EISSN 23487143, October 2021. This is our international conference e-journal and the production of the publication of all the participated articles from the different corner, different states of India and abroad. This is our journal. This is journal is one volume, another volumes, total 5 volume will be published. This is the first volume for the conference. Another 4 volume will be published within the 10 days after the conference. I would like to congratulate Phondaghat Education Society for international level publications, especially Dr. Satish Kamat sir. I am removing here this slide. I would like to invite the HOD of Hindi for some words about this conference. Raibole sir, please continue.
थैंक यू सर। फोंडाघाट एजुकेशन सोसाइटी संचालित कला एवं वाणिज्य महाविद्यालय के भीतर आज एक दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार का आयोजन किया गया है। इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार के लिए हिंदी, मराठी, अंग्रेजी और एक्वैक विभाग ने एक प्रकार से लीडिंग पर्सनालिटी का रोल अदा किया है। मुझे हर्ष होता है कि हमारे छोटे से ग्रामीण इलाके के कॉलेज के भीतर यह वैश्विक सेमिनार का आयोजन बड़े सफलतम। मुझे आशा है कि देश और दुनिया के भीतर के जिन लोगों ने इस सेमिनार के लिए शिरकत की है, उनके स्तरीय प्रतिभागी के रूप में उनके आर्टिकल्स है या देश और दुनिया के भीतर के जो अलग अलग प्रकार के विशेषज्ञ है जिनका अपने अपने विषय पर अधिकार है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वैश्विक तरीके से जो विषय इस सेमिनार के अंतर्गत लिए गए हैं वो काबिल तारीफ जमीनी हकीकत के साथ में संपृक्त हो जाएंगे। इस सेमिनार के आयोजन के लिए हमारे फोंडाघाट एजुकेशन सोसाइटी के चेयरमैन आपटे जी, सेक्रेटरी गांधी जी, खजिनदार मांगले जी, सभी प्रबंधन के सदस्य, हमारे महाविद्यालय के प्रधानाचार्य कामत सर जी, मेरे सभी सहपाठी, उसके बाद में मेरे महाविद्यालय के शैक्षिक और सशैक्षिक जो भी कर्मचारी है, उन लोगों ने रात दिन मेहनत करके एक सुचारू तरीके से एक अंजाम के तहत इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार का आयोजन सफलतम होने की कगार पर है। मुझे आशा है कि जिन देशों और दुनिया के भीतर के 110 लोगों ने इस जर्नी के लिए, इस जर्नल के लिए अपने आलेख दिए हैं, वे बड़े स्तरीय हैं, जिसका केवल अध्ययन अध्यापन की दृष्टि से नहीं है, तो जिस किसी विषय पर वो लिखे गए हैं उसका जमीनी हकीकत के साथ में लगाव रहकर कुछ ना कुछ जमीनी हकीकत में जो है बदलाव आएंगे, इस प्रकार की मैं मंगल कामना करता हूं। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस प्रकार के सेमिनार के माध्यम से एक जनजागरण वाली भूमिका भी अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर होती हुई से नजर आती है। इसका अधिक से अधिक श्रेय जो है हमारे मित्र किशोर वाघमारे सर जी को जाता है, जिन्होंने इस सेमिनार के आयोजन के संदर्भ में प्राथमिक तौर पर हमसे चर्चा की, फिर संस्थागत हमने विचार विमर्श किया, सभी सहपाठियों के साथ में विचार विमर्श किया, और जिसका अंजाम हम देखते हैं कि इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग इसमें शिरकत करते हैं। और साथ में जो है आज की तारीख के अंतर्गत ही हमने उसका उद्घाटन भी किया है जर्नी का। तो पहली बार ऐसा देखने को मिला है कि जिस दिन सेमिनार का आयोजन है उसी दिन लोगों के हाथ में जो है अपने आर्टिकल्स ये पब्लिकेशन जो है उनके पास में पहुंच रहे हैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस प्रकार के काबिले तारीफ ये सेमिनार होने जा रहा है, ये बहुत लंबा चलेगा। इसके पहले मैंने देखा है कि 1-2 घंटे के अंतर्गत सेमिनार होते हैं, खाना पूर्ति के तहत वो चलते हैं और समाप्त हो जाते हैं। पर जब वाघमारे सर से जब मेरी विचार विमर्श हुआ कि कैसी रूपरेखा होगी, तो कहे कि हमारा सेमिनार केवल 1-2 घंटे के भीतर नहीं है, तो देश और दुनिया के भीतर के जो अलग अलग प्रकार के रिसोर्स पर्सन हैं वो अपने अपने विषय के विशेषज्ञ हैं, और जिन लोगों के आर्टिकल्स मांगे गए हैं वो भी बड़े ताकतवर है आर्टिकल, और इसलिए ये देर रात तक चलेंगे, माने कि 9 बजे तक चलेंगे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इतने बड़े समय के अंतर्गत उस विषय को लेकर बहुत बड़ा मंथन या निचोड़ निकलेगा। तो मैं इस वेबिनार के लिए जिन लोगों ने शिरकत की है उन सारे लोगों को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, उनका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं, और इस प्रकार के सफल आयोजन इसी प्रकार से हमारे महाविद्यालय के अंतर्गत होते रहे, इस प्रकार की उम्मीद जगाकर अपनी बात को विराम देता हूं। सभी लोगों ने जिन जिन लोगों ने इसमें प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष रूप में सहयोग दिया है, सभी लोगों का कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता और अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। शुक्रिया।
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद। I would like to invite here the HOD of Marathi department. The HOD of Marathi department.
वाघमारे सर।
Yes sir.
हेलो।
Yes sir. Sir, please continue. Sir, please continue. HOD of English department. HOD of English department. I would like to invite the HOD of English department. Is this available? HOD of English department, Khade sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
Okay,
please
ma'am.
continue.
Good morning.
Yes, Khade sir, please continue. Khade sir, please continue.
Welcome. Good morning, all of you. English language. This is the goal of our the one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in social sciences, library sciences, core sciences, commerce, sports sciences, and home sciences in higher education system in India. All participants and experts, research persons, all of you welcome in our college. The English department has been functioning since 1995 in Arts Education Society. The English department teachers teach English language and literature. Department of English has 6 units having 9 papers of English language and literature. The first batch of department successfully passed out in 1998, and the overall result of the DYBA class is always better. The department organizes different programs for the student, just like English speaking course, rainbow wallpapers, and various dates also celebrated in our department. The students who have graduated from this department are working as a teachers, police, bank clerks, and in other government private fields also. Student and teachers of our department always actively participated in different seminars, workshops, conferences, and other programs in college and also other colleges also. Today, this seminar is very valuable. International seminar is very valuable. All participants have a best of luck. I give you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. HOD of Marathi department.
Yeah.
HOD of Marathi department,
Hello.
please continue.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Namaskar. Good morning, everybody. I am Professor Jagdish Rane. Arts and Commerce College, Phondaghat is established in 1995, and Department of Marathi started from 1998 to the create interest to mother tongue in the student. Two teachers are working here, Dr. Satish Kamath, head of department, and myself, Professor Jagdish Rane, are teaching Marathi language and literature to the student. I impart a writing skill, cultural skill. The department has been continuously taking efforts. Many students, after completion of graduation, are got teaching jobs in primary, secondary school. One of our outstanding student of Marathi department, Mayuri Nevrekar, is working as music teacher at University of Mumbai. Various competitions such as essay, speeches, debate, and organized in the college. The best articles written by students are published in the newspaper supplements. Local folk dance, folk arts, folk literature is also studying by the student. Department of Marathi has organized the university, state and national level seminars time to time. Teachers have contribute to enrich the research culture in the college. Thank you, and best of luck of the international seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all the staff of Phondaghat Arts and Commerce College, Phondaghat, Kauli, Sindhudurga, Maharashtra, India, for conducting such a nice manner one-day international conference. I would like to turn here for the keynote address, biodata reading. Here we having the big personality here. Dr. Manjunath G. Lamani sir is presently working as a librarian selection grade at Government First Grade College and PG Center Dharwad since 2008. He has master degree in library information science in Karnataka University in Dharwad, Karnataka. Also post graduation in the English literature from the Karnataka State Open University, Mysore. MPhil from Alagappa University, Tamil Nadu, and PhD from Karnataka University, Dharwad. The topic, evaluation of the websites of the university libraries in the South India with the educational qualification. He qualified twice, December, 2 times the NET and SET examination. He is a working recipient of the Bharat Vidya Ratna Puraskar, a national awardee, outstanding achievement and remarkable role in library and information science as a team excellence award from the one of the premium multidisciplinary company. He Honeywell Technology Solution, Bangalore, for outstanding performance, making the grand success of the knowledge. He has received the appreciation from the All India Radio Dharwad, having the participation in Shikshan Magragad Madarchi career guidance program and number of the radio programs related to the library science education and personality development of the life skill training program, received the good response from the audience. He has appreciated and honored by the state association like Karnataka State College Librarian Association. The Dr. Lamani sir, Manjunath G. Lamani sir, having the big biodata. Therefore, we are having the very short time. I would like to conclude here, and I would like to stop here, and I would like to request to the Dr. Manjunath sir to start your keynote address. Please, Manjunath sir, please continue.
Namaskar, everybody. Very
Sir,
good morning.
namaskar. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, very good morning, all of you. I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Very good morning, everyone. I feel extremely happy that I got this sublime opportunity to address the most learned academicians, most respected teaching and research fraternity of India and abroad. I immensely feel that it is my bounded duty to convey my sense of gratitude to the organizers who have assigned me this very important responsibility to address you all as a keynote speaker for today's webinar. I also extend my warm sense of gratitude to all the honorable vice chancellors, department heads, various faculties, research scholars of various universities, and moreover, most learned academicians who are present over here. I feel extremely proud to share some of my conception regarding research, its methods, importance, and so on and so forth with you all today. I would rather feel that sharing of my knowledge with you all, indeed, it helps me to expand my horizon of knowledge. Especially, I begin with today's keynote address for one-day international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in social sciences for higher education system in India, especially for library and information science, pure sciences, commerce and management, sports science and physical education and home sciences, etc. So I begin a quote with Zimbardo Philip. We, the fraternity of academicians, academic success depend on the research and publication. With this quote by Philip Zimbardo, I would begin with my keynote address, especially as you all know, the research, you all know that the systematic investigation into a study of materials and sources in order to establish the fact for reaching new conclusions. The purpose of research is to inform action. Therefore, the study should seek to contextualize its finding with the larger body of research. Research must always be a high quality in order to produce a knowledge that is applicable outside the research settings. To important concept or the investigation, it is an investigation or art of investigation of a new and innovative aspects of any branch of knowledge. Research is of defining and redefining problems, formulating hypotheses, suggest solutions, collecting and analyzing data, deriving results, experimenting, and eventually validating the hypothesis or to arrive the new conclusions. It also can be defined, as you all know, that the search for a knowledge through objective and systematic method of finding solution to a particular problem. The scientific method as applied to social sciences include a variety of research approaches, its tools, techniques for collecting, analyzing qualitative and quantitative data, we can say. These methods include maybe a laboratory experiments, field surveys, case study researches, ethnographic research, action research, and so on. To the importance of this particular research, how important it is. It is a critical, research is very critical to societal development. It generates knowledge and provides useful information and help in decision making among others. In the year 2021-22, the highest share of departmental allocation of the grant to central universities, Indian Institute of Technologies at 20% of each. So centrally funded institute will be getting more and more research and innovation grant for the successful and for the development of research innovation activities. The major heads of expenditure under Department of Higher Education for 21 and 22, as the list is given in the website also. For major heads, the IITs are getting more and more fund for research and developmental activities. So as you can see, the research innovation grant, particularly for the year 2021 and 22, is 237 crore rupees for particularly this developmental activities. The union budget is spending so far. Then if you come for the why research is necessary and valuable, it is a very important tool for building knowledge and facilitating learning. It's means to understand issues and increase public awareness. It helps us to succeed in business, commerce, technology, education, etc. It allows us to disprove lies and support the truths. It is a means to find. It is a means to gaze. It is a means to seize the opportunities. It promotes love and confidence in reading, writing, analyzing, and sharing the valuable information among ourselves and to the society. It provides nourishment and exercise for the mind. This is how actually the research makes a big difference. No matter what career field you are into, or whatever in top position you are, there is always more and more to learn. Learning is a lifelong process. The same applies to our personal life also. No matter how many experiences we have or how diverse our social circle is, there are things we don't know. To understand that kind of a situation, and this research particularly unlocks the unknowns, known to unknowns. We have to explore the world from a different perspective and fuels a deeper understanding. That is the reason the in Rig Veda, there is a saying, let the noble thought come from all the sides. जिसके पास हमें सीखना चाहते हैं, जो छोटे बच्चे रहे, बड़े लोग रहे, जो भी कॉमन पीपल ऑल्सो, लर्निंग मेक्स अ बिग डिफरेंस. मैं एक प्रोफेसर हूँ, मुझे सब जानता है, मुझे सब मालूम है. That is not the thing. Even a small kid also we can learn so many things. Even a common layman also we can learn so many things. So that how we should be in a circle, that we should be in a position to get so many ideas from everybody of our society. In some areas, it is an essential part of a success. In others, it may not be absolutely necessary, but it has many benefits to learn from so many areas, so many backgrounds, so many geographical locations, so many situations. If you see again the importance, there are some few points I have made it. How it is important. It expands the knowledge base. Research gives you the latest information. It helps you to know what you are up against. It builds your credibility. It helps you to narrow to a bigger scope. Research teaches you a better discriminant, and it introduces you to the new ideas. It helps the problem solving. It helps you to reach the people. It encourages the curiosity also. What is there in that? How this will be helpful for us? How different situations, different small things also, how it is effectively makes a big difference in societal development. If you see the steps of research, first you will be able to understand or identifying the problems. After identifying the problems, you will be going for a review of literature. Review of literature. After that, the clarity of a problem. So which area you are looking for? What is your focus? So general to specific you are going for. So there should be a clarity. If suppose if you have taken a topic on library website of India. So this example, if you take library websites of India means university website or library website or libraries of public libraries website. This is all kinds of questions will come to you. So there should be clarity, and general to specifically you have to choose, and you have to, whenever you go, whenever you involve into that, you will be go deeper into it, and you will be able to understand what is the crux of it, how difficult it is, how big it is. And you should have to have a consolidated, minimized information, or point to point information on which topic you are going to concentrate. After that, you will be defining the terms and concept clarity, as I said, and under whom you are whether which part of research or which area or what kind of situations you will be handling, or who are all your audiences. That how you have to define your population also, or geographical area also, and you have to develop a plan accordingly. After that, after developing a plan, you will be collecting the data, and after collecting the data, you will be analyzing the data, and so forth. That process will come into. After this, actually, if you see the role, what is the important role of research? Without research, we will have no development in the nation. If we want that our nation is to develop or brighter day by day, then we must work on our innovative ideas so that we could build our nation very well with a strong economy. With research, we will take our nation on another top level of a success. If you compare other countries also, what is the status of your research or the productivity of your nation will be analyzed based on your research activity. The role of an R&D department is to keep a business competitive by providing insights into a market and developing new services, products, improving the existing one accordingly. Already somebody has found out a telephone. Now you can see the telephone or the ICT revolution. Earlier we were having the mobile phones, Motorola, called Pau kg of mobile phone. it is a bigger one actually. Now you are able to see how compact it is, how they have made it compact. The base is that actually the future growth of a business sits in a large part of R&D department also. So as and when technology changes, we also adopt new techniques, tools, research areas. If we see how research will be helpful for the development of the nation's economy, it is to increase the economic growth and productivity of the countries. Countries often invest in research and developmental activities. The broader literature suggests that R&D expenditure positively impact the total factor productivity by increasing output per worker. If you see the methodology of research methodology, as you all know about, it is a specific procedure or a technique used to identify, select a process, and analyze the information about a topic. It also allows you or allows the reader to critically evaluate the study's overall validity and reliability. If you see the methods, there are so many methods actually. For experimental method is one among that. Survey method, survey करके भी आप research कर सकते हैं. You can conduct the experiments in the laboratories. questionnaire method, you can design a questionnaire and circulate among the researchers, faculty. As I was telling you, who is the audience of your research? So among them, you have to circulate and get the information. Interview method, by interviewing somebody else. Case study, conduct a case study for particular study. Participant and non-participant observation, observational trials, studies using Delphi method. These are all the methods actually for conducting a research. If you see the basic and applied research, there is a little difference. Basic research, it seeks the generalization. It aims at basic processes. That is what the basic. And basic research attempts to explain why things will happen. And it tries to get all the facts actually. And it reports the technical language of the topic. That is, you will be finding it in the basic research. If you see the applied research may studies in an individual, you will be studies the individual or a specific cases to without the objective of the generalization. It aims at any variables which makes the desired differences. And in applied research, you will be tries to say how things can be changed. And you will be trying to correct the facts which are problematic. जो भी problematic है, उसको आप solve करने के लिए you will be trying it out. And reports in a common language, whereas you will be writing in a basic, it is in a technical language, but in the applied research, you will be writing in a common languages. Coming to the types of research, there are descriptive research, where it is in a descriptive form, and analytical research. There is applied research, fundamental research, quantitative research, qualitative research, empirical research. These are all the types of research you will be able to see. If you see the what is the characteristic of a research? Research is a systematic and critical investigation into a phenomenon. It is not a mere complication, but a purposive investigation. You have a proper purpose to do it, to conduct, and it aims at describing, interpreting, and explaining the phenomenon. It adopts a scientific method, and it is objective and logical, applying possible tests to validate, and the measuring tools and conclusions will be reached. It is based upon observation, your experience, or the empirical evidences. Research is directed towards finding answers to a pertinent questions and solution to a problem. Now, it emphasizes on the development of generalization, principles, and theories. The purpose of research is not to arrive at an answer which is personally pleasing to a research, but rather one which is, it will stand up for the test of criticism. It is apparent that the researcher, while reporting his research, should keep in mind who the audience is. As I was telling, you have to set a kind of parameter. Accordingly, you have to conduct research. This research report is expected to add the existing knowledge and stimulate the for the further research. Coming to the today's topic, social science research. What all it includes actually? As you all know, social science research is the activity of a gathering, analyzing, and interpreting information for a variety of social, economic, educational, and political purposes. Researchers need a critical understanding of a range of social research methods and its styles based on the problem of a research, kind of a research, kind of activity he is going to take, that how. Then why social science research is important? Research helps to consider the basic necessity. For basic necessity, this research is very much essential of the people and thereby provides sufficient allocation of the nation's resources. A new search into a society and its people help us to find the truth about the various problems in our social setup and relationship. This is how the base for the importance of research, you can say. Research should be a patent based. Why should someone or most of us should search the patent literature before starting the research and developmental project? An effective study of a state of art is useful and advisable. It should not only focus on books and scientific journals, but also, it take patent information on account. So the patent system is the most prolific and up-to-date information on applied technology. Patent contained details of technical information which often cannot be found anywhere else because it is already patented. Up to 80% of the technical knowledge can only be found in the patent documents. It's all about the quality of research and its contribution. Quality of research and its contribution, the patent document only will be having. If you see the best part of research, research plays an important role for every individual productivity. During the COVID-19 pandemic, if you have seen, because of the R&D activities, the India has proved its importance of research and saved the life of a people. The huge number of production of oxygen, ventilators, vaccination for self and other countries also. India has produced that much of. Then that time the India has realized, and we all realized, that how research is important for the development of country. In a critical situation, it saved the entire country. How we are really proud of our scientists and all. That how the statistics says till yesterday, कल तक मैंने statistics सुन रहा था कि about the vaccination. 100 crores of vaccination completed in India. It shows the importance of research. And growth and development of any country can be measured on the basis of its research and developmental activities. And research, best part of research is it creates a job opportunity to the young people to make policies for the decision making for the policy holders or the decision makers, top administrators or policy makers of the country or the nation. It increases the value of the country based on the how strong your country is in terms of research and developmental activities. This is all based upon that. And if you see the National Institutional for Ranking Framework, as you all are aware, NIRF ranking, this will be the Ministry of Education and Government of India, which is conducting the rankings of the institutes based on some parameters. One is overall performance of the institute or the academic area or the academic institution or the university or the engineering institute or management type of institute or pharmacy, medical, and we and all higher education systems, medical field, law and architecture, dental, research oriented institutes. There are two parameters. One is the overall performance of the institute and individual ranking. There are two types of parameters which you are able to see. In India, ranking 2021 data, among the overall performance of the institute, top 10 institutes I have listed here. Among the top 10 institutes, 8 institutes are IITs, especially IIT Madras, Indian Institute of Science Bengaluru, Indian Institute of Technology Bombay, Indian Institute of Technology Delhi, Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur, Indian Institute of Kharagpur, Indian Institute of Technology Roorkee, and Indian Institute of Technology Guwahati. These 8 institutes are ranking top among the overall performance of the institutes, and that is also the premier institutes in India. And Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU Delhi, is ranking 9th. And Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh is ranking 10th among the overall performance of the institutes. Coming to the individual ranking of the institutes, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, Karnataka is having number 1 among the individual ranking of 2021 data, and Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi is having second rank. Banaras Hindu University, Uttar Pradesh is having third rank. Calcutta University, West Bengal is having 4th. Amrita Vishnu Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore is having 5th rank. Jamia Millia Islamia University, Delhi, that is having 6th. And Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Karnataka is having 7th rank. Jadhavpur University having 8th. University of Hyderabad, Telangana is having 9th rank, and Aligarh Muslim University, Uttar Pradesh is having 10th rank among individual performance or the individual ranking of the institute. For more details of this particular thing, you can log into the website nirfindia.org, so that you will be getting all sorts of information and individual ranking and overall performance. How this particular ranking is evaluated, on what parameter, on what basis this institute will be evaluated. As I said earlier, the overall ranking, and second one is the individual ranking of the institute, as I mentioned earlier. Among for all the parameters, there is again sub classification will be there. They will be seeing the teaching, learning, and resources, student strength, including doctoral student, faculty student ratio with emphasis on permanent faculty, combined metric for faculty with PhD or equivalent and experience, and financial resources and their utilization. This all comes under teaching, learning, and resources parameter. Second one, research and professional practice. It includes combined metric for publication of the faculty, combined metric for quality publication of the faculty and student and researchers, intellectual property right and its patents, published and granted, and footprint of the projects or a professional practice. This is all comes under research and professional practice under this category. And after that, graduation outcome. Metric for university examination. This is the criteria under graduation outcome, and metric for number of PhD students graduated from that particular institute. That all comes under this graduation outcome part. If you see the outreach and inclusivity, percentage of students from other states, other countries, region diversity, etc., and percentage of women diversity, and economically and socially challenged students, facilities for physically challenged students, and perception ranking. These are all comes under outreach and inclusivity category. And peer perception, academic peers and employers. This is also again one more criteria. In this juncture, the NAC also makes a big difference. NAC, as you all know, it is an autonomous institute established by the UGC in the year 1994. The prime agenda for NAC is to assess and the accreditation of the institution of higher learning, with all the objectives of helping them to work continuously to improve the quality of educational and research. Is assessment and accreditation by the NAC. Is the assessment and accreditation by NAC is mandatory? Yes. It is notified in the dated 19th January 2013. It has made it mandatory for higher educational institutions to undergo for the NAC accreditation process. Coming back to the NEP, latest information, as you all aware, NEP 2020 role of research. Here in NEP, they have realized the importance of research in the country is country and its economic growth. Perhaps NRF could bring some hope to the younger generation who are keen in excelling and research field. One of the goals of NRF, National Ranking Framework, National Research Foundation, is to recognize the outstanding research and progress achieved by NRF funding and mentoring across subjects through prizes and special seminars recognizing the work of the researchers. For some time, we should do away with these laurels. The proposed National Research Foundation in NEP is good if the principles are strictly followed. India has an excellent talented faculty and researchers who never had an opportunity to get inducted into these committees. The reason of all of us know, in the new NEP, these committees should be liaison committee, and all the proposals should be sent to the top scientists, universities, agencies, foundations for the world for review. If you look at the future of the research, we need to further cultivate our competitiveness in scientific research and build. Hello? Hello?
So
Hello?
please continue because of another person, resource person is waiting.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. It is end, sir. Almost end. Okay. Yeah. Many of us in higher education depend critically for research and innovation on the bright younger minds. Behooves us the research productivity and nurture this talent pool. This is the quote by Ramesh Rao. I end here with my presentation. I especially with this note, actually, I would like to end my keynote presentation here. I'm very much thankful to the organizers for this wonderful international multidisciplinary research conference on research methodology in social sciences for higher education in India. And with the great wish to all the participants that this platform will come out with the great learning, with the latest ICT outcome, with the latest tools and techniques in the teaching, learning, and research activity of a different subject field. I hope you will be greatly benefited by listening to the experts now onwards whose presentations are, and researchers and academicians of this webinar. May God bless us with a happy learning. Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. Thank you so much everyone for listening to me, and I'm once again thankful to the organizers, especially Dr. Kishore Wagmare, for a kind concern and a great opportunity to address this gathering. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your best and outstanding keynote address, and very outstanding, knowledgeable persons and knowledge, very high informative lecture session. Thank you, sir. Thank you from bottom
Thank you,
of
everybody.
our
Thank you.
heart and behalf of the trustee and all the student professor of Phondaghat Education Society's college. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, for the great opportunity. Especially Satish Kamath sir and the trustees of Phondaghat Institute of Management, your institute. Great learning, sir. I'm very happy. Thank you so much, everybody. For
Thank
the
you,
great
sir. Thank you. The next resource person is respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar Madam. Kinnari Thakkar Madam is CMA, Dr. Kinnari Thakkar V. Thakkar, Professor and HOD, Department of Commerce, University of Mumbai, Vidyanagari Campus, Santa Cruz, East Mumbai, India. Madam has a HOD of Commerce. Madam has academic credentials, PhD in Commerce 2007, MBA Finance 2013, Company Secretary 2000, Master of Commerce in 1997, National Evening Test 1997, ACMA 1996, Bachelor of Commerce 1995, SNDT once. That is all the big education here and the big biodata of the respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar Madam. Therefore, I would like to direct invite and hand over this session respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar Madam for further first lecture of one-day international conference. Madam, I'm handovering to you the first lecture of resource person. Please, respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar Madam, please continue.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, a very good morning to all, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to Kishore Wagmare sir for giving me the opportunity to share my views on important aspects related to research. And I think since we are lacking behind time, so I'll start directly with the presentation. I hope I have made a co-host for permitting me to share the screen.
Yes, madam. Please wait.
Yes, yeah. So once again, welcome to the first session, and I hope that I will try to put forth the views which I share and the experiences which I have since almost more than a decade of experience in the field of research in commerce management and social sciences. Generally, when we talk about research, you see that there is a very less point of difference between the research in commerce management and some subjects related to social science. So we have a common methodology, we have a common format which is existing in all these types of research. So I will try to assure you all in specific points, structure and aspects related to research in commerce. Let me start with the first step of your research, that is how to choose a topic. Whenever you choose a topic, friends, remember that the topic should be such topic which interests you and which challenges you. Interest you, what I mean by that is when you go and meet your research guide, when you have interactions, consultations, exchange of opinions, views, thoughts with the other persons, at times you get carried away with the other person's interest. That should be avoided, because talking on a particular topic for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour is a different issue. But when you actually start working over it takes more than 3.5 4 years, minimum 3 years after your registration, and pre-registration it is almost 7 to 8 months. Post your submission of thesis, it may be some 5 to 6 months till the time your open defense is conducted. So overall, if you see, the journey of your research comprises of a minimum 4 years. So do not go and do not be carried away by the interest of others with whom you are interacting. You can take viewpoint, opinion of others, but finally you freeze down to a topic which you feel that it is worth continuing working on, at least for a period of 4 years, and it will still remain alive after 4 years. What I mean to say, it remains alive, that when I had a opportunity to register students, say a couple of years back, maybe in the year 2016, I'll quote the year. Why I'm quoting the year specifically, that also I will say, that there were students whom I found that they were interested in doing research on indirect taxation. Now everybody was aware that indirect taxation will be completely replaced with GST. So if you do a topic, GST was implemented in the year 2017. So if you do a topic which was expected to be repealed, an area and act which was expected to be repealed completely, that means the topic will have no value. The topic will not be alive till the time you complete the research. So I was very, very clear and specific in conveying the messages to my students since 2014-15, where we had a little bit of hint and idea that now a new act is being implemented, is planning to be implemented, and therefore since 2015 no such topics were encouraged to our students. So this is what I meant by it should be alive till the time the topic should have relevance till the time of your entire research journey. At least once a part of your research journey comes to an end. Your research journey is a never-ending process, but there are milestones. You achieve one milestone. So till the time the milestone is achieved, your topic should have relevance. Your attitude towards the topic will determine the amount of effort and enthusiasm that you put in your research. You should focus on a limited aspect. When you are going for the first milestone, that is your minor, maybe your MPhil or maybe your PhD, first time when you are doing research, you ensure that you are doing on a limited aspect, because it should not be a work which seems to be unlimited, never ending, and therefore it leads to frustration in your minds, and you end up doing gathering so many information, but not concrete suggestion, concrete solution you can arrive at from these kind of topics. So you focus. Once you do a major research project which has been funded by a funding agency, you can have a wider horizon of your topic. But for the first milestone, I will always advise that you should go for uh, a limited aspect. Select a subject you can manage. In fact, I can at least take another 1.5 hour session on explaining you what do you mean by you can manage, and what are the clear operational terms, definitions, selection of words when you say that you should select a subject which you can manage. Avoid subjects that are technical, learned, or specialized. Again, this will be applicable for those who are doing for the first time. If you are doing it already, again, you have done one degree and then you are doing another research projects, then you can go for a very technical, learned, and specialized subject. So any first assignment which you are taking, you should try to ensure that you are not doing a very, very high technically and unlimited aspect, which may not lead, which may delay, it may lead to some conclusion, but which will unnecessarily delay your work, and you have to keep on extending your period of your research study. Avoid topics that have only a narrow range of source material. This also depends on at which stage you are doing your research work. Now, if you see during the last 1 year, we had a lot of topics which was done on a lot of study which was done on the area of COVID. So COVID was a topic which had a narrow range of source material. But when you say narrow range of source material, COVID was a pandemic, and it is not that we have faced the pandemic for the first time in the life of mankind. We already had certain pandemics earlier, epidemics especially. So you can take your learnings, your experiences on the basis of that epidemics which has already which the economy, the countries have witnessed in the past, and that can become a range of source of material. So very narrow range is a term which needs to be defined in your own understanding, in the level of your own understanding. What are the challenges in selecting a topic? You have to identify the thrust areas. You have to ensure the feasibility and workability of the research, and you have to discuss with the experts in the field before freezing the topic. So what are the thrust areas? Let me try to give some example. Presently, if you see that thrust areas can be implications of ICT on business education, mainly because being a commerce teacher, being a management which is also belonging to the commerce faculty. Now we never say commerce faculty and management, the faculty is merged and we have a faculty of commerce and management. So I will like to discuss more on topics which are related to these areas. You can do something on financial literacy, financial inclusion. E-commerce, if you see of late, especially after COVID-19 pandemic, e-commerce has really expanded. Its entire industry has witnessed exponential growth. So e-commerce industry related platforms related study, comparative analysis or challenges, or what kind of new strategies are adopted by them, these kind of studies also can be conducted. Even unicorns and startups also are upcoming areas where you can invest your entire time and maybe your energy in identifying different it may help you in unearthing different solutions or different aspects related to unicorns. So you can also go for business intelligent models, artificial intelligence. There is no exception, no industry is an exception where artificial intelligence and business intelligence is not adopted. Even a common on a mobile phone, if you see, once you just go, for example, if you want to go from here to Goa, you may search for a flight. Next day, automatically, it will tell you that these are the flights available. This is the rate available. So even a small search engine or just a use of your device is nowadays having, that artificial intelligence method adoption, where you yourself get various pop-ups which will you maybe take you in the direction in which you were searching for. So artificial intelligence is playing a very crucial role in our lives now. Digital marketing also very important thrust area. Impact of IT on business. We can have a post-COVID and pre-COVID comparison. What is the role of e-commerce industries in that? So there are so many upcoming areas specifically related to our post-pandemic. You may have studies related to stock market. See, normally what has happened, economy is like when the stock market and economy always move simultaneously. When there is a bearish effect in the stock market, in the economy, if you see downtrend in the economy is reflected with a downtrend in the stock market. But right now, in the past year, the trend has become reversed. The trend has reversed. Although there was a downtrend because of COVID pandemic in the economy, we never witnessed a downtrend in the stock market. In fact, the stock market always had a bullish trend. So these kind of studies may interest you. You may have curiosity in understanding the patterns of all these the cycles which are taking place in the stock market, in the economy, etc. So choose a topic which most of the time you feel will remain lively at any point of time in life. So let me talk about the information related to research methodology. When you understand what is a research methodology, when you talk about research methodology, it's a systematic plan, a path which you choose for solving a research problem. So research methodology will be a systematic plan which you are preparing, a path which you choose for solving a research problem. And research methodology is further divided into two different parts, that is research philosophy and research design. So the entire approach, the entire plan of research which you are trying to achieve is further divided into philosophy and research design. When you talk about research philosophy means that the assumptions which you make at the time of identifying what kind of research questions you are going to frame. So I think the previous speaker spoke, at least some information was given about a deductive way of a method of conducting research. So let me go into little more detail about the assumptions or belief of the research. Let me start with the assumptions. When you talk about assumptions, there are three different assumptions which needs to be understood when you understand the research methodology. The first assumption I will try to explain is deductive method of research. Then we have inductive approach of research, and then we have abductive approach of research. So what do you mean by deductive? When you say deductive, it means you are deducing. Deducing means you are going from general learning to a general conclusion. From that you are going to a specific conclusion, a general conclusion which you have adopted. For example, suppose if there is a study which is conducted in Asian countries, like suppose if I conduct a study in Bhutan, Thailand, Singapore, China, Malaysia, Asian countries. I have taken at least 5 Asian countries, and I have studied about the period in which there is a huge demand of consumer durable. Okay, I want to conduct a study on what time period these countries witness a huge demand of consumer durables. And from all these data gathering, conclusion, hypothesis testing, everything, I come at a conclusion that all these countries have witnessed a huge demand during the time of festive seasons. Whenever there is a festival, pre-festival season, some maybe fortnight before festival, all these countries witness a huge demand of consumer durables. Now I want to apply, if I'm applying that conclusion in India, then I am doing a deductive type of research. When I'm applying that in India, have I included India in my research work? No, I have not included. I included other Asian countries. But when I say that few Asian countries have this witnessed this conclusion in our research, I can apply that to another Asian country. I can apply that to another all the Asian countries, and I can come to a conclusion that all Asian countries witness a huge demand of consumer durables during festive season. So this kind of research work which I am adopting is called as a deductive research. Deductive research means you are doing a general study in some taking samples of some country, and from the general conclusions you are applying it to a specific country which was not a part of your study in the general in this research. It was not a part of your study, but you are applying that conclusion, that findings to that country. So this kind of research. So whenever you do a research work, you have to ask yourself, you have to answer yourself that which methodology, which philosophy I am using for my research work. So unless you are clear with your philosophy, it will not be. If there is a disturbance, no, I lose all my ideas while talking. Sir, please mute Manjunath sir. Entire flow of idea is disrupted in between. Yeah. So let us go to inductive approach. Inductive approach means you are doing from exactly opposite, specific to general. You have studied certain specific countries and you are making a general observation for all the countries. Now suppose if I want to make an example, if I give an example for that, if I conduct a study on mobile addiction amongst youth in highly populated countries. What are the 4 highly populated countries? You have India, China, USA, and Indonesia. Okay, 4 highly populated countries I select, and I do a study on the mobile addiction amongst youth. And I have observed that there is an intense addiction of mobile. In fact, not youth nowadays, that youth mobile addiction is not more, even everybody, no irrespective of the age. I think everybody is in most of the time spending the number of hours spent on screen is extremely high. The trend is become extremely high. So anyways, we will do it for in our example for mobile addiction amongst youth. So if I take this 4 countries and if I study and if I conclude and if I have a finding that all the countries have seen that there is an intense mobile addiction amongst the youth, and I apply this studies conclusion for other countries, general. I have not studied maybe say Singapore. I have not studied Japan, but on the basis of this conclusion, on the basis of this whatever answer I get, I can apply it to all the countries in the globe. So that kind of research work, which the methodology which I'm philosophy rather which I am adopting, is called as an inductive. So you do some small study and you induce from that it can be applied across all the different countries. And a combination of both of that is abductive. Abductive meaning you are using inductive approach as well as deductive approach, and both are simultaneously used for deriving at any conclusion. So this is the basic philosophy. So all researchers, rather than going more into detail about so many aspects, I thought some few important aspects for the beginners and for those who have already done, highlighting the important aspects for them is more important. So I wanted to discuss about the assumptions related to research. Next stage here will be research design. Research design here means you are identifying the various methods which you are using. See, research methodology is a wider concept, and research method is a part of your research methodology. Whenever we are facing interviews for selection of PhD or for selection of any other post, the common question at times is asked is, what is the difference between research methods and methodology? So as a researcher, as a faculty, potential teacher or a faculty member, you should have very much clarity in your mind that method is a part of methodology. Methodology is a wider concept, and specifically research method deals with tools and techniques which you are using for your research work. Now, what are tools and techniques? Tools means here when you are gathering information. See, if most of you have must be preparing questionnaires and circulating that. So using questionnaire is called as a survey tool. So a tool means it is in question, we commonly call it as a questionnaire, but it is called as a tool, which is a questionnaire is a tool which is used for doing a survey, for doing survey and identifying and gathering information from the target audience. Then we come to techniques. Techniques will have either econometrics or statistical techniques, either of these. Now this again entire detail generally will be preferred by a person who is an expert in statistical and economic tools, and maybe I'm sure that maybe in the later part of the conference you may have certain discussions related to that. What is a research design? When you talk about research design, you have quantitative design, qualitative design, and mixed design. Quantitative design generally deals with the type of information which you are gathering in terms of quantitative aspect, in terms of numbers. If you are gathering information about your income, about the number of the number of assets which you possess, and anything else which can be quantified, which can be put in numbers, that kind of design if you are using is called as a quantitative design. When you are in gathering information by way of yes, no, dichotomous questions, or you may have information which is gathered by way of ranking. You rank the products. So these kind of information which you are gathering will be considered as a qualitative design. And mixed design means you are doing both, adopting both the methods. Now, how to write a title which clearly gives all the information which a researcher intends to do? Let me give you some hint of selecting of clearly writing a title. A title should be such that it summarizes the main idea. It should be concise information, etc., and it conveys the purpose of the research. It should give a clear indication of purpose and scope of the research. For example, if you see, I've written a title here, a study on extent of financial inclusion in Maharashtra state with reference to Konkan division. So when you read this title, are you able to understand what I am interested in doing? You are able to understand that I am interested in doing something which is related to financial inclusion, which is concerned with Maharashtra state, and my specific focus I'm giving to Konkan division. Okay, but now this is for a general layman understanding. Now, when you are a researcher, you have to be more specific. So when you have to explain your title to anyone, you should define the terms which you have used for the purpose of framing the title. terms I have highlighted in other color. If you can see, read this. One term which I need to explain to my reader is extent. A study, everybody is understanding Maharashtra state reference. Okay. So where there will be a chances of everybody having their own perception is the term extent. And where there needs more clarity is the term financial inclusion. Other than that, everything is clear. So I, as a researcher, should be able to, must convey to my readers that what I understand by the meaning of extent. So I should define in the methodology, in the introduction part, that extent means all this. I should define in the introduction that financial include, according to the researcher, means this. So then only it will be the entire idea which you are trying to convey will reach the target audience. So when I say extent, I have whatever I define, that whatever I understand by it, and I want others to understand the same, is called as operational definition. So in other words, every proposal, every research work has to have operational definitions, whereby a clear understanding of the terms which has a scope of interpretation. Extent has a scope of interpretation. So a clear understanding of term which is likely to have a scope of interpretation from others are by every reader should be, confided to one specific should be given one specific structure, should be confided to one specific, some specific points, so that the readers are not confused. Again, I said extent, I can keep on discussing at least for 25 minutes more, that what do I mean by extent and how can I put it in a very simple term, that what a reader should understand when I say the term extent. What is the structure of a research work? Any research work, be whatever whatever, and in the sense, whether it be MPhil, PhD, funding agencies, any work which you are undertaking, your structure has to include these 11 points. Starts with introduction, profile, ROL, problem scope, objectives, hypothesis, methodology. I told you methodology, here you have to specifically mention about the objective, the assumptions, the philosophy, the design, the tools, the techniques, and other words, terms, operational definitions which you are using for the research work. You should know the limitations, you should know significance, you should also mention the chapterization or the chapter scheme, and finally reference. Please ensure that nowadays we have seen in many theses, references are only websites. Do not go for that. Remote access and library is now open up, and there are many libraries which gives you access of the remote of the library online, and wherein the journals, the books and all can be opened, can be downloaded, and use that. So avoid only exclusive website information. Include journals, articles, books, papers, and let it be a comprehensive work, type of research work which you are doing. What should be there in the chapter introduction? In introduction, you should write background, subject background, topic background, broad framework, need for research, the conceptual framework, and the statement of the problem. So this all should be a part of your introduction topic. Then review of literature. What all review of literature you have to do? You should see that you have the source which you have chosen for your review of literature is an authentic source. You have to see who are the authors, are they experts in their field, what other work they have published in similar area. Is that piece of literature a referenced one or elsewhere in the articles? And when was the article published, whether it is the latest work or whether it has been superseded by other researchers. So when you write an ROL, there is always a confusion, and there is always and more in curiosity in amongst the researchers that what should be included in the review of literature. Very, very specifically with practical experience, I will like to inform you all that review of literature should contain studies which involves broader aspects related to your study, studies which involve related aspects, and studies that involve similar aspects. Let me clearly explain what is the meaning of broader, related, and similar. For example, I am conducting a study which is related to comparison of Amazon and Flipkart. Now, Amazon and Flipkart, what are these? E-commerce companies. So when I start doing my review of literature, I should ensure that I am including information related to general information related to e-commerce companies. So general information means it will be a part of broader aspects. So I have specifically prepared and incorporated that in my slide, that when you say broader aspect, you mean everything related to e-commerce companies, because your study topic is of e-commerce companies. I've chosen a general topic so that everybody will try to should be able to understand. Broader aspects will include legal aspects, ethical issues. Earlier, you see in e-commerce companies, we had a lot of ethical issues which were coming up. You know, you order something, you pay for it, and suddenly you find that in the box there are certain things which are completely different than from what you have ordered, or you have an empty box which has come. But now I think all these has been really sorted out, and people are more into buying from e-commerce platforms rather than going to a brick and mortar store and buy certain things. E-commerce and logistics, security issues, and growth of e-commerce. So these are the broader aspects which you need to study. Remember, what is your study? Your study is on Amazon and Flipkart. Nowhere, if you can read, if you can see here, we are including the term Amazon and Flipkart because that is a very specific thing. So you can have you can consult so many articles, books, which includes everything related to e-commerce. So that also can be a part of your review of literature. Related aspects, if you want to see. Related aspects means there are so many trends, emerging trends in e-commerce. There are business to business e-commerce, business to consumer, business to consumers. So there are so many methods, models which are there in e-commerce. So when you want to study Amazon and Flipkart, you should also be aware that these whether they are following ethical issues, what are the legal things, what are the logistical approaches which they have, what are the models which they are following. So everything you should try to gather, and for that everything you need to do a lot of review, lot of reading, and lot of gathering of information. So this all comes as a part of ROL. Then go to similar aspects. So if you want to study the consumer's perception, you can study the consumer's perception of two different other things, other areas, like you can do it of Myntra and Snapdeal. What was the consumer perception in case of these e-commerce platforms? You can do it on maybe MobiKwik and Paytm. You can do it on Ola and Uber. So these are similar aspects. Both of them are having similar kind of strategies, business models which are adopted, online models which are adopted for their work. So this is what is this the way, the method, the mode of conducting review of literature. So now onwards, I'm sure that you will never go and complain that, oh, I have a very less reference material and I'm not able to complete my review of literature. If you have a less reference material, which means that you have a less understanding in going ahead with the procedure of review of literature. So this is about ROL. A sample, next step will be to identify a sample. Whenever you want to collect information, primary, secondary, whatever data, you should identify a sample size which you need. Sample size is generally determined by the sample size formula, but alternatively, you may have again another technique of of choosing your sample size, that is number of variables into 10. Okay, a minimum sample size will be number of variables into 10. So you identify the list of variables which you are taking for the study, multiply it by 10, and that is a minimum. So suppose if you have taken 7 variables, then you have 7 into 10, 70. So mind well, that is a minimum sample size. Beyond that, you can go for any number of sample, but it should be representative and it should be large enough to give a proper understanding of the study which you are trying to conduct. So this I'm not discussing much because it's a purely statistical part. But when you defend yourself, somebody asks the question that, okay, why have you taken 500 as a sample size? So when I've discussed it and asked questions to the in the open defense viva, they have not justified. They should not. They are some at times students are not able to give a answer with conviction that why we have taken sample size. So do not make others seem like that 500, that 900 and 1000 is a lucky number which you have chosen as a sample size. You have to be very clear. You have to justify yourself. You have to be you have to convince yourself first and be strong and be confident that these sample size I have chosen on the basis of a very statistically selected methodology. Data collection can be a primary method, survey method, sentiment analysis. What is sentiment analysis? Nowadays, you see emojis. You go to Metropolis, you go to, maybe GeoFiber or anything, or you may go to banks for taking loans. At the end, they will give you a feedback form with emojis, you laughing, so, etc., whatever different. So these kind of methods which you are using for data collection is called as a sentiment analysis. You analyze data by using statistical tools, apply with different techniques for testing of hypothesis, and lastly you come to report writing. So when you start with report writing, you have to ensure that there is a logical analysis of the subject matter. There's a proper outline which you are preparing, an abstract, a draft, a summary of what you have done first. Then there will be a rough draft, there will be a final draft, and then lastly you will have bibliography, which will be the list of all references which you have made. So how do you ensure that you are putting in a proper flow, or the research, the entire work which you have done, it appears in a proper flow? So it can be in a logical flow, or it can be in a chronological way of writing. Logical means the flow of the subject matter is from simple concepts to complex, starts with simple, and you go on explaining further, adding complex matters, and then you explain the complex concepts. Chronological means you are explaining something on the basis of the occurrence, time of occurrence. On this date in the 2017, this was a matter issue. 18, add addition to the issue. 19, modification, like this. So if you want to study GST implementation, you can go as per a chronological, the date wise information you can gather, collect, and you can go for an analysis of that. So it depends whether logical and chronological, depends on the study, the area which you are the area which you are referring. So let me just conclude by giving you information about two important aspects related to your publication, that is about H index and citation factor and I-10 index. We all have understood, we all know that nowadays in our academic performance index, you need a lot of publications, and you need publications of UGC care listed journal, Scopus journal, peer reviewed journal, etc. So, and you also need to have your own index, H index and I-10 index for your academic performance index. So what do you mean by H index? H index is an author level metric that measures both productivity and citation impact factor of publication of research authors. So at author level, the metrics which performs your measurement, the measurement of your, which measures your performance, which measures your performance. To H index means two research papers cited at least 2 times. So you can just go to the Google Scholar and you can see what is your H index, what is your I-10 index. So when it says that your H index is 2, what does it exactly mean? It means that you have 2 research papers which have been cited 2 times. If your H index is 4, it means that you have 4 research papers which are cited at least 4 times. So for example, if Dr. Sharma is an author and Dr. Sharma has papers A, B, and C, and for paper A, there are 3 citations. For paper B, there are 4 citations, and for paper C, there are 2 citations. So what will be the H index of Dr. Sharma? See, A is 3. That means one more time 3 should be there. 3, 3, 3. 3 times you should have 3. Can you see 3 times 3 over here? 3 papers 3 times. There is no 3 papers 3 times. So, okay, papers 3 times is only 3 and 4. B, citations are 4 times. So 4 times 4 papers. So twice you should have, 4 times you should have 4, 4, 4 in minimum. So can you see 4, 4, 4, 4 times? No. Paper C is cited 2 times. So 2 times 1, 2 times another paper is cited. So that means the H index, you have at least 2 papers, which is cited 2 times. So that metric which is developed is called as an H index. Similarly, when you have I-10 index, almost similar, but it is only gauging the productivity of the author. It is an extension of H index. Here it should be, article should be at least 10 times. One article cited at least 10 times. If it is less than 10, it will not be a part of I-10 index. So if you have Dr. Verma, who has published paper A, 20 citations, having 20 citations. B paper has 25. C has 9 and D has 10. So anything which is more than 10 will be taken as 1 citation. So this is more than 10 means 1 index. More than 10 means index 2. Less than 10, ignore. And more than 10, 3. So there are 3 times where, article, the papers have been cited. There are 3 situations where the paper has been cited at least 10 times. So that means the H index becomes 3. And finally, I will close with the explanation of citation and impact factor. When you calculate the impact factor, citation will be a breakthrough in your work. Generally, do not go for self-citation except for 1 or 2 past papers. And when you say that the journal has an impact factor, how do you calculate the impact factor? And impact factor base is based on, from that journal, how many papers have been cited. Suppose if you want to say a impact factor of 2020. Okay, so 2020 means during the entire 2020, if the journal has many volumes, and how many people have cited from that journal, how many citations have been made from that journal, that divided by how many papers are published in their journal in the previous year. Since we are doing for 2020, we have to say previous year 2019, and before that published in year 2, that is 2018. So during the previous 2 years, you calculate the total number of papers published. So if your total number of papers published is 500, and your current citations, if you have citations in the current year, is 1000, that means the impact factor will be 1000 divided by 500. The impact factor will be 2. So whenever you are doing review of literature, whenever you are identifying a methodology which is to be done for your research work, please be sure that you do something from a highly cited and a highly impactful journal which adds value to your research work, and which gives which gives an authentic source for the work which you have completed. So that's it from my side, and the forum is open for question answers. We can have question answer sessions immediately now.
Dear participant, do you having some question regarding the last lecture of this madam? Would you like to ask some question? Please ask.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. There is a question. There's a question regarding the sampling method, where you were explaining the logical, the statistics behind taking the minimum sample size.
Yes.
Could you go over that again? Yeah.
Surely,
I mean-
but before going that, I can even tell you that go to Google search engine, type sample size formula.
Right.
You will get
Okay.
what is the
Okay.
sample size.
All right.
It's an,
all right.
This is an universally accepted sample size formula which you
Sample
can get
size.
in any research engine.
All right. And there's a second question, ma'am. When we take our variables in the research that we undertake, what is the best? Is there any minimum number of variables or maximum number of variables, or it should be suitable to the research?
Suitable to the research.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. No
Thank you.
minimum, maximum.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Respected dear participant, do you having any question regarding the lecture? Kindly ask the question.
Excuse me, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir, and
Good
good
afternoon.
afternoon, ma'am. This is Seema here. My question is, ma'am, that how does this citation can we implement in our research paper?
Citation, please repeat.
How do this citation can be implemented in our research
Incorporated
paper?
in your research paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. No, what is citation? Citation means you have to, whatever methodology, in case if you have taken, whatever direct statements you have taken, that you have to mention in your bibliography, in your references. That is citation. So citation cannot be incorporated. You have to write. Citation means you have to write, you have to acknowledge the work of others from where you have identified or from where you have taken information, or to from which journals you have consulted for your research work. That is called a citation.
Then how do we put in research paper, ma'am?
So you put in the sense you have to just write it in form of references. You suppose if you are writing a definition which is given by someone, right? So when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
write a definition, then you put a superscript there, one, and
Yes,
that
ma'am.
one you have to write it in the references, that this one definition has been collected, has been taken from so and so book, author so and so, and page number and publisher, publication year. So that thing which you are doing is called as citing from the source which you have taken.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dear participation, do you have any question?
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
How do the researcher prepare a hypothesis, madam?
Sir,
And
hypothesis is another 2-hour session, sir.
Oh,
Hypothesis completely depends on your title, on your objectives, on whatever research methodology you are adopting. So all that, if you give me, I will prepare an hypothesis, and I can give an example of how to prepare an hypothesis. It's an actual, a 1.5 to 2 hour information, which could be, I think maybe in any of these other sessions also, I think this topic, I don't know whether it is included in the covering, but I think definitely it will be there.
Okay. Thank you, respected Dr. Kindari Thakkar, madam.
Thank you, sir.
For delivering us such a nice and informative lecture in the occasion of the one-day international conference. Thank you again, behalf of college, behalf of our NGO, behalf of our event management company. Thank you again, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
The another resource person is respected Dr. Janice Fernandez. Before starting, I would like to read the biodata of Janice Fernandez, madam. Please wait. Janice Fernandez, madam, have been working since last 25 years in Rehampton University as a librarian. She is an information scientist having big research and methodology knowledge. Janice madam have been guided so many library information science students for PhD and MPhil in Rehampton University, as well as having the guideship in Indian University also. Madam has got PhD, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, MPhil, Alagappa University, Master of Library Science, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Madam having the background of the Bachelor of Science. Madam having total 31 years of experience, specialization in quality control, information literacy, innovative technique in library information science, human resources. Madam having some extra skill, dynamic and proactive customer service, interactive skills, efficient use of the ICT, competency with various library software and knowledge of the working digital library, excellence in written and oral communication, ability to work team as well as organize the supervise the work of the others, knowledge of the current practices, new technologies and trends in information handling, participation in the professional groups and the library networks, actually involved in the event management, both the academic library setting as well the church level. Madam having big biodata, therefore we are having very little bit time. Therefore, I would like to directly request respected Janice Fernandez, madam, to please continue your second resource person lecture. Ma'am, please continue.
Thank you, Kishore, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
To present something at a really nice level. And I really enjoyed Dr. Kinnari Thakkar's lecture, and I think it was really enlightening because there were so many gaps in our own knowledge that I was actually able to fill. Can I just share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. May I help you?
Okay, let me. Yes, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it is visible, ma'am. Please
okay,
continue.
Thank you. So my topic is, I'm trying to combine two topics, that's research methodology and innovation. And just a minute. Can you see my screen? Kishore, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah, madam.
Okay.
Yes, it is visible now.
I'm just trying to do a slideshow though.
At the bottom level, it is looking up TV. Kindly please click on that at bottom level. Upper screen, up level. Here, ma'am.
I can't see that. Yeah, I know it's normally something I can always see, but I'm trying to. It should work from file, isn't it?
It is visible, ma'am. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to then move the slides and.
You directly use your arrow also.
Okay. Not a good way of doing it though.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay, so I'm trying to use research methodology and innovation and try and combine both of these. Let me try this for once and see. That's a better option.
Please continue, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm going to start with the very beginning and the very basis of, we're going to say research. That's re plus search. And obviously research means searching again. It's a very basic definition of the systematic investigation into and the study of materials in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. I'm just underlining certain words so that we are sort of stressing on some of the things that we know about, but then let's visit once again. We're looking at detailed study and we're looking at something new. And I think that's the common thread that connects research and innovation. It is detailed study and it is discovering something new. And I've got a quote that I'm sure all of you know about or have read about. I want to stress on the word joy. And the word joy comes into innovation as much as into research. So when you're doing research, it's not just the joy of it. It is your own idea of discovering something new. Look at the basic research cycle. The research cycle, as you all know, starts with the identification of research problem. It goes into the review of the literature. We are looking at research methodology. We are looking at data collection. We're looking at the analysis of the data that you have collected. We're looking at your interpretation and then what you conclude finally. And you're also looking at disseminating whatever you have found out to society. And there are various types of research, and I think some of this has already been covered by the speaker earlier. So I'm just going to do a screenshot view of the types of research. So you can classify research on the basis of application into pure research. So pure research, as you know, is gathering knowledge in order to formulate or generalize theories or principles. A lot of the things that we now take for granted has come through years and years of research. And I think the classic example is Thomas Alva Edison and the light bulb. So 1,000 failed tries, or rather 999 failed tries before he invented the light bulb. It's knowledge for knowledge's sake. The fact that we thought that the earth went around the sun, and then years of research to finally prove which one is right. Does the sun go around the earth or the earth goes around the sun, was something that people earlier did not know about. It's related to curiosity, innovation, and initiative. So you have to be proactive. You look at this area of research and think, is this right? Can I look into it further? Can I innovate? Can I find something new? So the other option of the on the basis of application is applied research. So the two types of research, pure research and applied research. So applied research, as you all know, is based on the theories that are discovered through pure research. So in pure research, if Thomas Alva Edison discovered the electricity or the light bulb, you then use this research or apply this research into various other things that we take for granted today. That's applied research. So you find a solution for a pressing practical problem. That's where you use the theory of research. Now, types, the research can also be on the basis of objectives. So it can be descriptive, correlative, exploratory, and explanatory. Let's look into each of these. So as the name itself suggests, descriptive research would be describing something. So you are doing some sort of a research in order to describe what you can see and to find out more about it. Correlative research, and the sort of research that we normally use for our PhDs, aims to discover the existing relationship or interdependence between two variables. So, for example, if X increases, Y increases, and I think the classic example that we've all been taught at research is that the sale of umbrellas goes up when it is monsoon. So you're trying to find a correlation between the two, or book issues increase during examination time. So it's a correlation between two variables that you're trying to find out. Now, exploratory, as the name suggests, explores a new area or an unknown destination. You're looking at the National Library in your country. You're looking at libraries in a rural area. You're looking at mobile libraries. So exploratory will try and explore more about it. And then explanatory. Explanatory research will aim to explain why and how that particular research problem arises and how it can be solved. So, for example, maybe that there is some issue. I'm just looking at libraries basically, but it could be in your own field of interest. But it tries to explain why that problem occurs and what you can do about it. Now, we're also looking at research on the basis of the mode of inquiry. And you can classify this as qualitative research. You're doing qualitative, you're doing quantitative research, and you're doing mixed research. I think some of this we've already looked at earlier. So qualitative research is, as the name suggests, qualitative. So it is unstructured. It is not like a 1, 2, 3, 4 numerical sequence. It's more structured, but you aim to gain a deeper understanding of the situation. It explores attitudes, behavior, and experiences, and uses methods such as observation, document analysis, oral history, interviews, or focus groups. I don't know how many of you are aware of oral history, but this is a current trend in documentation, in research in the Western world, in Europe a lot. So I've looked at a number of dissertations of doctoral students in the UK, and they use a lot of oral history. So oral history means interviewing people and actually just putting down what they say rather than giving them a survey that does 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually another way of analyzing what and probably allowing the participant to say it in the words that they want to say. So it will actually be in double quotes, so and so person, librarian of so and so university states that, and the actual text, that's oral history. It may have fewer participants but more contact. So a lot of research and a lot of thesis does this sort of thing. So you may have fewer participants. So maybe if you are doing some sort of research in your own place of work, so you are talking to participants, but you are not giving them a survey. You are recording what they say, and you are documenting what they say, and then you are analyzing what they have said and then putting it together. So if 4 people talk for a change in whatever, for example, say software or hardware or a new library management system. So 50% of your people are talking about it and saying, yes, a change is good, but you're not doing them a sort of set 1, 2, 3, 4 or a yes, no thing. You're actually documenting what they're saying. So a lot of it, like historical research, family history, people and places. I don't know if you have seen, but there is a lot of this happening where people are coming out with coffee table books about their families. So I want to speak maybe about 4 generations of my family. So I come out with a coffee table book. And research today is gaining importance because of the diversification in which people actually go. There's a very good Netflix thing. I think it's Dragons, if I'm not mistaken. And it speaks about a group of people who do stuff like this. So they will document your family history into a coffee table book, which can be used by future generations. So research is, and the theories of research are not just to be kept in the pages of a book or to be studied for your examination or for your certification, but it's to be used in different ways for different things. We did qualitative research. We're now looking at quantitative research. And quantitative, as you know, is just basically numbers. So it's structured. Do you like the way that the library functions today? Yes, no, don't know. Do you want to see a change in the system? Yes, no, don't know. So it's a very structured thing. And it relates to aspects that can be expressed in terms of numbers. It generates statistics through the use of large-scale survey research. Using telephone surveys, or you get those all the time, isn't it? You use online polls, you use even during Zoom meetings nowadays, it's so easy to insert documents like that and have people to say, this is the idea that we put forward, how many people would agree, and then you have a percentage, and then that's how you sort of come out with it. That's using research. It reaches more people, but it has less contact. It has less contact because you can't ask any questions, you can't clarify whether anything. So even if the question is not, you don't understand the question, you still tick one of those options. So. The third one is mixed methods. So we did qualitative research, we did quantitative research, and we're now doing mixed methods. So mixed methods integrates both qualitative as well as quantitative research. It is problem driven and it provides a holistic approach. So it combines statistical data with some sort of oral history or focus group. So it's a combination of both. So maybe if you spoke to 4 people and you sort of asked them, do you want a change in the way that the university operates? Yes, no, don't know. And people say yes. And then though people who have said yes, you interview them and you ask them what sort of changes they want to see. And then you combine both of these together. That's like a mixed research. So it enables verification of data, or what you call triangulation of data, because the person has said yes, so you have the statistics and you also have the reasoning for why the person says yes, and then you can combine both these together. You've got some examples like evaluation of teacher scoring methods. This is something that's currently happening in the UK because of the exams, the GCSEs, which is the equivalent of your SSCs. So the exams were not conducted, but students were promoted to the next level. So there was a scoring method, and there was a lot of research done by these awarding bodies about how the scoring should be done in order that the students progress to the next level. A lot of you must have seen these two words used, and used sometimes interchangeably. So you've often heard or read about research methodology. You've also sometimes seen research methods. And maybe if you're doing an exam and you get any of these words, you're sometimes not sure of which is which. And I thought that because when I studied, I was always confused by these. And now that I've sought an understanding of it, I thought let's get that confusion out of the way. So research methodology basically is a philosophy that guides the research. So it's like a framework of what you're going to do. And it's an overall approach with a much broader scope. For example, if I am going to research the history of my university, it's going to be a qualitative method. That's what I decide. So that's a broader framework, and that's the methodology that I will use. So I will not use surveys, but I will use an interview method. So that's the methodology I will use. And what's research methods? So research methods is basically the tools or the procedures that you're going to use for collection of data. Now that I have decided that I'm going to use a qualitative method of research, that's the methodology. So in the method, I decide that my qualitative methods will be interview, observation, maybe second interview, a more closer way of doing it, and maybe focus groups. Focus groups is like you talk to a small group of people who are connected. So maybe I will talk to, say, alumni of the university. Maybe I will talk to older, retired teachers of the university. So that's the focus group I'm going to look at. So the scope is narrow, and then you use interviews and focus groups. Okay, so that's the difference between methodology and methods, and I hope that this difference is clear now. This is one of my favorite foods. It's a vegetable biryani, and I'm going to use this as a classic example to try and drive home the difference between methodology and research methods and the whole research arena. To make a classic vegetable biryani, okay, you need rice and vegetables and spices and oil, what you're going to do is you need to chop up the vegetables, and then you need to marinate or mix it with the spices, and then you need to cook rice, and then when the rice is cooked, you need to mix it up with the vegetables and add some garnishing on top, and your delicious biryani is ready. It's a very simple method, and I think all of us foodies will know the steps involved in this. This is the research problem. What I need to do is I need to cook something. I need to cook this dish. These are the tools that I will use And this is the technique. So the difference between tools and techniques. I'm trying to use words that often come in our theory of research methodology in the exam paper that we have to write. So just to have in your mind a very clear differentiation of what is tools and what is techniques. If you remember, tools will be the plus this, plus that, plus that. The techniques go from this and then this and then this. So that's the flow that goes. Just a simple example, but I hope something that will sink in and probably stay. The 5 W's of research. What? A very classic question. What is your research about? And this is a question which needs a lot of thinking. As Dr. Kinnari Thakkar explained, the title of your dissertation will eventually emerge when you have answered all the questions about what your research is about. So you make your focus broader, make it narrower, make it very precise with the geographical limitation, and look at your scope. Everything at the end will be the title of your research. So why do you want to do this research? Will help you to understand whom your research is actually going to benefit. Is your research going to benefit students? Is it going to benefit teachers? Is it going to benefit a particular section of people? Is it going to be narrower in scope? Can somebody else also use the model that you designed for your research? Who? So who will be your participants? Your limitation, what you're going to delimit, the scope. So your participants will only be lecturers from Mumbai region or from Konkan division, or your participants will be in the age group of 20 to 40, or your participants will be former employees of the university. Where? So where are you going to conduct this research? Where not only means a geographical location, it also probably means some of your methods of your research. So if I'm doing an interview, it's going to be by Zoom, and it's going to be a 30-minute thing, or it's going to be a structured survey or a questionnaire that I will post to participants and the replies will be sent back to me, or I will do an email option, or I will do Google Docs. When are you going to conduct this research? So what sort of a time frame do you have to conduct this research? So I hope to finish in 2 years, 3 years. Also, when will be it's different at different times, if you know what I mean. If you are looking at something which is examination oriented, then if you're doing an observation, you would probably do it when the examinations are going on. So if you're saying that the stress level of students increases 30 minutes before they see a question paper, okay, so you're going to observe students 30 minutes before they get the question paper. It doesn't make sense doing that research at any other time. So you're going to delimit your timing. So what sort of research you're doing depends on all these factors. We've touched on a little bit about research, and I'm now trying to link research to innovation. What I want you to pick from research is innovative, proactive, and the joy of research. The curiosity, the basic need to find something, as in pure research, or trying to solve a practical problem, as in applied research. Let's look at innovation. The word innovation comes from the Latin word novus, which means new. So innovation is a response to a challenge, but innovation is doing something or finding something which did not exist before. So it's the creation. If you look at the standard definition, innovation is the creation, development, and implementation of a new product, process, or service with the aim of improving efficiency, effectiveness, or competitive advantage. You're looking at many words, but every word in the definition has a meaning. Because you are going to do something what existed before. Let's now look at the characteristics of innovation. As we looked at the definition earlier, it was creating something new. And the process of creating something new, whether it is a new dish, a new food, or a new process or a new methodology, has these steps, like a PDCA cycle. So it's got planning, it's got strategy, it's got hard work. You test it, you evaluate it, you get feedback, and then you come back and change it if you need to. There is the success and the joy of getting something new. It's an idea you convert into reality. It's often a response to a challenge. You know, you sit down sometimes and think, this doesn't seem to be working. There is always a crowd of students at the door of the library. It's a challenge. What can I do? What can I do to make sure that this crowd of students, this is a classic example, you would always have hordes of students moving towards the library during break times. And then your staff structure cannot cope with this. What can we do to reduce this? That's your question. The answer is what you will research into and get out of it. It's a learning curve. You're going to try various options, and sometimes they won't work. You might have staggered breaks, you might have longer hours, you might have additional staff, you might have volunteers. Something will work, something may not work. It is making life easier and a little better. So innovation is different from invention. They're two different words. Dictionary meanings will tell you they're two different words. Invention is discovering something purely new, which did not exist before. Innovation is what you would call editing what is there to make it a little better. You know, maybe removing the rocks so that the water flows more smoothly. Why do we need innovation? Everything's perfect. My library is running well. We're open 9 to 5. Students come in. I can issue books. They're using digital resources. There is enough space for them. So why do I need innovation? If the current system is not efficient, and how efficient is it? It is. You look at Six Sigma and you look at what's your percentage, point something. The second, I think, and most common question is the financial aspect. So if you have, let's look at funding not available. So you have a library management system which is very basic, but you do not have the funds at your disposal to buy a better system. So what can you do about this situation? The other option would be if funding was available, so you have got a grant and this is very common in the UK. We apply for grants or sponsorships, and then we have money at our disposal. So how do you use this grant, or how do you use this funding? You have to think of something new. Mounting pressures to innovate. You either have pressures from management, or you have pressures from outside sources, or you have pressures within your staff, where your staff say, let's do something new. And I think that's the best thing. Work on it. Availability of information and open systems. Because of the way that knowledge is shared today, it is easier for you to find out what people in other parts of the world are doing. The classic example was during the pandemic, and I think innovation was at its best in such a critical situation. Not only in terms of medicine or other aspects, in terms of education as well. So every institution, every university, every teacher did something, innovated, did something to figure out how to use the information that was available on the internet to put together a system whereby they could communicate with their students, they could transmit information. Changing scenario. We are moving from print to digital at a much faster pace today than we did before. At the same time, we also need the hybridization that still exists. You still need paper in some form. That's the changing scenario. Fosters growth and a competitive spirit. It's nice to compete and nice to say that we are now at par with world-renowned information systems, with world-renowned organizations in terms of this bit, maybe information gathering, maybe information analysis, maybe information dissemination. I'm going to look at some classic examples of innovation, not very difficult to understand, but they're amazing. Technology, if you look at the change from cash to checks to internet banking, there's one bit still left, that's cryptocurrency. And did we ever think that you would be rich without having coins or notes in your hand to hold? You're looking at trends where we went from letters to phone calls to emails to WhatsApp. You're looking at response to needs. So the pandemic created work from home and created online conferences. We did interviews through Zoom. We have in the UK a lot of what we call disability scooters for people whose motor sensations or neuromotor sensations do not allow mobility. So we have disability scooters, and they're designed through research in a way in which it is easy to operate. Saves time, makes life easier. All the apps that you have today make life easier, isn't it? You can find out how many minutes to the bus at your bus stop. You can find out which bus is going to come before. You can find out an alternative route to reach the place you want to go to. You've got other options. So you've got cutlery that you can wash, or you've got edible cutlery. And some things like dry shampoo that you can use in space. That's amazing. All of this innovation has come through research. So that's how I'm trying to link research to innovation. And it's come from the need to solve a problem. It's come through initiative, and it's come through proactiveness. Coming down to one field of education, coming to librarianship, and trying to link innovation to that. looking at a classic definition from Voltaire like this. That is, innovation in libraries has been broadly defined to consist of changes in the existing library services to keep up with the changing needs in information seeking behavior of the students. So there was a need, there was a pressing problem. And so there was this change that happened, and that was innovation. Need for innovation in libraries. You know, that knowledge society today is fast paced, constantly changing, technology driven. We are all seeing that. The apps that we use today are getting obsolete really soon. You have diverse user needs. So you need to devise methods which are anticipatory and proactive. You need to think ahead. You need to have a vision and think 2 years from now, what's going to be the information seeking behavior of our students? 2 years from now, is the web page that I have designed, is it going to be useful 2 years from now? What changes do I need to make? What's the bit that I really need to look at? The open world of information exchange. So years ago, we had computer courses for people who wanted to learn computers. Today, you buy a computer, you sit down, and that's it. It's all menu driven. It's got excellent help. You have other help available, and it becomes easier. That is a change. So this open world of information exchange can be used for innovation. Feedback and suggestion from users. So you sometimes have students come and tell you, if we did it like this, do you think it would work? Or maybe this would be a better option. Look at suggestions from your users because they're the base. You have new opportunities and support. You have a very good relationship with the IT department. If you don't, you need to develop that. Because today, books and IT go hand in hand. So the library and the IT department go hand in hand. Leadership and management. So you have support from your management, your leadership, and then there is a ask you to do something. Career advancement, of course. It's really nice to go back to management and say, this is a project that I did. It's also a part of recruiting strategies. And let me tell you, I do a lot of interviews. So one of the questions I ask the candidate is, can you give us an example of an innovative technique that you developed? It's always there. The most important, do you want to innovate? Do you think that all of these above can be used to help you to enhance your knowledge base? Let's look at some areas for innovation in libraries. I'm narrowing it down to libraries now. So space. So we have 400 square meter space, 800 square meter space, 1600 square meter space. How are we using it? How can we make better use of it? The library is next to the canteen. The library is next to the lecture halls. The library is next to the laboratory. How can you use that location? Accessibility and ease of use. So the library is on the ground floor. The library is at the entrance. The library is in a quiet corner on the top floor. What sort of furniture we have? Light chairs that are easily movable, shelves which are on wheels, lighter shelves which can be easily moved, can be put to dual use. You have shelves in which you can put displays. Computers, this keeps changing. So do you give do you have computers, or can you give laptops to students? We in our library, we give out tablets. Environment and access routes. Human resources. You have a great team of staff. You have people with varied skills, talents, and attitude. Use all of these. Professional and personal development. It's not only the professional development that in your CV you can write about this project that you did, this innovation that you did, which made it better for your users. It's also your own personal development, because you learn something along the way. Better policies, processes, and programs. So if you write a new collection development policy for your library, if you write a better issue returns system, a much easier and faster system, and then best practices, you share best practices with others. So it's this exchange of information. I'm looking at some simple, innovative ideas, and I'm hoping you can take back something from this and maybe do your own innovation into this. In a typical library in an educational institution, I've looked at these six areas. So I've looked at space. As I said before, you have a 400 square meters library, you have a 1600 square meters library. So the library earlier was a place, a space within four walls. Today, the library is a platform. It's just a link for users to get into in the digital world and to get information out of. Some options I have listed, which I think can help you to make use of the existing space. You know, we always complain that the space in the library is not enough. We have a very small space. But if you look at multiple uses, if you look at dual uses or multiple uses for that same space, if you look at some sort of tie-ups with other departments in the institution, furniture, you're looking at the cost and you're looking at the efficiency. If you are allowed, or if you are at the hem where you decide what furniture you can use for your library, when you look at the cost, you look at the efficiency, you look at how best you can utilize it. You look if you can use it for multi-use. For example, you have units where you have a display unit on the top and you can actually store the books in the lower bits. When you're looking at computers, you're looking at the functionality, but you're also looking at scanners and printers, how best you can connect them to it. You're looking at photocopiers. So today, what we use as a scanner is also a photocopier. So you have easy access and you have a teach and learn policy. So make sure that information is easily available, but also that information is shared. There shouldn't be competition in a team. There should be competition with other teams. You're looking at the environment of your library. So if you can close your eyes and if you can stand at the entrance of your library or place of work, what's the ambience that's created when you walk in? Think of yourself as a user walking in. What does it look like? Friendly? Too silent? Disturbing? Chaotic? Pleasing? Welcoming? Do you have too many posters that say, you know, rules and regulations? Do you have too many things that say, don't do this? And I think it's very negative to design posters which speak about don't do. Can you change the wordings to be a bit more welcoming? Do you look at collaborative spaces where you can talk a bit? And I will give you a very good example of the Roehampton University Library. So the Roehampton University Library is based on 4 floors. Each floor is designed, aesthetically designed, but also audibly designed. so that the sound level on each floor differs, with the maximum sound level on the ground floor and the top floor being the quietest. And users are aware of this as they go upwards. The ground floor has got a cafe, and it's got open seating, and it's got more communication happening because it's got the desks and it's got the areas where you can ask and the inquiry. As you go up, then there are the stacks and maybe a little less noise. As you go still up, you will have still maybe smaller discussion areas, but quieter noise. It's called a whisper area. And when you go on the top floor, it is silence, or it's quiet. That's individual study. You might not have floors in your library, but can you demarcate areas with very clear signs that says this is it? So you allow people some sort of discussion, also balancing it. That's your innovation. Then your human resources, flexible and adaptive. Make sure that your team is flexible to new ideas. Make sure that your team adapts. Think like the user. That's why I said close your eyes and put yourself at the door of your library and think like a user walking in. You also look at demographic shifts. This is a lot current in the UK today, as it is in any large city. Cities allow for migration. So you will have people coming in from other places who may not understand the language, culture, methodology of working in your geographical area. If they come from other states, does your place of work make it easier for such people to integrate into the system? Look at technology and the human component. There is a computer to it's for you, but you always need a human component. So you need somebody who will make things easier for those who don't understand technology so well. Team building and taking risks. It's always a risk. Try it. If it doesn't work, you must have a way of always going back to the old system. So we're going to probably do, you can reserve your books online, and we're going to trial this new method for 4 weeks. If it doesn't work at the end of 4 weeks, we can always go back to the older method. Take a risk. Development is really necessary if you want to be ahead. You want to stay ahead. Branding. Brand your library. Use a web page, but use all the social media. Use all the social media and connect. Some system of awards and rewards. How many of us in an educational institution use the staff room as a space for marketing the library? When you look at your professional development, where you're going up, you need what you call your CAS. Are you also then looking at personal development? Are you attending seminars and conferences and doing workshops and probably teaching others? When you go out to a conference or seminar, are you coming back and then training your own staff? Are you going in for funding bids? There are a lot of bids, a lot of funding. There is a lot of funding available for Commonwealth countries. I myself personally put in a couple of funding bids a year. You may not get all of them, but I just won a bid a couple of months ago, and I got a good sum of money to upgrade my library and to do some new projects. It also helps in your personal development, because then you know how to write a bid, you know how to budget that. And that's something that you've gained for yourself. That's the knowledge that you've gained. Focus on the solution and the process will work itself. I've got some very simple ideas. So oral history, I look at library as a place where information is made, not just disseminated or shared, but made. Can you interview users? Can you record their thoughts, or can you record their suggestions? Makerspace, we all know about. We know about open access publishing, published papers. You're looking at the information marketplace. That's a very trendy word today. Referral services is something that we always used to do, the reference and referral services, but we match the user and the needs. So if you don't have the information that the user needs, can you then direct the user to another source of information? We're looking at funding proposals. We're looking at volunteering. I don't know how good it is at your place of work, but we train volunteers a lot. So we have fresh university graduates who come in and volunteer for 2 hours a day in our libraries. So they'll do some small bits of work, but they will learn in the process. So they get the experience and we get someone who will help. Bibliotherapy. Bibliotherapy today is considered as equivalent to medicine. So we have GPs, what you call general practitioners or doctors in the UK, who send patients to libraries. Because, can we mute our participants? Sorry. Can we mute participants, please?
Sadhna Chatlani, please mute yourself. Sadhna Chatlani.
Can the host mute participants, please? So today we use bibliotherapy as an equivalence to medicine. So the doctor will either give a prescription to the patient, or the doctor will send the patient to a library to join some group, to do something, to read books. It's very distracting. Sorry, can the host please mute participants? The other option is measuring outcomes. Sorry. So you measure the outcome. So whenever you do something, find out if it works or doesn't work. Get feedback, keep some sort of documentation, keep a record and find out. So that you know whether whatever you tried, whether it worked or didn't work. And then, of course, marketing and publicity. I don't know how many of us have a Wikipedia page. I don't know how many of us have got our information on Wikipedia. I also don't know how many of us regularly update the information that's available about our own organization in Wikipedia. That's something that we can all do. It doesn't need very big innovation. Challenges to innovation. You know, it all looks very nice, but it means moving out of your comfort zone. Because I'm very happy in my library, in my current setup with my team. We come at 9, we go to 5, we have users. It's a comfortable zone. Peer pressure. There will be other departments, other people, other organizations telling you you don't need to trial that method. It's fine or whatever. Then it's your own aptitude, skills, and your own attitude. What's your attitude to innovation? Do we want to innovate? You need support. You need technical support. You need knowledge support. You need the language support. You need emotional support. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it will be a huge project which might not work in the end. You don't know what the future is going to be like. So you don't know if that project of yours is really going to take off. It's a risk you have to take. A lot of sometimes ask, if you're going to get any monetary benefit. From my own personal experience in my journey of 30 years, let me assure you that the benefit to innovation is always there. It may not be monetary, or it may not be monetary for now, but believe me, the benefit of innovation is always there. Let me conclude with just 5 points and let me motivate you to innovate in your own place of work. Be proactive. Take the first step towards innovative practice. You don't have to be at the top. You don't have to be the head of a department, institution, team, whatever. The idea comes from anywhere. So the idea should come from you. Be resilient. Embrace change. It's always going to be difficult. Change is one of the things that's very difficult for us to accept because you are in your comfort zone. But make the change. Each of you will remember your own journeys from a book to a computer or the digital journey, and you will remember how difficult it was in the beginning. For me, it really was. It really was difficult adapting to changes in technology. You're still sometimes thinking, oh, it's easier to make a poster in Word. Why should I use Publisher? But it's a change. Be supportive. Be supportive of your team. Don't put them down. Walk with them on their journey. Be nurturing. Be kind. Not everyone can see your point of view, and I really support that, because in a team you will have 3 people saying, yes, let's go this way, and there will always be the one person who says, no, maybe we should go this way. But be kind to everyone. Allow people to express their opinions. Be positive. Try to make it a pleasant experience for everyone. It may not work. It's a trial. You're taking a risk. But be positive. When you begin, don't say, I know this is not going to work. Then it will never work. Start by saying, let's make this work. And if it doesn't work, you've learned something along the way. As I end, thank you for giving me the opportunity to delve into the amazing world of research and to add value to the profession. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Such a nice lecture and informative lecture. As usual, you are an outstanding, knowledgeable person. Thanks for delivering such an outstanding lecture in one-day international conference. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Now, the participants, we are turning to PPT presentation. I would like the first name of the participation for the presentation of the PPT. As per the University Grants Commission of India have stipulated and laid down the rules regulation about the PhD. Before award, the Viva Voce panel asked about that in one-day international conference, what type of the research you have been presented. It should be presented your PPT in one-day international conference. Therefore, now we are starting the PPT presentation of today's one-day international conference. The first name of PPT presenter is Pranjit Kumar Bhuyan from Assam. Pranjit Kumar Bhuyan from Assam. Is this available, Pranjit Kumar Bhuyan? Pranjit Kumar Bhuyan. Okay. Next, serial number 2, Shahin Fatima, Department of Applied Electronics, Gulbarga, Karnataka. Shahin Fatima. Okay. Serial number 3, Dr. Pooja Gokhale Shahade, Librarian, SD, RD and SH National and WA Science College, Mulund, Mumbai. Rupa Gokhale available? Is this available, Rupa Gokhale? Another is that serial number 4. Uday Kumar Kulkarni, Associate Professor. Akkama Devi Women's University, Vijaypura, Karnataka. Dr. Uday Kumar Kulkarni. Okay. Another serial number 5. Himmat Singh Mahor, Mathura. Himmat Singh Mahor from Mathura. Okay. Another serial number 6. Dr. Kritika, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce. Dr. Kritika, Bansilal Chaudhary University. Dr. Kritika. Okay. Serial number 7. Dr. Sangappa Maman Shetty. Dr. Sangappa Maman Shetty. Okay. Serial number 8. Siddharth Vakude, Nagpur University. Siddharth Vakude. Okay. Serial number 9. Baiju Thomas, Research Scholar, Coimbatore. Baiju Thomas. Okay. Serial number 10. Nita Gundewar, Ulhasnagar, Thane. Nita Gundewar. Serial number 11. Dr. Arpita Bhaumik. Dr. Arpita Bhaumik. Serial number 12. Dr. Brujendra Singh Baudh. Doctor, are you available your PPT? Brujendra Kumar Baudh. Brujendra Kumar Baudh. Okay. Another 13 number. Dr. Bhagwan R. Doke, librarian, Aurangabad. Dr. Bhagwan Doke. Okay. Serial number 14. Miss Diksha Halkare. Miss Diksha Halkare. Okay. Serial number 15. Dr. Vijay Jadhav, Washim, Maharashtra. Doctor,
Yes, sir.
Please continue your PPT.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Dr. Vijay Jadhav, librarian, Sri Tulsiram Jadhav, Arts and Science College, Washim. Now I present my paper. The topic is e-learning and changing roles of academic libraries. This paper attempted to explore changing role of academic libraries in the digital age and e-learning with the following objectives: to analyze changing role of academic library, to define the explain concept of e-learning, and to analyze challenge of e-learning. Hence, it is necessary for academic library to provide adequate fund and technological support to provide better e-learning services to their clients. And objective of my topic is to analyze changing role of academic library, to define and explain concept of, to analyze challenge of e-learnings. What is e-learning? Concept of e-learning. E-learning is a innovating new mechanism for communication such as computer networks, multimedia, content portals, search engines, electronic libraries, distance learning, and web-enabled classroom. different web-based applications such as email, real-time conference, webcam, etc. The major advantage to student, it is easy access. So providing access to online e-journals and e-books through networks will enhance the self-learning knowledge. There is a mechanism available to establish standards for instructions, design, and quality of interaction. Information providers are more interested in profit than quality, profit than quality. Lack of organization on internet, as not all sites are updated regularly. Just a minute.
Vijay Yadav, are you comfortable?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Okay. Challenges and issues for libraries in e-learnings. Today, e-learning is considered as alternative tools of empowering knowledge and skills. It is also treated as alternative means for classroom teaching. Now, with the help of internet, it is possible to deliver the information with highest degree of precision, which is not possible with traditional skills. It has overcome several constructions of traditional learning system, but the development of e-learning has new problems focused on the copyright and intellectual property rights, implications of electronics text, student, researchers, staff, employees, end users affiliated with virtual university of digital libraries are to be allowed to print on paper experts of digitally available works on the same conditions, according to which they may make photocopies of print material. The library authorities have to discuss seriously with publishers on this aspect in order to evolve some mechanism profitable to users. Users may charge for each access downloading them servers and or each kind of digital library collection. This would provide a reverse of publishers, authors, and libraries. Security aspect is another most pressing challenge of digital affairs. Then conclude the introduction of ICT made substantial upgradation and changes in every era of science and technology. This has also brought reflective changes in academic world. There is emergence of new model of education and learning due to change in technologies. Under this perspective, libraries also adopt new information system and services, which provide mostly beneficial for improvement in its services. The new technology has important role to play in academic libraries by using these technologies. Academic libraries are helping users access the vast amount of library resources, evaluate and select the best information for their specific needs. And e-learning is adapted readily adapted by teachers, and library plays important role to providing them authentic resources. E-learning has numerous benefits and should contribute much more to education. However, there are several challenges in implementing e-learning at academic libraries, which includes inadequate funds, lack of technical support, lack of training and support, as well as lack of motivation and negligence by institutional management. Hence, it is necessary for academic libraries to provide adequate funds and technological support to provide better e-learning services to their clients. Thank you, sir. Wagmare, sir, thank you.
Hello, Kishore sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. His presentation was done.
Presentation done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Mr. Zadav has completed the presentation. Another person name in 16 number. Daya Jethe. Daya Jethe, 16 number, serial number 16. Serial number 17, Dr. Alisha Kolluri.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am ready, sir.
Dr. Alisha Kolluri, please continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon, all of you, sir.
Please continue. Please continue.
My
Sir.
topic is implementation of collaborative learning approach in teaching learning pedagogy of social sciences. This is my topic, sir. Collaborative learning approach. A group of students discussing a lecture or student from different schools working together over the internet on a shared assignment are both examples of cooperative learning, which will be the primary focus of this workshop. This workshop is a specific kind of collaborative learning. One minute, sir. Collaborative learning. The theory behind cooperative and collaborative learning technique and demonstrate both approaches in practice. Such active student-centered pedagogical approaches have been popular in schools for years, but have only recently come to be valued in higher education. We describe how we have applied these two approaches in teaching our undergraduate developmental psychology using examples of collaborative student oral presentation, cooperative used to build information literacy, and combining cooperative learning with multimedia to teach concepts. We also provide an illustration of our methods for assessing student motivation and learning outcomes. Benefits of collaborative approaches, etc. Collaborative learning is rooted in Lev Vygotsky concept of learning called zone of proximal development. Typically, there are tasks that learner can and cannot accomplish. Between these two areas in zone of proximal development, which is a category of things that a learner can learn, but with the help of the guidance. The zone of proximal development gives guidance as to what set of skills a learner has that are in the process of maturation. In Vygotsky's definition of zone of proximal development, he highlighted the importance of learning through communication and interactions with others rather than just through independent work. This has made way for the ideas of group learning, one of which being collaborative learning. And why do we need collaborative learning? We need collaborative learning to provide an opportunity to work with students, and it is also useful for to give students to participate in teamwork and mind mapping, etc., etc. Collaborating learning not only develop higher level of thinking skills in students, but also boost their confidence and self-esteem as well. In the collaborative learning, group projects can maximize educational experience by demonstrating the material while improving social and interpersonal skills. Collaborative learning learns students how to work with various types of learners and develop their leadership skills. Collaborative learning helps to students to work together and create a better learning experience with peer group and teacher. Collaborative learning positively impacts student achievement and allows them to explore new ideas. For this purpose, we need the collaborative learning in teaching, learning the subject matter in colleges. My research paper objectives are know the need and importance of collaborative learning approach in teaching learning pedagogy of social sciences. Understand the second objective, understand the different steps involved in the collaborative learning approach for teaching learning of pedagogy of social sciences. Identify the various ways of applying collaborative learning approach in the teaching learning process. Ensure the meaningful learning through collaborative learning approach of pedagogy of social sciences. This is the fourth objective. The last objective is develop cognitive skills, psychomotor skills, and affective skills among the learner. And collaborative learning is an educational approach to teaching and learning that involves groups of students working together to solve a problem, complete a task, or create a product. Collaborative learning is a situation in which two or more people learn or attempt to learn something together. Unlike individual learning, people engage in collaborative learning, capitalize on one another resources and skills. More specifically, collaborative learning is based on the model that knowledge can be created within a population where members actively interact by sharing experiences and take on asymmetric roles. But put differently, collaborative learning refers to methodologies and environment in which learners engage in a common task where each individual depends on and is accountable to each other. Steps of collaborative learning approach. First step, problem, issue, or concept is identified to be dealt with a group situation. It may be small or big, simple or complex, depending upon learning environment and teaching learning process. The second step is formation of groups is facilitated by the teacher. Students are also facilitated to take up the task of their choice. The third step is there is exchange of ideas, discussion on the issue at hand, or performance of activities or experiment to clarify the concept in group situation. Sharing of ideas facilitates visiting and revisiting the concepts. And the next step, teacher facilitate their interactions directed towards the set goal within stipulated time frame. The last step in collaborative learning approach is evidences are assessed throughout the teaching learning process and feedback is provided to all groups of the learners. Next one is ensuring meaningful learning through collaborative learning approach.
Sir, your time is over.
Yes, sir. I come to the conclusion.
Directly jump on conclusion.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The ways of applying collaborative learning approach also based on the following: brainstorming, task group, inquiry group, tutorial group, think, write, fair, share. So these are also different ways, jigsaw and concept mapping. These are also related to the different ways to organize the collaborative learning approach at a higher level. Results and discussion. Collaboration affects personality such as increases openness, uh, consciousness, agreeableness, trust, and stability. And the second one is teamwork strengthens community bonds, socialization, and both written and verbal communication. The third one is collaboration increases measures of achievement. Fourth one is group work increases subject matter comprehension, efficiency, and productivity. Fifth one is collaboration encourages cooperation and exposure to and acceptance of cultural diversity. Group work increases of self-esteem. This is sixth point. Seventh point is collaborative learning increases student retention. The last result is navigation skills needed to successfully navigate future pathways such as self-knowledge of abilities, likes and dislikes, values, exploration, and planning skills and knowledge of measures, occupation, and career opportunity. So with this, sir, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me an opportunity in the wonderful international conference, sir. So I appreciate your effort, Wagmore Brothers and team efforts for
Thank you, sir. Thank
for
you.
within this short time, sir. You are given the e-abstracts also. So thank you so much for
Thank you. Thank you.
sirs for
Thank you.
giving me an opportunity. I am Dr. Elisha from Telangana State, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right, sir.
The next participant serial number is 18, Dr. Kritika. Dr. Kritika. Dr. Kritika Chaudhary Bansilal University. Okay. Serial number 19, Professor Vijay Devidas Wakode. Professor Vijay Devidas Wakode. Professor Vijay Devidas Wakode. Serial number 20, Dr. Shankar Lakshman Rao Savargaonkar. Dr.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yes,
please
sir.
share your PPT, sir.
Sir, okay, I am ready, sir.
Please continue.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Shankar Lakshmanda Sargaonkar, working as a head of the department and research guide in economics in Kala Mahavidyalaya, Nandurghat Taluka Ke district Bid. So today I am going to present a paper on the topic, the role of OPEC in world's fuel price hiking. There is a need to study the organization that plays a key role in the recent changes in global fuel prices. OPEC is one of the world's leading oil and fuel producers. At a time when global fuel prices are falling, OPEC's decision is to reduce fuel production in producing countries is seen an attempt to offset the losses incurred by fuel producing countries. At a time when global fuel prices are rising, fuel production and exports are increasing. So the prices of fuels, including petrol and diesel, it is controlled by one nation, but by the OPEC Association of Oil Producers. Petrol, diesel, and mineral oil are the most in demand in the world. That means fuel is a major need of the world. The major nations of the world like USA, India, China, Russia, and France are dependent on oil imports. With these nations in mind, fuel prices fluctuations are taking places and huge profits are being made from petrol producing countries. For OPEC countries, China, India, and the United States are the major oil importers in the world. OPEC nations are keeping a close eye on these countries, nations, in the form of petrol and diesel fuels, as well as in the form of raw materials. Rising prices not only affect the fuel business but also the economy of the country as a whole. Rising fuel prices have pushed up inflation. Rising fuel prices cost have made it inevitable to meet the fuel needs of the means of transport, and inflation has been set in every commodity in the country. This means that fuel prices hike is not just about rates or business. It is an obstacle of the country's economic balance and growth. Rising fuel prices have disturbed the lives of people across the country. The problem is not only serious but also frightening. India is also plagued by rising fuel prices. The issue of fuel prices hike and research in this regard needs to discuss on ground that the current prices in petrol, diesel, and domestic gas prices have created a huge dissatisfaction among Indian citizens with current central and state government in India. Attempts have made on review to OPEC's organization and its role. Objectives of the research paper: to study the international status and importance of petroleum products, to study the formation and structure of OPEC's organization, examine the role of OPEC in rising the price and petroleum products in the international market, to study the role of member nations controlling OPEC, to study the process and functions in supply and demand of petroleum products, picks to study OPEC's working and political strategy. Hypothesis: OPEC is an association of petroleum exporting countries and works to promote the interest of petroleum exporting nations. OPEC has created a global pressure group using petroleum products as a weapon. OPEC is dominated by Saudi Arabia but still controlled by United Nations. The attack on the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, is indirectly responsible for the rise in global inflation as a means of transportation, and it is deliberately doing so. Research and efforts by nations to find alternatives to petroleum products appear to be on the war path to reduce the importance of this organization, which seeks to undetermine the importance of the organization, which seeks to create a pressure on the world's major nations by using expectations system and using petroleum products as a weapon. Analytical communication of the role of OPEC in fuel price hiking. OPEC is known as Organization of Petroleum Exporting Companies, Venezuela, an oil producing country in South America. John Alfonso, an economist, came up with an idea in the context of the oil trade, and in 1942 OPEC was formed. The idea that productive nations should come together to decide on a trade policy for a commodity if it has global significance was discussed many times. According to Dr. Alfonso, the idea of creating the trade related association was seen as innovative as the country's trade agreements apply to all goods in the country. And OPEC was established on 10 September 1960 at a conference in Baghdad. Initially, Qatar in 1961, Indonesia in 1962, Libya in 1962, United Arab Emirates in 1967, Algeria in 1969, Nigeria in 1971, Nigeria in 1971, Angola in 2007, Gabon in 1975. Indonesia withdraws its membership in 2009, which is
Sir, your time is over.
sir,
Directly jump on conclusion.
to create uniformity by coordinating protection policies, to create stability in petroleum prices, to provide fair and stable prices in producers, efficient supply of petroleum to petroleum buying countries at reasonable prices, to get a fair return on investment by made petroleum producing countries, controlling the price of crude oil in international oil market, balanced tool with causing unnecessary and harmful changes in the price of crude oil in the international market, influencing international affairs by using crude oil as a weapon. So, sir, I thank you and thank Bagmare sir and Phondaghat College for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Hello, I just completed your PPT.
Yes, sir, completed, sir.
You having two article. Would you like
Yes,
to
yes.
deliver second economical thoughts of
Manvendra.
Would you like to deliver your PPT on this topic?
Sir, I will go only through objectives and I will hypothesis and I will conclude then.
Okay.
So shall I, sir?
Would you like to continue second article topic PPT?
Yes, sir, but I will conclude in shortly, sir. I will go only
No
to
problem.
objectives.
Second article
Second
of
article, sir.
Dr. Shankar Lakshman Rao Savargaonkar is economical thoughts of the
Manvendra
Nath Roy. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Yes. Manvendranath Rao is known as a father of Indian communism. Manvendranath Rao is well known as one of the leading revolutionary Marxist and communist in the Indian War of Independence. As a staunch supporter of new humanist ideology, a pioneer of industrialization, modernization, agrarian reform, and a great politician, political, economic, and social thinker. Narendra Bhattacharya is Manvendranath Rao was born on March 21, 1987, in a small village called Abilia in the 24th Paragans district of West Bengal. During his childhood and college education in Bengal, Manvendranath Roy was influenced by revolutionary ideas of freedom struggle and by revolutionary movements of Swami Vivekananda, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, Swami Ramanand Tirtha, and yes, and so on. While the Indian independence movement was overhauled by ideology of the above revolutionaries, Manvendra Roy immersed himself in the Indian freedom struggle and played the role of intense revolutionary under the leadership of Jitendranath Mukherjee. He was arrested in Haura case in 1910 and fled to Dutch colonies in Southeast Asia due to government repression during the World War I. He traveled through Java, Korea, and Philippines before reaching the United States. While working with Lala Lajpat Rai there, he became acquainted with Marxism. While living in New York, while working in Mexico, he studied Marxism under Bourdieu's leadership and association. Therefore, it can be seen that Mandinatha Roy has turned towards communist and Marxist ideology. While working as a Communist Party representative in Russia, he left Russia due to ideological difference with Lenin and returned to India in 1928. On his return to India, he attended the Indian Congress conference in Karachi and met Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose. Roy was later named as the main culprit in the Kanpur plot to overthrow the British government and was arrested by British government just 6 months later. After being released from prison after 6 years of imprisonment, Mandinatha Roy decided to join the Indian National Congress in 1937. But he never agreed with Mahatma Gandhi, so he left the Congress party and formed a party called Radical Democratic Party in 1940. After his party lost the 1946 elections, Mandinatha Roy disbanded the Radical Democratic Party in 1948 and lost faith in Marxism. After the Russian Revolution and failure of Marxism to establish equality, while Mandinatha Roy gave birth to an independent ideology called New Humanism, the purpose of this distraction is to explore the economic constellation of such a diverse thinker. Objectives of the research paper: to study the birth, education, and work of Mandinatha Roy, to study the communist and Marxist ideas of Mandinatha Roy, to study the economic thoughts of Mandinatha Roy, tracking the views expressed by Mandinatha Roy in the context of poverty elevation, to explore the ideas put forward by Mandinatha Roy about industrialization and improved modern agriculture for the economic progress of the nation, to study Mandinatha Roy's ideology of nine humanism, to reformulate the economic ideas of Mandinatha Roy through the presented research essay hypothesis. Mandinatha Roy is rooted in revolutionary rebellious thoughts. Mandinatha Roy seems to have presented independent ideas according to his ideological genius, with supporting the traditional story of Navrangi. Mandinatha Roy's emphasis on industrialization and modernization of agriculture for poverty alleviation. Mandinatha Roy's idea of economic progress seem to be moving from the individual and society towards economic progress of the nation. Also, Mandinatha Roy presented a staunch Marxist communist ideology. He did not believe in communism and Marxism in latter half of the year. So he took the side of natural thought and formulated a new humanism.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next presenter is
Okay, sir.
Shankar.
Thank you, sir.
Is this available? Shankar Vaidya?
Yes, sir.
Shankar Vaidya, please continue.
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone. Let me start now. Today's paper is the herbal immune booster, Indian medicinal plants and their potential against the COVID-19, presented by Shankar Vaidya, Department of Botany, JS College. Here, some outlines are there: introduction and origin of the transmission of coronavirus, Indian medicinal plants, approaches against the COVID-19, like the gulwel, janjeer, tulsi, adulsa, lavangam, and the chakraful also, and turmerica. These are the 7 important medicinal plants which are used in that COVID-19 as a immune booster like that. We know that the COVID-19, such a pandemic situation are created created in the worldwide, but we don't have any perspective about boosting, energy boosting vaccines are there. No availability in that world. So the contaminations and the searching for the herbal immune boosters, which are helpful to the human body, like the boosting our immune system and providing or we protect us from the COVID-19. So these are the some plants are the having in the previous year, that like gulwel, janjeer, tulsi, adulsa, lavanga, and chakrafools, turmeric. We are using it a lots of time before it's havoc, and that is the best benefit in the providing a potential as the immune boosters. So therefore we taken these parts, and the proposal of this one, which is very realful or which is very impactful our human body, and it will be no any dangerous effect affecting side effect about COVID-19. So we are searching about the previous methods, and these methods are collecting data from the research or different research paper and discuss of the with traditional healers which are mentioned in the different research papers, analyzing that data and arranging in particular tabular work. Like the traditional healers having a practice in the different and last of the how many few years and different of kind of years. So these are very effective documents healing a practice that is used, and we are detailed methodology of and about the dose also. So chemical concentration also available in the previous research, so which contents are very helpful, we are mentioning this paper. So origin of that COVID-19, we know that the Yuan city in China had the spreading of the December 19. As since of the spread, it's Thailand, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Iran also. So then time India also searching that it will become on India. So what is the protective methods are there? So therefore we are searching the herbal immune system, which are the impactful plants, and all these are in that. So like the gulwel is the most protective plants we seen in that, and also the health of department also showing about the positive research about it. Like the janjeer, we are previously last some years we are using that. Tulsi commonly used in that our homes also, and also common medicinal plants are seen in that India. So these all having the make the like the kada, and we every person in India that take it. So it is the best benefit to has like the heavy fever, upset of stomach, fever, and the gonera symptoms, and all about that. That is very important things are there. It is boosting the immune system, and it is the content many of the different chemicals that the might affect of body. So like the gulwel and also the ginger. So it is also commonly used in India. So this is also impactful on our body. Also the tulsi regularly used in that during the seasons, and during the pandemic situation, every person use regularly about the leaves in kada. Adults are commonly we are using at our homes when we have getting a cough, and it is the best benefit to controlling the cough and other relative and relieves of different cures, chronic health also. It is a proper or popular medicine in plant adulsa like that. So these are plants, and then lavang, it is also the controlling, that is the different kind of fevers, and also the different kind of things are the controlling that family, and we are continuously using that against the protecting cough also. So again chakraful, it is also most important sources of essential and the volatile oils also. So the traditional fruits has been sent in the digestive, criminative. So this is the anti-smodic and the stimulating anticerealics of the deities, that is chakraful. And turmeric, we know that it is the best antiseptics against our any kind of things are there in our health benefits, such this potential and improve the heart health, and the prevent against the Alzheimer's and the cancer also. So these are very important factors, and those are effectful, like the turmeric and all of these. These such tables are presenting like that janjeer, gulwel, tulsi, which contains and how much or which parts we are using our daily routines. That's the boosting the immune system. We are showing in that this chart. Again, the second chart is that adulsa, lavanga, chakraful, and turmeric. We show that everything, it is the particular manner and how
The timing
much.
is over.
Okay, sir. Right.
Directly jump on conclusion.
Okay, right. What is the conclusion we have to take on this? This is the also human populations due to the non-availability of approach vaccines or drugs for its treatment. When many of the herbs have to be reported, works of the immunity boosters against the other viral infections and the possess anti-allergic and anti-inflammatory activities need to be tested against the COVID-19. It is also impactful. Indian traditional medicines have the wild potential for the being used throughout the times, and either it is the prophylaxis and adjustment moving. They are the long times of community against the references and scientific evidences about their safety and the clinical effect, keeping in view of potential and Indian medicine plants in India, herbal drugs manufacturing, and it is also the National Globe Research Organization should be developed necessary strategies for the furtherance, and it is the clinical research on these potent promising therapies and lead also. So this is the references we are using that. So before that, so many people are reference against that. So thank you so much for presenting this slide and taking parts on the presenting to me. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next serial number 23. Dr. Santosh Nirutte Gongre. Dr. Santosh Nirutti Gongre. Serial number 24. Mrs. Gosha Liberhan. Mrs. Gosha Liberhan. Mrs. Gosha Liberhan. Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'm serial number 1.
Serial number. I was calling to you, serial number 1, but you could not join.
Yes, yes. Sir.
Are you prepared? Your PPT?
Yes, sir. I have already sent my PPT to you, sir. You have to share.
No. My laptop is hanged. This laptop of my friend. Therefore, it is not possible to me to share. Kindly upload your PPT. Zoom. Share your PPT.
Sir, sorry,
you
sir.
You can directly read your PPT without sharing.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Please continue.
Good afternoon, sir, and respected chairperson. So I'm Dr. Pranjit Kumar Bhuya, Department of Chemistry, Koliaba College, Assam. So my title is Synthesis of Polyacrylonitrile.
No, sir. First, you have to give the introduction. Pranjit.
Yes, myself, Dr. Pranjit Kumar Bhuya, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Koliaba College, Assam. I am from Assam.
Please continue.
Okay. So my topic of the delivery lecture is the synthesis of polyacrylonitrile, photo-initiated by the N-diethyl carbamate 1,2-propanediol, and to study its the living radical nature. So the objective is to synthesize the polyacrylonitrile by the use of photo-initiator of N-diethyl carbamate 1,2-propanediol. The new initiator I have synthesized, and next to investigate the role of monomer concentration, reaction time, and the DCPD, that is the initiator monomer molar ratio on the conversion percentage of the monomer to polymer. It is acrylonitrile to polyacrylonitrile PN. And lastly, to study the living radical nature of the polyacrylonitrile PN by photo block copolymerization with the methyl methacrylate. The news the DCPD, there is the new photo initiator, has been synthesized by the CPD is a chloro 1,2-chloropropane and the sodium N-diethyl carbamate by continuously refluxing it. And the photopolymerization of the acrylonitrile, the photopolymerization of acrylonitrile was carried out by varying the reaction, different reaction conditions. The number one, the reaction time, the amount of monomer concentration, and the amount of initiator. So by varying the amount of initiator, so I have attempted to synthesize a polyacrylonitrile, and all the photochemical polymerization process has been done in the Haber multi-photochemical reactor. If I have here, by varying the reaction time, the conversion percentage of acrylonitrile to polyacrylonitrile is shown in the figure 1. This suggests that the polymerization proceeds through a controlled radical polymerization mechanism in the polymerization propagating chains were free from the bimolecular termination. Hence, the longer the reaction time, the more the monomer was consumed by the reactive propagating chains. The figure 2 represents the conversion of acrylonitrile to polyacrylonitrile by varying the concentration of the monomer. Here, at high concentration of the monomer means that the increased exothermic heat released during the polymerization process and can be less dissipated, which increase the temperature of the reaction medium and increase the rate of polymerization process. Here in the figure 3, the conversion percentage of the polyacrylonitrile is varying by the concentration of the initiator and the monomer molar concentration. Here the conversion percentage initially increased, attains a maximum, and then with further increase in the molar ratio, the conversion tends to decrease again. This result suggests that there is a critical value of the DCPD, that is the monomer molar ratio for the maximum conversion. This existence of the critical molar ratio is an indication of the fact that the initiator is acting not as a mere initiator, but also a chain transfer agent and terminator. That is, the compound is acting as an inverter. Inverter means the same species serves as an initiator, terminator, and transfer agent. So at a low DCPD monomer molar ratio as an inverter, the molar ratio, the initiation process dominated. At a high molar ratio, and the transfer and termination dominated. This leads to the fall in the conversion with the DCPD acrylonitrile molar ratio. Alternately, it could be possible the above critical molar ratio, the bimolecular termination between the propagating chains predominates, and this leads to the decrease in the monomer conversion. So I have synthesized the photoblock copolymerization by the same the monomer, where the photoinitiator is inserted in the polymer backbone, and it will act as a further initiator to synthesize other block copolymers. The resultant discussion. So I have used the different figures, the IR spectra of the new polymer, and from this I have synthesized the block copolymer with the other monomer, which is synthesized with the polyacrylonitrile with the polymethyl methacrylate, and the difference is that the new peak developed in 2247.9 per centimeter. Here is the NMR spectra, figure 6. Figure 7 is the NMR spectra, nuclear magnetic resonance spectra of the block synthesized from the new polymer. And here the thermal, figure 8 is the thermogravimetric analysis. The two spectra monomer, the polymer from where the new block has been synthesized, both the polymer has shown a different thermal properties. So this indicates the two polymers have different thermal properties. And during the course of this acknowledgement, Dr. Dilip Kumar Kakoti, the head of the Department of Guwahati University, and he permit me to conduct my laboratory works. And these are the references. During my whole process, I have used the literature. And thank you, sir.
Sir, namaste, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I completed my talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir,
The
namaste,
next,
sir. Sir,
next presenter is. Hello.
Sir, hello, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
yes,
my
please.
serial number is 4. Can I present, sir?
I was calling to you.
Yeah, sir.
Okay, you just continue.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. Serial
With
number
your
4, sir.
introduction.
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon. Very good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Uday Kumar K. Kulkarni, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Karnataka State Akkamadevi Women's University, Vijaypura. My topic is a study of relations between achievement, anxiety, and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard students. Keeping this title in our mind, the following are some of the objectives of my study. To study the significant relationship between pretest scores of achievement, anxiety towards learning spoken English, and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard students in control group. The second one objective is to study the significant relationship between post-test scores of achievement, anxiety towards learning spoken English, and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard students in control group. Third one objective is to study the significant relationship between pre-test scores of achievement, anxiety towards learning spoken English, and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard students in experimental group. The fourth one objective of my study is to study the significant relationship between post-test scores of achievement, anxiety towards learning spoken English, and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard students in experimental group. The methodology adopted for the study is, in the study, experimental, pre-test, post-test parallel group design was used. The study was conducted in the Solapur city. The sample selected was stratified random sampling techniques. The total 130 plus 2 higher secondary school students were selected for present study. The researcher has conducted the experiment and collected the data by administering achievement test, anxiety scale in English, and errors test in English. The collected data were tabulated and analyzed by using Carl Pearson correlation coefficient method. These are the findings of my study. The relations between pre-test scores of achievement and anxiety towards learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard student is negative and significant in control group. The relationship between pre-test scores of achievement and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard student is negative and significant in control group. The relationship between pre-test scores of anxiety towards learning spoken English and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard student is positive and significant in control group. The relationship between post-test scores of achievement and anxiety towards learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard student is negative and significant in control group. The relationship between post-test scores of achievement and errors in learning spoken English of slow learners of +2 standard student is positive and significant in experimental group. Keeping these findings in our mind, the following conclusion could be drawn. There are some important changes occurring in the field of language learning and teaching. These changes are taking place as a result of dramatic advances in linguistic science, research techniques of teaching, progress made in mass media, and greatly in learning foreign languages. In India, our interest in learning English has a long history. We fully realized that English must be taught well. This requires a full appreciation of the modern trends in the methodology of teaching English. A brief look at the past trends will help the learner to understand the present and possible future trends. To increase the interest of students in learning English, innovative methods of teaching English grammar has to be promoted. Hence, measures have to be taken by educational planners, teachers, thinkers, and administrators to include various activities in teaching English at higher school level. Keeping in view the limitations of the present study and the constraint under which it was conducted, the findings do not warrant wide generalization. It is therefore suggested that replication of the study on a larger sample of different age groups, grade level, subject, areas, sex, socio-economic status, and intelligence levels be made to arrive at more reliable and precise result. So I thank organizer for giving me an opportunity for presenting my paper. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an
The
opportunity.
next presenter is Maman Shetty, Dr. Maman Shetty, Dr. Himmat Singh Mahor, Dr. Kritika, Dr.
Excuse me, sir.
Is this Maman Shetty?
No, sir. I am serial number 8, Siddharth Wakude.
Dr. Maman Shetty, serial number 7, serial number 8.
Siddharth
Mr.
Wakude, sir.
Siddharth N. Wakude.
Yes, sir. I want to.
Please continue.
Sir, I want to share my share screen.
Would you like to share? Okay, you share your PPT. I'm giving the permission for that.
Okay. Just a second, sir.
Do the fast.
Yes, sir. Sir, which option is there?
That is sharing. In that sharing, plus you have to open your PPT first and then you have to share.
Okay. Yes. Just a second, sir. What? Sir, can I directly talk, see and talk?
You
Hello?
can directly continue without your PPT. You read your PPT only.
Yes. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Siddharth Narayan Wakude, working as a librarian in SRM College of Social Work, Chandrapur, and PhD research scholar, Department of Library and Information Science, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. I am presenting this paper with the help of my PhD guide, Dr. S.M. Nikose, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. My research topic is study of LMS and ICT based library services in grant-in-aid colleges affiliated to Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, Maharashtra. Abstract of this paper. This research paper deals with library management system and information communication technology based library services available in the libraries of grant-in-aid colleges within Chandrapur and Gadchiroli districts, which is affiliated to Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, Maharashtra. With the help of LMS and ICT, library staff can provide the services that their users need in the shortest possible time. College libraries that are not updated with LMS and ICTs are not much useful for users, or they can't provide much quick services without use of LMS and ICT. This research article will light up on the library services provided to its users using LMS and ICTs. All the related data is received by the well-structured questionnaire prepared by the researchers and received duly filled through the perspective of respective of college librarians. Computerization of libraries and availability of LMS. The main purpose of the LMS in libraries is to provide quick and proper information to its users. LMS saves the time of users as well as library personnel. There are a lot of LMS available in the markets. In the below chart, we can observe that various types of LMS were used by the college librarians to provide various services to its users. 3 college libraries do not have the LMS and 14 college libraries do not have the standard LMS, but 14 college libraries will maintain their library records using MS Excel, so that they can keep the library stock record safe and find the books in their data like any paid or standard LMS. Library services provided by the college libraries. The use of ICTs in academic or college libraries improves user satisfaction. This type of library services offers numerous benefits to its users. The younger generation and some library users who have knowledge of computer literacy are adopting library services based on information technology or based on ICT. Today's library users are increasingly using new ICTs, including computers, internet, web, uh, uh, intranet, and other technologies. As a result, library users are demanding new features and services in their libraries. They need up-to-date information resources, and ICT facilities that they can use in their research work or in other day-to-day work. Findings and suggestions. Gondwana University is established in the tribal dominated areas of eastern Maharashtra as a whole. Most of these colleges are also established in rural and tribal dominated areas. Most of the aided colleges are in rural and semi-urban areas. Despite of all, 100% college librarians are computer literate, which is a matter of great satisfaction. Internet facilities are available in about 56 out of 64 college libraries. All colleges are providing various library services to their users through its libraries. 49 out of 64 college libraries were partially computerized with various certified LMS and with the use of MS Excel facilities. Another 12 college libraries were fully computerized with certified standard LMS. Suggestions: principals, librarians, library advisory committee members, and college management members should focus on providing more funds for the development of the library and to provide more services to the users so that the library can provide fast and informative services through information technology based tools. In this way, the library can create a brighter future for the students or users through various services using more and more ICTs. Some of references I have used, which can't uh, now display now. Thank you, sir. It's all over.
Thank you. The next presenter is, the name of the next presenter is Baiju Thomas. Baiju Thomas available? Baiju Thomas, Dr. Neeta Gundawar, Dr. Arpita Bhaumik, Dr. Bhagwan Doke, Miss Daksha Halkare, Dr. Kritika, Jayant Mane, Shreyashi Mitra.
Yes, sir.
Is this available, Shreyashi Mitra?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Serial number 26, please continue. Shreyashi Mitra.
Sir, I am audible?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Myself, Shreyashi Mitra, research scholar, Department of Philosophy, University of Gaurbanga, West Bengal. The title of my paper is Ontological Naturalism and Methodological Naturalism, a Philosophical Approach. In philosophical study, naturalism is an important concept. As a theory, naturalism always tries to relate science with philosophy. Naturalism has a varied connotation and hence in its some tentative characterization. To begin with, let us take an casual as the supernatural and a conviction that the methods of philosophy are continuous with those of the empirical sciences. As the hallmark of naturalism, naturalism is an ambiguous term and its ambiguity comes from the roots of nature. Naturalism holds that the world and all kinds of beings and events are natural, created out of natural properties. Naturalism rejects the existence of any kind of supernatural entities. Naturalism maintains that there is no necessity to accept an omniscient, omnipotent God as the creator of the world. Naturalists may be regarded as the atheists who reject all the theistic concepts and belief like God, soul, ghost, etc. Like Western naturalism, Indian naturalism is not so much developed, but it cannot ignore their naturalistic conception which is present in their philosophical theory. There are varieties of naturalism: ontological, methodological, moral, semantic, linguistic, aesthetic, etc. Among these, here we discuss about ontological and methodological naturalism. Ontological naturalism mentioned that only natural things exist. Here, natural things means the kind of things that characteristically accepted by the natural science and not contradicted with the superior thing. By contrast with the supernatural and otherwise spiritual
ఫోన్
things,
చేస్తుంది ఇక్కడ
naturalism suggests
పట్టమే
that
గుంటకాలం ఫోన్
naturalism as an ontological thesis which discusses about what exists and
ఈ
what does
నెంబర్
not.
నుంచి వస్తుంది
There is an implicit
ఫోన్ చేయలేదు
reader on such a
ఫ్రేమ్
conception
ఒక ఆయన
of
వేస్తాను
naturalism, to the effect that there is good reason to believe in God or anything relatively like God. In explaining or understanding the world, like Western philosopher, Indian philosopher do not mention themselves naturalists, but prefer naturalistic tendencies are easily found in their system. Ontological naturalism discuss about what exists and what does not. In Indian philosophical tradition, two extremely opposite view conceptions such as naturalism and spiritualism developed simultaneously. Methodological
ఫోన్ చేసిన
naturalism
తర్వాత
mentioned that philosophical inquiry should be conveyed by the manner of natural science. Everyone seems to agree that its realm is constrained to scientific explanation by the empirical investigation and causal analysis. On this account, naturalism is more methodological than ontological. By adopting methodological naturalism, one leaves free to draw the line between the natural and the supernatural in accordance with one's discipline, fiat and pre-theoretic commitment. For example, an ontological naturalist may seek an understanding of human as part of nature and yet place freedom, for example, outside the realm of nature. As a methodological naturalist, one might be a reductionist or eliminativist about the distinctive human traits and ability. In the Western tradition, the connection between the philosophy and science has been almost symbiotic. Science needs help to the methodological naturalism regarding investigation about the natural world. Even it is provided the rules of the philosophical naturalism. All scientific investigation and philosophical study is stabilized by the methodological naturalism. So, according to the naturalist philosophical theory, the universe and all things which come into existence are created naturally. They are not a part of natural element. Even they are not operated or guided by any supernatural entity. Naturalistic view are the fundamental assumption of scientific theory. Modern naturalists have two most important aspects. That is the first, the rejection of the possibility of the supernatural or the transcendental entity from the metaphysical concept, and the second is the scientific method is the mainly based on the empirical empiricism, which is the only reliable method to acquiring the knowledge about the natural world. So thank you. Thank you, sir. It's over.
Thank you. The next presenter, 27 number, Rajia Begum Nadaf. Rajia Begum Nadaf. Serial number 28, Dr. Nagesh. Dr. Nagesh. Serial number 29, Nandi Channabasappa. Nandi Channabasappa. Serial number 30, Dr. Suresh Santani.
Yes, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Please continue. Suresh Santani.
Yes, sir. Just 1 minute, sir. Sir, my PPT is visible. Sir, my PPT is visible.
Still not.
Just sir, 1 minute, please.
You can directly read your PPT.
Yeah, just one. If I'm not able, I will send notes. Just 1 minute. Okay, sir. I'm not able to share my PPT. I will go directly, sir.
You can do directly. Read.
Yeah. Thank you so much to organizers to give a opportunity to share my view. Today I'm going to talk about freedom of press, media trial, and its limitation. It is universally accepted fact that free press is one of the important pillars of rule of law and democracy of any nation. But at the same time, it should be remembered that power of media has to be exercised in the interest of public good at large. At the same time, it is also necessary that freedom must be exercised with the utmost responsibility. It should not be used by any authority, and press is not immune. It should be treated, the freedom should not be taken as a granted to degrade other institutions. No doubt, when we talk about freedom of press, there are some regulatory authorities like Press Council of India, which is governing under the Press Council Act 1978, which is statutory and quasi-judicial authority, which is functioning as a watchdog over the power of press, and it is regulating them because the Press Council deals with the procedure how we can file complaint against the press also. So regulating authorities are there, but still there is a need to control the freedom of press when we talk about media trial. So I will just want to share here the judicial approach toward freedom of press. The Constitution does not give any express freedom to the press We have the freedom under Article 19, Clause 1 as an individual citizens. Same freedom is available to the press also. There is no separate freedom for the press. And as there is no separate freedom, the freedom which is exercised by the press media, it is subject to same limitation how we individuals are. And reporting without reasonable inquiry is they are liable for it, because the court held that they cannot be if they are publishing the news without inquiry based upon simple verifications, it cannot be regarded as a public service. It will be misuse of public service designations. So the court held that the freedom of press is not absolute. It is not unlimited. It is not unfettered. There has to be a control of it. So when we talk about media trial, I simply we can make out from the term itself. It simply means impact of the television, impact of the newspaper coverage on a person's reputation, which is being created in the society and which is subject to the inquiry investigation under the court of law. And during the high publicity court cases, the media are often accused of provoking atmosphere of public interest. Okay, nowadays we are also observing whenever any dignitaries involved in political issues are involved, or film industry people are involved, the public is starting to make a media trial. It should not be allowed, because ultimately it is affecting the view of the judges. No doubt judiciary is independent, but somewhere media trial is also affecting. So when talking on the media trial, the court observed that it is mischief if the newspapers medias are doing the independent investigation of crime. It is a mischief, because it is a task of judiciary, not of newspaper, not of the media. And trial by the press, trial by the electronic media or public agitation is against rule of law. It should not be allowed, because rule of law ultimately the soul of our constitution. It is against that rule of law. At the same time, court observed that liberty of press is subordinate to administration of justice. The press cannot go beyond the justice. The decision making, it's a power function of judges, not of the court. So media trial tends to influence judges by subconsciously creating a pressure. So it should not be allowed. We remember that in the 2016 there was a gang rape, and there was a film, a video was released on that gang rape case. So it was opposed by the court, because when the case is pending before the court, such kind of documentary film should not be released. So ultimately, court is there to control the media trial, but media has to realize their responsibility, because ultimately media is nowadays very important pillar of the any nation. So we cannot deny that there is no regulatory authorities. Press council has laid down some self-regulatory conducts in 2010. For example, the press media has to make proper investigation before publication. It should not be incorrect. It should not be baseless. It should not be misleading news material. It is a duty of the press to expose the wrongdoing that coming in the notice of the media people during the search of the facts and all. And even the if the media is publishing a derogatory statement, they cannot take a plea for the truth. Sometimes truth is also not a defense, because if it is defamatory or degrading other organization of the system, it should be punishable. So press has a duty, has a discretion, has a right to serve public interest, and not just for their TRP and all. So I would like to just conclude by the words that media is mandated to follow certain ethics while collecting and disseminating the information. They have to ensure the authenticity of the news, use of the restrained and socially acceptable language, not only of the use but of the facts, but of use of the language also while making the publications or making the news presentation and all. The basic issue is that there should be a balance between freedom of press and expression on one hand, and On the other hand, interference from the side of interfering into other agencies like courts and legislatures and all. There has to be a proper balance. So the press is freedom, but it should be exercised with utmost care. And the court is there to keep the media within its control. By this, what I would like to conclude my views. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next presenter is Shankar Lakshman Rao. No, Shankar Lakshman, I think so. Done it, na? Both article is done. Mrs. Samita Sen Gupta, 33. Mrs. Samita Sen Gupta.
Yes, sir, I am there. Good afternoon.
Okay,
Sir, I
okay.
am there.
You continue.
Yeah, sir. Let me share my PPT first. Okay. 1 minute, sir.
It is visible. Thank you. Please
Yeah,
continue.
thank you so much. First of all, I am very good afternoon to all of you present over here. And I am really thankful to Phondaghat College of Arts and Commerce for giving me this opportunity to present my views on my topic. Now, my topic is women empowerment and gender sensitization, a pertinent approach. Now, the introduction, first slides. Now, in India, we are having an acute social problem, that is gender inequality. And obviously, this gender inequality is existing and persisting within India for so long, right from the inception of the country of India. Now, the second, females are getting discriminated in various ways. For example, in social, economical, educational, household, and also in political perspective. But all women must have the rights in their own life in order to showcase their talents. Now, right from the inception of the starting of India as a country's existence, until today, although we are in the 20th century, we are in the technological era, in spite of that, we have been observing that there has been discrimination among male and female in relation to all aspects of lifestyle. For example, here I have mentioned social, economical, educational, household, and also basically in the educational career and career opportunity, and also in the decision-making process. So therefore, there is extreme necessity to sensitize the society on gender aspect. Now, women always remain on subordinate position on health, education, and work. It may be on any kind of work. Now, for example, now this point I really want to relate 1.5 years back, the pandemic, where we have been observing that from all aspects, and even from the point of view of the health perspective also, women were denied the, you can say, the facilities in some of the, in a practical example, and whatever have been showcased on the television, there also we can observe that in some states, when the government is distributing the commodities in order to maintain their day-to-day activity, there also women are getting discriminated, meaning thereby men are getting more facilities to enjoy their life. And also this inequality is very much visible on education, employment, and health. But if we can improve these three aspects, then obviously women empowerment can take place within our country and also in all over the world. So therefore, it is extremely necessary. There is extreme necessity to sensitize the society. My objectives of the study to generate the awareness in regard to equality in society for women. That is, we will have to create awareness among the people in all over the society to all category of the people that men and women are equal. Second point, to support women's mobility with respect to understand, identify, and overcome gender discrimination and to achieve equality. So here we will have to, we will have to provide support from all aspects to women so that they can identify what is their demands, and also they will have to raise the demand at the same time to establish their identity as in women so that they can make their proper place in the society to overcome the gender discrimination so that they can go for the equality. Then third objective that I've given, to expose people of society to a body of knowledge about the social construction of gender. In fact, when we talk about gender, gender is basically a social construction of Indian society, and it has been developed by the people themselves, by the male member of the society. So here, if we can create a great exposure to all people of the society, then at least they will realize that we will have to provide equal treatment to male and women population within our society. Now, as per the objectives, I have given the hypothesis, HO hypothesis, that is the null hypothesis. Gender roles are defined by unequal opportunity, which does not instill differences in preferences. In fact, it instills the differences in the preferences. That is why H1 hypothesis that I have taken there, I have showed that the gender roles are defined by unequal opportunity, which instill differences in preference. Meaning, I want to say that when we talk about the gender roles, they are automatically, right from the beginning of the perception of Indian society, there has been stratification among the male and female roles maintained by those people within our society. Then second hypothesis I've taken, rising gender egalitarian attitude, that is equality towards all gender, equality towards male. Egalitarian means equality towards men and equality towards women. Now this attitude will have to develop. So the related hypothesis that I have taken, rising gender egalitarian attitude help to transform all kinds of development. Obviously, we will have to develop the equal attitude, equality towards all kinds of gender, resulting into transformation of the society. Then next hypothesis I have taken, women empowerment is not a critical aspect for achieving gender equality. Women empowerment, in this hypothesis, I want to convey that women empowerment is very, very much interrelated with gender equality. Both should go hand in hand, then only societal upliftment of the society can take place. Methodology, now here in this situation, I have collected data from Maharashtra district 1991 to 2020 yearbook, statistical yearbook, also various journals and newspapers. Then aim of gender sensitization. Now, when we talk about women empowerment and when I am relating the subtopic in between gender sensitization and women empowerment, now let us analyze why I have included as an aim of the gender sensitization. In fact, it is a provision of an integrated and interdisciplinary approach to comprehend the multicultural construction of gender, which formulate experience of women and men in the society. Now, when we talk about gender sensitization, first of all, it should open up the wider mentality. The people all over the world, the people of all genders should develop a broadened mentality to absorb all kinds of difficulties which are faced by women. At the same time, women also should consider the difficulties faced by the men, so that both of them can consider the situation and they should go hand in hand to improve and to bring about societal development. So it should result into, when we talk about, when I'm integrating the gender sensitization along with the women empowerment, it should result into existence of the multicultural society, which can absorb the uniqueness of the multicultural from all over the country, from all over the society, from all over the gender population, so that it can be united and we can stay in a peaceful way. Then the second aims, education is a good instrument through which gender sensitization can be implemented, because it helps to develop leadership quality among women through self-confidence. Now, when we talk about education, education is a broad instrument through which women can utilize their power. Women can improvise their capacity to showcase their talents. It is an indicator which can create awareness among the women that in what way they should maintain their lifestyle, and it should be implemented in a proper way, so that it should result into development of the leadership quality, and also it will help women to develop the self-confidence through which they can improve their lifestyle. Then education also helps to develop gender sensitization. Education is a broad-mindedness which should be developed, which should be adopted by all kinds of population, so that it will bring about equality among gender. Now, if any person in the society, in the world, they want to, or if he wants to refrain or she wants to refrain from understanding the opposite gender, then human enablement cannot take place in the society. Because when we talk about the societal upliftment, it brings about, it should result into unification of male gender as well as female gender, and also make them strong and sensitized in that level, so that it will result into human enablement among the society. Then the next I have included the proactiveness of the gender sensitization. Now, in order to implement the theories or the principles or the policies or the ethics of the gender sensitization, what we should do. So the enthusiastic initiative towards gender sensitization ensures gender budgeting. Now, here I want to point out one thing. Now, gender budgeting is a very, very responsible part of the gender empowerment, because gender budgeting, that is the allocation of the budget for the improvement of the poor women section in the society, and which is very much observable within our rural population, within our rural economy. So that has to be focused very vividly, that has to be focused very minutely and very, very delicately by the government official. They may be the central government, they may be the local government, because every time when the budget allocation takes place, there the ministers related to the gender empowerment, every time we'll have to emphasize that for the gender improvisation also, we need to have the money, and that money has to be allocated in a very, very specific manner, so that the gender empowerment should take place, women empowerment should take place. So second, upliftment of the weaker section of the women is very much necessary when we talk about the gender sensitization, and therefore the gender budgeting is very, very important instrument to bring about all sorts of improvement among women. Women are getting exploited because of the rigid adherence to the caste system. Now, here I want to focus that when we talk about the caste system, already it is existing. It is embedded within Indian society, and that is the human creation, and that is the male creation, which has been created a demarcation among the societal people. So this caste system also is creating a hindrances within the women population to go ahead in their lifestyle. Then what clenches women behind? That means, what are the factors which are creating hindrances in the way of upgradation of the women's lifestyle? First of all, the fright, that is the fear in the mind. That is, the Indian society has been set up. The patriarchal societal setup in India is creating a huge, enormous problem for the women to go ahead in their lifestyle in the respected manner. Lack of focus. They may decide so many things, but women are very much concentrated in their familial life to provide all sorts of improvement. Now, for example, now during pandemic, we have observed that the women health workers have served more services as compared to the male health workers, and women workers have faced lots and lots of difficulties. Now, for example, they have faced difficulties in the workplace. They have also faced difficulties in the home when they're coming back home. The husband, the children are have been told to stay away from the women. Then again, they are getting, you can say, that after taking bath and getting the totally cleaned, and they are able to mix up with the family members. So in this way, we can say that even the family members also have started, you can say, the stratification or stratifying among the women population, whether be a mother, whether be a sister, whether be whatever it is. So this is creating a hindrances. Then balanced work life. Now, when we talk about the balanced work life, now here I can speak so many things about here on this point. Now, when we talk about the balanced work life, that is a balancing situation in between the familial life along with the work life. And here we can observe that sometimes at home they are doing so much work that they are not able to provide attention to their profession. So they are also, because of that, they are getting a small amount of the you can say the salary. So here the women of the country will have to you can say maintain a proper balance in between their familial life. Then organization obstacles, low pay scales, okay, the indifferent attitude towards the women employees, all are created issues. Lifestyle issues are always there. Now the statistical data is telling us that in rural area, the women rural population are much more responsible to feed the family members, and also along with the husband and also other family members. So it shows that the responsibility, it may be a societal responsibility, it may be a familial responsibility, it may be a financial responsibility. On all aspects, women are giving more and more, and they are sacrificing more. Implanted institutional mindset. that the women, for example, women are fixed for the kitchen. Women will do the household job only. They will
Time
not
is
go.
over.
Yes,
Madam,
sir,
time is
1 minute, sir, 1 minute. So this is the, then we are coming to the suggestive measures. Then here we can say the organizational perspective, bringing more women into the labor force, identification of the talents among the highly skilled women, and also make people to think and act rationally towards women. And government perspective, the government policy resolution has to be very, very active and policy oriented, which should focus on the women empowerment all over the world and also in India. So in this way, I can conclude that gender sensitization, gender equality, and women empowerment are human rights, and therefore it is the focus of development, and therefore all category of women should enjoy it. Should enjoy all these rights, basic rights. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Once again, I'm grateful to this college. Thank you so much.
thank you, madam.
Okay.
The next presenter is 34, Anshu Kesharwani.
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. So myself, Anshu Kesharwani, I'm the research scholar from Nehru Gram Party, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. And my topic is the digital queen, digitization influence to women consumer and growing their power in e-banking and other digital financial service. And the intro of my topic is digitization, huge changes in the demographic lifestyle of women consumers. Among various studies have indicated an increase in the number of working women and smart women, which were working outside and at home too. The earlier popular people say, where consumer is king, promote the shift is now toward the digital queen. The global changes with digitization in terms of various digital service like as e-education, e-commerce, e-payment, e-banking, and other digital financial service have given comfort to Indian women consumers. It's ensured that they can use digital financial service with ease and more confidence. At pandemic COVID-19 situation, the upgrading of women as a force of compute is noticeable. In this time, e-banking and other digital financial service are increasingly and all depend on access to technology like as a smartphones, laptop, computers, tablet, and other digital devices. At present, Indian women are intelligent, sharp, educated, value, and price sensitive. Think confidently before do any work, independent to make their decision. Now, digital women are displaying greater abundance, independence, and self-confidence. They have power to make, spend, save easily, and access to their bank account and control their own earning money. They facilities can't ignore the multiple barriers too that may hold the uptake of e-banking and other digital financial service and risk further to women consumers. The objective of my study is to study how digitization influence women consumers to use e-banking and other digital financial service, to study the impact of digitization on women consumers. They adopt new behavior due to pandemic COVID-19 virus outbreak, to study the various factors which help women consumers to growing their power with digitization, to evaluate the satisfaction of women consumers with using of e-banking and other digital financial service, to identify the drivers and barriers faced by women consumers while using e-banking and other service. The research methodology of my study is the study is descriptive, qualitative, come feminist in nature. The primary data I collect from 150 women respondents answered through questionnaire which was made by Google Form and Monkey survey sites. And the secondary data is collected, has been conducted to refine available data from newspaper, research paper, articles, blogs, and websites, blogs from websites company, survey earlier from digital financial services. 5 things you need to know about women consumers in e-banking and other digital financial service. The first is women consumers are creating the bright future of e-banking and other digital financial service. Women are more disciplined, saver, and investor than men. Digital women take their decision independently, do work hard with confidence, and a long way to go in future. Digital women consumers are now professionally educated, are frequently using e-banking and other digital financial service. Technicality and risk. The most important reason behind for less using of e-banking and the other digital financial service. The advantage of using of e-banking and other digital financial service for women consumers. Time is more important for women because they have lots of responsibility of unpaid work with their family and homework for all days in a week. And those digital services are time saving and convenience for women consumers. Mobility is more important constraint faced by women cause of their gender. Women have concern about their security while traveling, lack of permission to go anywhere from their family members, especially by men. Male head and those hurdles are solved by e-commerce, e-banking and other digital service that allow to women to conduct their transaction from their home or anywhere or anytime. Women consumer increase their confidence from use those digital services that are appropriate and too much affordable for them. One of the most significant factor for women consumers that they are not independent to easily access smartphone and other digital device of various reasons, cause of various reasons. So there are high value rates of access to digital device for women consumers. CFI, consumer focused framework, also create a framework for developing effective digital financial service for capability programs for women consumers, especially. The barrier of using e-banking and the other digital financial service for women consumers. First is the major obstacle for women consumer has low level of digital literacy and low education ratio. Lack of awareness of those services and their benefit for using especially in rural and semi-rural areas. Another major limitation is some digital devices do not offer to interface for basic feature on your device. Some apps are unavailable in local languages, so number of consumers do not adopt those services. Lack of access to digital service in their device. Women consumers are slower to have access to adopt technology than men. And pandemic changes the trend in women consumer behavior. Women consumers are being more cautious and aware about their spending. Women consumers prefer to resume financial service activities at home or with social distancing. Outbounding banking, outside shopping, and cash payment experience significant reductions. Women are actively to trying new digital apps, technology for their convenience. They have shown their interest in enhanced digital experience and online content. Women consumers are going to digital service and omni-channel. Their expectations are changed. Women consumers are easily adopt 3D technology like 3D customization to make up for lack of feel and touch. And data analysis and discussion. My research question of the study is impact of pandemic COVID-19 on women consumers to adopt e-banking and other digital financial service. Digitization influence women consumers to increase their power. The reach of e-banking and the other digital financial service, awareness among women consumers. And last is level of satisfaction based on their uses and awareness among women consumers. And various data collection from primary data from questionnaire to survey, monkey survey and Google form.
Madam, time is over.
Okay, sir.
Directly jump on conclusion.
Okay, sir. And the conclusion of my study is considering the present study based on digital queen, digitization influence to women consumer to growing their power in e-banking and other digital financial service. It was effort to examine the women consumer awareness level, adoption of digital service level, satisfaction level, and also help to check that how digitization influence to women consumers and change their working pattern and lifestyle. Now women are equal than men in working place, continue to manage the household, they are financially independent and make their decisions freely and follow the economic trend. It is now hyperbole, the misjudgment to say the present new digital queen, the woman consumer holding up half of the sky. They are now more optimistic, feel more secure and independence with digitization, and that's impulse the growing their power. Women consumers freely buy and pay online and manage their bank accounts, adding to change their society and lifestyle. COVID-19 pandemic has also enhanced the light up the importance of digitization. It is an opportunity for women consumers to work digitally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for presenting me my paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The next presenter, serial number is 35, Pooja Sharma.
Yes, sir, I'm available.
Pooja Sharma, please continue.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Pooja Sharma, research scholar in Punjab University, Chandigarh. My topic is resilience, the concept and integrative review of literature. So first of all, I will discuss about the resilience in general. Resilience considered as a positive modification or capacity to handle the mental health in spite of experiencing adversity. So it is studied by different experts or researchers from different disciplines, in which including sociology, psychiatry, psychology, and biological disciplines involved endocrinology, genetics, and neuroscience and epigenetic. So there is some specific or restricted definition of resilience. Resilience defined as a personal trait of an individual operating after a single short-lived incident. Research in the past on resilience focused on the choosy assets like intellectual functioning, which help the person or individual survive trauma. And if we talk about the comprehensive definitions, so there are some other researchers explain resilience in more comprehensive way as the protective factors and processes or mechanism that contribute to a good outcome despite experiences with stressors shown to carry significant risk for developing psychopathology, or an interactive concept that defines to relative resistance to environmental risk or overcoming stress or adversity. So in we can also say that it's a dynamic process of positive adaptation in the context of significant adversity, or a multi-dimensional characteristic that varies with the context, time, age, gender, and cultural origin, as well as within an individual subject to different life circumstances. So there are some main sources of resilience, or we can say that there are some factors which influence the resilience. The first one is the personal factor. So in personal factor, we can talk about there is a personality trait or self-efficacy, internal locus of control, self-esteem, cognitive appraisal, and optimism all evidently come up to the resilience. So the finding of researcher explored that positive self-concept, positive emotions, cognitive flexibility, intellectual functioning, social attachment, emotional regulation, spirituality, hardiness, active coping, optimism, hope, resourcefulness, and adaptability all are related with resilience. These all comes under personal factors. And next one is biological factor. So there are some finding from a recent research in genetic factors in resilience, which defines that difficulty early environment can affect developing brain function, neurobiological system, and brain structure. So some changes may occur in neural network, brain size, and the synthesis of neurotransmitter. So in the brain, these physical changes reduce the adversity to coming psychopathology. Changes in the brain and other processes of biological can affect the ability to less severe negative emotions, and so that affect resilience to vulnerability. So there is one more factor which affect the resilience. That one is the environmental factors. So in this involved social assistance, in which including relationship, peers, and family on a micro environmental level is associated with resilience. Attachment to mother, family security, and stable relationship with some secure parent, satisfactory parenting styles, absence of substance abuse, and maternal depression all are related with fewer behavioral problems, and psychological well-being in ill-treated children. Social assistance can come from the secure, supportive family, teachers, peers, and other adults. So there is a next point is the it's a methodological consideration. So there are some of the studies in which standardized measures are not be used, or even they are failed to explain the intensity or duration of the adversity. So these are some studies which are minor and conducted in a specific population groups, and these studies may limit their generalizability. So some of the studies believe on the retrospective self-report, and the quality studies of the resilience are supportive in grasp the meaning of the subject's experiences, generating hypotheses to throw a light on the complex interaction of their social locations, so and describing quantitative findings, but these studies are restricted in generalize their ability to other groups outside the population. So there are some few concepts, majorly there are four major concepts which are related to resilience. These concepts given by some experts. The first one is the hardiness. So hardiness is a particular characteristic in which exists a sense of control over one's life, a commitment to allocate meaning to one's presence, and seeing a change as a challenge. So this is the first one concept. The second one is a progressive finding. Progressive finding is the ability to make a sense of adversity or vulnerability by focusing on the personal growth or positive change. The third one is thriving occurs. Thriving occurs when an individual not only return to a highly intellectual level of functioning, but also attain an even higher level of functioning with the gain new skills, knowledge, confidence, and healthy social relationship. The fourth concept is a post-traumatic growth. So post-traumatic growth is a stage which is far away thriving and resilience. It is a setup of various dimensions involving an enlarged appreciation of life, a greater sense of personal growth, closer and productive intimate relationship, finding new circumstances, and enhanced spiritual development. So in last, if I conclude about the whole different perspective which are given by different researchers, so I will conclude with the different views that resilience is considered as an immersive concept referring to a relative resistance to experiences of environmental risk or the handling the adversity and stress, and it is different from the positive mental health. So the factor which determine the development of resilience can be observed as analogous to those that uplift mental health. According to all field of health, resilience can be encouraged through population based public health measures alongside health system change. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you,
It's
Anshu
over.
Keshwarwani. Another participation is serial number 35, Miss Pooja Sharma.
Sir, I already presented just now.
Okay, 36, Dr. Bhagwan Doke. Bhagwan Doke. 37, Goshika Shrikant.
Sir, I'm here, sir.
Is this Goshika
Sir.
Shrikant?
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Goshika Shrikant.
Okay, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson, respected keynote speaker, organizing committee, and first of all, I would like to introduce about myself. And my name is Goshika Shrikant from Department of English, Mahatma Gandhi University, Telangana. And my title of the paper is English language teaching through micro teaching methods to create new learning strategies. So here, Innovation is necessary in every field, and without new ideas and thoughts, no one can get quality work. And especially in teaching, innovation is necessary. And teachers should learn as well as he can teach, right? And teachers should follow innovative methods and techniques to bring the quality in education. Then here, and generally, and we used to follow traditional methods and for programs for here in this paper. And I would like to tell you some of the micro teaching strategies. Okay. Generally, we follow traditional methods and programs for micro teaching, but here the paper focused on new idea about micro teaching strategies. And here, first of all, I would like to share a few things about methodology and methods. Already, and respected Janice Fernandez madam and Kinnari Thakur madam have given huge information about research, methods, and methodology. And again, I would like to tell you that methodology is a contextual framework for research and a coherent and a logical scheme based on views, beliefs, and values that guides the choices researchers to make. And here, methodology is a systematic. It is a systematic study and the study and description of methods. It is a systematic analysis of the principles of methods, and we know that. And here, method is a technique. It's a method is technique, and especially we use this method for a target plan or set of orderly procedures that are based on a credible approach. So here it is for particular classroom and particular topic, and is program procedure that is defined as part of a class and included any object of the class. A class can have more than one method. And here there are different types of teaching methods we're using now, and especially they categorized into 4 broad categories. First is teacher-centered methods and learner-centered methods, content-focused methods, and interactive participative methods, and micro-teaching methods. And here in teacher-centered method, and teacher plays vital role. Teacher plays vital role, and he can play vital role, and he gives, especially he dominates the classroom, and by giving lectures, because it is a more traditional and conventional approach. And here teacher functions in the familiar role of classroom lecturer, as well as presenting information to the students who are expected to passively receive the knowledge being presented. And here in a learner-centered method, and teacher is still the classroom authority, but here the role of the teacher changes. Here, instead of commanding the class, and teacher gives some instructions, and as a mentor and facilitator, and as a coach, and here he plays he plays different roles in order to give more opportunity to the students, okay, to participate an active and collaborative role in their own learning. And content-focused methods, and especially they focus on content, and interactive and participative methods, and nowadays we are seeing that, and a teacher and students and the activities, and in order to explain his method, a lesson or topic, and teacher uses many activities, okay, in the classroom, and here in order to make make the students understand the topic as well as involve in that classroom or in an understanding way.
Time is over.
Sir.
Directly so, conclusion.
Okay, sir. Then there are the teaching process innovative is teachers, students, and activities. And teacher teaches, students listen, and teacher teaches and student listens. And in order to teach, and he uses many activities, many techniques in the classroom, because in order to explain this topic or lesson in an understandable way, and student can understand it, right? Here in any classroom we can see that. And coming to the topic and micro teaching, and it was introduced by in 1960s by Dwight Allen and his colleagues at the Stanford Teacher Education Program. And the definition of this micro teaching is a method of teacher training or teacher technique. It simplifies the complex teaching process so that the student teacher can cope with it, and it scaled down teaching encounter, and teaching reduced in class size, concept, time, and number of pupils. So if you see that under the traditional method and micro teaching method, this is actually So, and in traditional method, teacher roles are different, and in modern method, teacher roles are different. In traditional method, and teacher centered and is a knowledge transmitter and primary source of information and content expert and source of all answers, and teacher controls and directs all the aspects of learning. And students also, they are passive recipients of information, reproducing knowledge, learning as a solitary activity. But here in learner-centered classroom, and learning facilitator, collaborator, coach, mentor, knowledge navigator, and co-learner, because teacher plays different roles in the classroom, and teacher gives students more options and responsibilities for their own learning, to give a lot of time to the students and spend a lot of time with the students to understand the topic. And here in a modern method also, and the students' participation also is very active, because they are active participants in the learning process and producing and sharing knowledge, participating at times as expert, and learning collaboratively with others. And here there are types of micro-teaching skills: skills of introduction, skill of explaining, skill of questioning, skill of demonstration, skill of reinforcement, skill of closure, skill of stimulus variation, skill of blackboard. And here, coming to micro-teaching in ELT, then implementation of micro-teaching in ELT is very, very important, because this was an increased interest towards introducing micro-teaching techniques in Indian schools. And this training technique provides English teachers an excellent opportunity to improve their teaching skills as follows: the Skinner's theory of operant conditioning, and also has scientific basis. So here there are some micro-strategic techniques, methods in teaching English, and we have to do in the classroom. And encouraging the use of the language, doing behavioral activities, activating prior knowledge, and working in groups, dealing with aspects of culture, demonstrating and modeling, introducing the meanings, and integrating the 4 language skills across the curriculum, developing higher order thinking skills, and questioning. Right? And this is what about the micro teaching involves presentation of micro listen and audience, a small group of peers, and feedback gives by peers, and role playing as students, and participants learn about strengths and weaknesses in themselves as teachers, and plan strategies for improvement performance. Okay, and this is what about my paper, and I should thank from my heart from Kishore Wagmed sir, and for giving this wonderful opportunity, and the organizing committee. And thank you all for teachers and research scholars and paper presentators for listening to my words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Serial number 38, Mr. Dhananjay Trimukhe. Mr. Dhananjay Trimukhe. Serial number 39, Dr. Jyoti Verma. Dr. Jyoti Verma. Okay, serial number 41, Ramdas Verma. Serial number 41, Ramdas Verma. Serial number 42, Nanesh Gurudas Bansod. Nanesh Gurudas Bansod. Serial number 43, Chaudappa, Bangalore University. Chaudappa, Bangalore University. Serial number 44, Kavita. Serial number 44, Kavita. Okay, serial number 45, Amay Pramod Ranade. Amay Pramod Ranade. Hello. Is this Amay Pramod Ranade? Okay. 46, serial number 46, Suchita Bisla.
Yes, sir.
46, Suchita Bisla, please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Suchita, from a research scholar, Department of Education from Baba Masnad University, Haryana. Today's my topic is remote learning with Google Classroom. This is an overview about Google Classroom. The COVID-19 crisis suddenly and speedily entered our lives. No one was expecting or prepared for this situation, which everyone has been facing since 2020. Every individual is disturbed. It affects all the sectors like business, economy, health, education, etc. As we all know, all the educational institutions, whether they were big or small, shut their doors to students and teachers for many days without any clear vision of reopening. It badly affected the learning of students. To overcome the damage, educational institutions moved to remote learning without any preparations. In March 2020, all teachers and students present in the schools suddenly moved towards virtual academic platforms. That was the challenge for schools, colleges, institutions, teachers, students, as well as their parents. The situation became worse in developing countries like India, where there was no online teaching and learning platforms were used on a regular basis. So they use all the teachers and students use a variety of learning management systems, LMS tools to continue the learning process. Some used via WhatsApp, some on Zoom, Cisco WebEx, Google Hangout, Amado, and the most famous teaching and learning tool, that is Google Classroom, to compensate for the learning loss. The overview about the Google Classroom is, Google Classroom is a free internet tool for education created by Google that is accessible to both teachers and learners. This becomes extensively utilized and accepted by all the kinds of academic institutions because it is affordable and readily available to people on a shorting budget. Google Classroom is interoperable with virtually every accessible learning management system. Google has developed and improved the app throughout the year since its debut, even more user-friendly, also with addition to G Suite. This has transformed it into an effective time management tool for teachers because it allows teachers to save data, upload instructional materials, questions, tasks, and recording, also generate tests and quizzes for their students. Now come about on the some background of the Google Classroom. It was announced by the Google on 6th May 2014 and released by on 12th August 2014. The Google Classroom was founded on the idea that teaching tools should be simple to understand and easy to use, with the slogan to assist teachers in generating and collecting assignments. It was initially slow and hard various problems. On Google improved Google Classroom by time, the calendar feature and share option and individually interact with students were added in 2015. On August 7, 2018, Google launches an improved version by adding a classroom feature to Google Classroom. It is now become the center of the Google Classroom, as we all know. The Google Classroom just introduced another awesome feature, rubrics, in November 2019, where teachers can make, reuse, and evaluate assignments for students. In the COVID-19 pandemic, Google introduced a new platform called that is called Google Meet, which allow teachers and students to interact and communicate face-to-face. Prior to the pandemic of COVID-19, Google Classroom had made about 30 million users around the world since 2014. Now, Meet Google Classroom video conferencing services has grown to nearly 120 million users since March 2020. Now come about some features of the Google Classroom. That is streamed. The first one is streamed management. Streamline management. Streamline management in which a classroom can be more streamlined as it allows other tools by Google like Docs, Meet, Drive, Slide, YouTube, Calendar, etc. Restrictions can be set on students, such as whether they can reply, post, comment, or edit something. Substitute teachers or co-teachers can be added to the classroom, and permissions can be given on what changes they can or cannot make. The second one is secure. It is about the security. Unlike other devices by Google, the platform is completely advertisement free and thus it does not collect any user data for this purpose. Google makes it certain that the teacher's content, students' data, or Any such information in secure is encrypted. The platform enables safe and easy access to the entire content of all the subjects anytime from any place. The third one is learning activities. The learning in the way of learning activity is efficient digital creation, organization, distribution, collection of classes materials. Any assignments or announcements can be drafted beforehand, and then these can be scheduled to be uploaded on a specific day. The platform has an option to generate originality reports, as well as this can help detect any plagiarism present in the student's work. The next one is remote interactions. It ensures effective one-way and two-way communication through live classes, chats, discussion, announcements, and reminders using Google Meet, and the stream feature to increase classroom engagement and participations. Along with live classes, teachers can also easily create pre-recorded videos that the students can watch anytime on various devices. The teachers can provide individual support to students privately if they need additional help. Multiple external educational tools or websites such as Quizlet, BrainPop, etc. can be integrated with Google Classroom. It is modifiable also. The platform allows teachers and students to personalize the theme on the classroom according to their preferences and requirements by using the school's logo, photos, or colors. Assignments questions can be customized. Now come on the some uses of the Google Classrooms. Let's talk about the teachers' perspective. Teachers from the teachers' behalf, communicating with other teachers
Madam,
and students through video.
Madam,
meeting.
time
Yes,
is
sir.
over.
Yes, sir.
Directly jump on conclusion. Waiting all of another participants also.
Yeah, sir. I am just concluding it. So these are the some uses about teachers, librarians, students, parents, and administrators. Now come on the conclusion part. The need of the hour is to use online tools and other technological resources in schools to make the teaching and learning process more effective and interesting. It is necessary to give training for the changed role of teachers and school administrators in the changing nature of the education. Google Classroom is an accomplished video teaching and learning platform. It provides a great way to share and exchange knowledge, accessibility, perceived utility, measuring students' progress, and interaction and engagement between teachers and students, secure document storage, all important consideration of Google Classroom can be used to strengthen the quality of the education. So Google Classroom was an effective remote learning tool during the COVID-19, and it should be contributed in the future by involving any form of the virtual learning. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Serial number 47. Mr. Dhruva Srinivasa Chakravarti. Mr. Dhruva Srinivasa Chakravarti. 48. Leshram Rebita Devi. Leshram.
Yes, sir, I'm present here.
Serial number 48. Leshram Rebita Devi.
Yes, sir, I'm present here.
Please continue.
Yes, sir, I'm just going to share my screen.
Yes, please. You open your PPT and then share.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay, sir.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. I myself, Laishram Rebita Devi, I'm from ZP Women College, Dhannamanjari University, Imphal, and I'm going to talk on the topic performance analysis of MGNREGA, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act in the northeastern states of India amidst COVID-19. So the COVID-19 pandemic has been severely affected all over the world, and it also hit the rural areas in particularly in the second wave. And the spread of this disease is also increased due to the number of factors such as the lack of awareness, nutrition, insufficient public health centers, and the sanitation facilities. And the whole of these economic activities and the informal industries has also resulted in a loss of the rural income. And it has led to the severe problem of the unemployment problem in the country. And thus, it is a great challenge to the government to provide these alternative opportunities to the rural people. So in this backdrop, only two saviors of the crisis in the rural areas is the agriculture and the Manegra, which was launched 15 years ago as a lifeline for the rural people. And it has once again proved during this COVID-19 induced nationwide lockdown. And the northeastern states, which comprises of 8 states and is a home to 45.58 million people according to the 2011 census, has also severely affected because of the limited employment opportunities due to the low industrial development in the region. So my study made an attempt to analyze the performance of this Manegra in the northeastern states of India amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. And my study is based on the secondary data such as research articles, journals, and the other websites. And these are some of the studies that have conducted on the role of Manegra during this COVID-19. According to the Union Ministry of Labor and Employment, about 1.14 crores interstate migrants workers returned to their home states during this nationwide lockdown. And of these, Uttar Pradesh is the highest number of returnees. And among the northeastern states, Assam has the highest number of returnees. And because of this, the unemployment rate has rise to 9.1% in December 2020 from 6.5% in November 2020. So Manegra provides the great opportunities to give the purchasing powers in the hands of the poor. So the allocation of the Manegra needs to be increased according to the study of the Ghatak and the Sen Gupta. And according to this study of the Gautam and the Mohanty conducted in 2020, it serves as a means to tackle the problems of providing employment and income. And the spendings on the Manegra can also be reoriented to create micro entrepreneurs out of the reverse migrating masons, electricians, and others who can directly contribute to augmenting health and the sanitization infrastructure in the likely new normal. And it is, according to a study conducted by Lokhande and Gundi Mehta, that MZ Narega could provide relief to 1/3, that is 7.5 million seasonal migrant workers. And it also provide works for around 23 days and augment the income up to 28%, which they earn daily in the pre-COVID period. But it could not address the remaining 2/3 of the seasonal migrants, maybe due to the over dependence on Manegra of these backward districts, and which are not able to generate adequate employment opportunities for its rural population. So this is the table showing the performance of the Manegra in the northeastern states from the year 2018-19 to 2021 in terms of the employment provided, employment demanded, and the average days of employment provided per household. This is the state-wise table and the all India average. And this is the table showing the percentage increase in the employment demanded and the expenditure of the Manegra in the northeastern states from the period of 2019-20 to 2021. So the analysis of these tables is presented here. So the employment demanded has increased by 7.2% in the normal year, that is from 1819 to 1920 for the northeastern states, and 4.92 for India as a whole. And during this pandemic, the employment demanded has increased almost double by 14.6% for northeastern states, and for the India as a whole, the employment demanded has increased by 38.7%, which was 14.6% in the pre-COVID period. And the cumulative number of households which issued job card has reached 10.3 lakhs in the 2021, and the persons in the financial year 2021 around 9.7 lakhs persons and 6.7 lakhs households have demanded work, out of which 8.4 lakhs persons and 6.4 lakhs households have provided job under the program. And besides, it's about 2,609.54 lakhs and 389.2 crores person days have been generated for the northeastern states and the all India as comparison to the all India. And a total of 71,99,743 and the 5,55,617 households in the northeastern states have availed 100 days of employment in the year 2020 to 21. That is the financial year 2020 to 21. And among the 8 states, Mizoram ranks first, followed by the Meghalaya and Tripura, and Nagaland occupies the last with only 48 households which avail 100 days of employment. So it reflects that the program plays an important role in augmenting job opportunities during this COVID-19. So that average days of employment provided in a year has also witnessed an increase from 54.9 days to 62.02 in the years 2021, as the all India average of 51.52 in 2021. And among the 8 states, again, in terms of the average days of employment provided in a year, Mizoram stands first with 92.94 average days of employment in a financial year, and it's followed by Tripura and Meghalaya. And for the year 2020 to 21, all the states of the Northeast except Assam and the Nagaland has crossed over the all India average of 51.52 average days of employment. So here comes the conclusion. It has Manegra has become a lifeline of millions of workers during this economic distress caused by the pandemic, particularly in the northeastern states and the country as a whole. So it has proved to be an important tool to combat the crisis of unemployment and reverse migrants in the rural India. And at the same time, it has also brought social and economic empowerment of rural women and the economically and the socially weaker sections of the society. So in spite of all these challenges and the leakages associated with the program, it is of utmost importance for the backward, that's industrially backward states of the northeastern India, that the respective state government should implement the program in the true spirit of the act with transparency and accountability. So this is, I have completed my presentations. So thank you once again to the organizers for this opportunity given to me. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Serial number 49. Serial number 49, Dr. Sushila Sharma. Is this available? Dr. Sushila Sharma. Dr. Sushila Sharma, Haryana. Okay. Serial number 50.
Namaskar, sir. Hello.
Is this Sushila Sharma?
Sir, I am Seema. Dr. Sushila Sharma is my supervisor.
Would you like to continue your PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Seema, research scholar of Department of Education from Baba Masnath University, Rohtak. Now I am sharing my PPT on topic role of achievement motivation, training on students' performance and analytic review. Motivation is described as a goal-oriented process that directly linked by feeling of effectiveness and instinct desire of a person, of a student to learn more. Motivation achievement training plays the most important role in students' life. With the help of motivation, students are capable to reach their target to give their best performance. A critical part of achievement motivation training includes growing one's success, contemplation, and practice. A Vanian Mashi meant a strong psychological motive by which a person desired to excel. They believed that healthy and congenial atmosphere in which students develop can promote achievement motivation among them. Rao and Reddy defined achievement motivation as a wish to do well and the behavior required to accomplish tasks and excel others in performance. According to Smith Truth 1975, the thoughts associated with high achievers, achievement imagery, need, action, hope of success, fear of failure, success feelings, failure feelings, word obstacles, personal obstacles, and help. Some needs and importance of motivation trainings are set a clear goal, identify their skills and ability to do their best performance or doing more, need for showing the lesson, inspire from others to make self-confident, increase the chances of success, helpful to make a role model, avoid time waiting activities. And the conclusions are achievement motivation is one of the urgent mental variables deciding future academic, scholastic, and world-related achievement. Achievement motivation training is a critical part of student success. If the student is highly motivated, they achieve his goal. Thank you, sir. I thank you to give me this golden opportunity to share my PPT. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Serial number 50, Dr. Smita Jesudasan. Serial number 50, Dr. Smita Jesudasan. Dr. Smita Jesudasan. Okay. Another is 51, Sandesh Madhavrao Dongre. Sandesh Madhavrao Dongre. 52, Dr. Pramila Sudhamrao Pawar. Dr. Pramila Sudhamrao Pawar. Serial number 53, Manjunath. Dr. Manjunath.
Yes, sir. Present, sir.
Please continue, Dr. Manjunath, serial number 53.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected principal, HODs, respected teacher, sir, my dear delegates. I am Dr. Manjunath HP, Assistant Professor, Sahyadri Arts. I am very happy to present my paper on the topic, a study on factors associated with student indiscipline at pre-university college level. In the recent modern society, student indiscipline is not only common to our nation, but it is a global phenomenon. The problem of indiscipline is utmost significance when a wave of unrest and indiscipline is enveloping the whole of the subcontinent, not only in schools, colleges, and universities, but also in every life of the society. The main purpose of this study is to find out the factors associated with the student indiscipline and to suggest some remedial measures. The main objectives of this study to determine the relative influence of various social, economical, and personal factors of student indiscipline, and to suggest some remedial measures to minimize the effect of significant factors that contributing the student indiscipline at pre-university college level. Totally, I have prepared 8 hypotheses. The design of the study is like this. Total sample 600. Out of 600, 200 are teachers and 400 were students. Stratified random sampling technique was used to select the sample. Student indiscipline questionnaire was used to collect the data. And also the mean and standard deviation, these are the statistical techniques were used to analyze the data and also for the testing the hypothesis. The major findings of the studies are the strong influence of political organization on students, ineffective curriculum, lack of rapport between the teachers and the students, poor involvement of faculty on academic discussions. These are the major factors which are responsible for the student indiscipline. Limitations of the studies are like this. This study is confined to Bhadravati Taluk of Karnataka state, and also it is restricted to 10 colleges of Bhadravati Taluk. Finally, I conclude, these are the some remedial measures for improving the disciplinary practices among the college students. Disciplinary committees should be established in every colleges in order to reduce the indiscipline among the students. And also compulsorily the national service scheme and social service activities in colleges are to be instituted for channelizing the exuberant energies of students in worthy pursuits. Assemblies and community prayers are to be conducted for inculcating the proper attitudes. Educational administrators should take effective steps to see that the classes are not overcrowded and the pupil-teacher ratio is maintained as reasonable rate. The curriculum should provide enough opportunity for pupils to acquire the considerable amount of knowledge that is essential for morally responsible living in our democratic society. In this way, we can take some steps in order to reduce the indiscipline. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next presenter is Sunita Devi. Dr. Vaishali U. Dr. Vaishali. Okay. Dr. Sanjay Dhanvijay. Dr. Mahendra Kumar Katre. Dr. Mahendra Kumar Katre. Janubala Khotia. Dr. Janubala Khotia. Mr.
हेलो
Janubala.
हाँ जी जुनू वाला खुलते
Please continue.
जी नमस्ते I am Dr. Junwala Khuntia from Odisha. आज मैं छायावाद बनाम सूक्ष्मवाद के ऊपर मैं अपना प्रेजेंट करने जा रही हूँ। मेरी वॉइस आ रही है सर आपको? आवाज मेरी आ रही है?
Please continue.
हेलो.
Yes, your voice is audible. Please continue.
Audible. ठीक है. तो छायावाद और सूक्ष्मवाद के भीतर एक अंतर होते हुए भी हम सभी ने छायावाद को सूक्ष्मवाद का अंधानुकरण मान लिया था और इसी आधार पर मेरा यह शोध आलेख आधारित है कि छायावाद और सूक्ष्मवाद में बहुत बड़ा सा अंतर है और छायावाद सूक्ष्मवाद का अंधानुकरण नहीं है। इसी आधार पर हमने 8 पॉइंट पर हमने विचार बिंदुओं पर उस पर विचार किया है और इसको मैं अपने आलेख में इस तरह से प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ। छायावाद की हमने पहले परिभाषा, उसके बाद उसकी विशेषताएं, उसकी प्रवृत्तियां और उसी तरह से सूचनावाद की परिभाषा, उसकी विशेषताएं और उसकी प्रवृत्तियों पर हमने विचार किया है। आगे जाकर हमने छायावाद और सूचनावाद के भीतर अंतर संबंध को उल्लेखित किया है। उसके बाद उसके अंतर को उल्लेखित करते हुए निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचा है। तो मैं इसी आधार पर मैं अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट करने जा रही हूँ। फिलहाल छायावाद की परिभाषा इस तरह से है कि छायावाद आधुनिक हिंदी कविता की उस धारा का नाम है जो 1918 के आसपास द्विवेदियों की नीरस उपदेशात्मक, चिकित्सात्मक और स्थूल आदर्शवादी काव्यधारा के विरुद्ध विद्रोह के रूप में प्रभावित हुई। और उसी तरह और एक उसकी परिभाषा भी हम ले सकते हैं कि जब वेदना के आधार पर स्वानुभूतिमयी अभिव्यक्ति होने लगी तब हिंदी में उसे छायावाद नाम से अभिहित किया गया। तो इस आधार पर हम बोल सकते हैं छायावाद क्या है। छायावाद की कुछ प्रमुख विशेषताओं को हम उल्लेख कर सकते हैं। प्रसाद जी के अनुसार छायावाद स्वानुभूति की विवृत्ति या आत्मवियंजक है। छायावाद सौंदर्य प्रेम है। छायावाद अभिव्यक्ति की भंगिमा या सांकेतिकता है। फिर उसी तरह से दूसरे विद्वानों ने भी छायावाद की कुछ विशेषताओं का उल्लेख किया है। हम उसको भी थोड़ा सा जानना चाहेंगे कि छायावाद स्थूल के विरुद्ध सूक्ष्म का हर तरह की रूढ़िवादिता का विद्रोह है। छायावाद विशेष प्रकार की आध्यात्मिकता है जो धार्मिक न होकर मानवीय और सांस्कृतिक है। और छायावाद नवीन और स्वतंत्र काव्य शैली है। छायावाद मानव जीवन के सौंदर्य और प्रकृति को आत्मा का अभिन्न स्वरूप मानने वाला एक प्रवृत्ति रही है। उसी तरह छायावाद समस्त मानव अनुभूतियों की व्यापकता को पूरा स्थान देने वाला एक काव्य प्रवृत्ति रही है। तो छायावाद किसी तरह से हम विशेषताएं हमने अपने इस आलेख में उल्लेखित किया है। उसके साथ साथ उसकी प्रवृत्तियों को उल्लेख करें ताकि हम उसको सोचनेवाद से किस तरह से अलग है या भिन्न है उससे हम आगे जाकर दर्शा सकें। तो छायावाद की प्रमुख प्रवृत्तियों को हम 4 प्रवृत्तियों को हम उल्लेख इधर किए हैं हमने। तो फिलहाल छायावाद की प्रमुख एक प्रवृत्ति है भारतीय दार्शनिक और आध्यात्मिक चिंतन की विविध परंपराओं की ये अभिव्यक्ति है। छायावाद आधुनिक युग के भारतीय सांस्कृतिक नवजागरण के विविध पक्षों को विशेषकर विवेकानंद, रामतीर्थ की अद्वैतमूलक भक्ति साधना, गांधीवादी मानवता, रविन्द्रनाथ ठाकुर का विश्व बंधुत्ववाद आदि की काव्यात्मक अभिव्यक्ति है। फिर इसी तरह छायावाद राष्ट्रीयता की साधना और विदेशी शासन के प्रति विद्रोह का बाद है। उसी तरह से छायावाद प्रगतिशीलता लेकर आती है जिसको सिंपली किसी प्रकार से काल्पनिकता के आधार पर हम जिस प्रकार से उसके न्यून में मानते हैं छायावादी काव्य प्रवृत्तियों को वो नहीं है। उसमें प्रगतिशीलता के एक प्रवृत्ति भी आ जाती है। इसी आधार पर हमने छायावाद के कुछ विशेषताएं प्रवृत्तियों को हमने उल्लेख किया, परिभाषा उसके देते हुए अभी हम जाते हैं सूचनावाद की परिभाषा। और सूचनावाद है क्या, उसकी प्रवृत्तियां है क्या, उसकी विशेषताएं क्या है, उसे जान ले ताकि आगे जाकर हम उसके अंतर संबंध छायावाद और सूचनावाद के भीतर जो अंतर संबंध है, छायावाद और सूचनावाद के भीतर जो अंतर है उसको हम उल्लेख कर पाए। तो फिलहाल आगे बढ़ते सूचनावाद की परिभाषा क्या है। सूचनावाद मतलब हुआ इंग्लिश में रोमांटिसिज्म। रोमांस का अर्थ होता है कल्पना युक्त गद्यमयी दृष्टिभंगी में काव्य रचना। इस प्रकार के साहित्य रचना में दिव्य कल्पना दृष्टि में प्रकृति एवं मानव के अंतःकरण में स्थित है सौंदर्य का उद्घाटन किया जाता है सूचनावाद में। सूचनावाद को जिसे हम रोमांटिसिज्म बोलते हैं। तो रोमांटिसिज्म शब्द भी पाश्चात्य सौंदर्य शास्त्र से पहले 1669 मतलब 1669 में प्रयुक्त हुआ था और वह भी कला चिंतन के संदर्भ में। और अंग्रेजी में यह शब्द 17वीं सदी में ही आ गया था और लेकिन इसका अर्थ बहुत बाद में सुनिश्चित हुआ जो कि 18वीं सदी के 17वीं सदी में तो आ गया था मगर आगे जाकर 18वीं सदी में वो बहुत ज्यादा प्रकटित पल्लवित हुआ। उसके बाद हम बोले सूचनावाद हिंदी में रोमांटिसिज्म के लिए ही प्रयुक्त होता है यद्यपि यह शब्द इस सिद्धांत या मनोवृत्ति के मात्र एक पक्ष की ही संकेत करता है किंतु यह शब्द रोमांटिसिज्म शब्द के संपूर्ण अर्थ के लिए रूढ़ हो गया है। इस प्रकार से हमने देखा सूचनावाद की क्या है परिभाषा। आगे हम उसकी विशेषताएं देखें। रोमांटिक साहित्य की विशिष्टता यही है या विशेषता इसकी यही है कि अनुभूति की तीव्रता एवं गंभीरता, कल्पना का विस्तार, अखंड सौंदर्य के प्रति अजस्र कौतूहल एवं सदा जागृत चित्तवृत्ति। तो और एक है सूचनावाद की और एक विशेषता है सूचनावादी कवि मानव जीवन के प्रति सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण अपनाता है, दुखी दरिद्र जीवन में महत्व का दर्शन करता है, जो साधारण दृष्टि से अत्यंत कुत्सित मलिन नजर आता है उसको रोमांटिक कवि अत्यंत असाधारण सौंदर्यमय एवं रहस्यमय अनुभव करता है। ये इसकी प्रमुख विशेषता है। रोमांटिकवादी चिंतन धारा का सबसे बड़ा बोध यह था कि प्रेम की सहायता से जीवन में संपूर्णता को प्राप्त किया जा सकता है। प्रेम के माध्यम से मनुष्य ईश्वरत्व का उद्घाटन कर सकता है तथा उससे भी प्राप्त कर सकता है। इस प्रकार से सूक्ष्मवाद की कुछ प्रमुख विशेषताएं को हम अभी देख रहे हैं। उसी तरह से इधर हमने उल्लेख किया है और एक सूक्ष्मवाद में मनुष्य ही केंद्र में होता है और प्राचीन चिंतन धारा जहाँ समाज और उसके नीति नियम परंपरा को व्यक्ति से ज्यादा महत्व देता है, वह स्वतंत्रतावाद व्यक्ति स्वाधीनता को समाज से ऊपर दर्जा देता है। इस प्रकार से हमने देखा सूक्ष्मवाद की कुछ विशेषताएं। आगे जाकर हम देखें उसकी प्रवृत्ति। सूक्ष्मवाद की प्रवृत्ति में हम 3 प्रवृत्तियों को उल्लेख किए हैं इस आलेख में। पाश्चात्य साहित्य विवेचन में रोमांटिसिज्म को क्लासिसिज्म के विरोधी प्रवृत्ति के रूप में प्रयोग किया जाता है और इस प्रवृत्ति से जुड़े प्रख्यात कवि है वर्ड्सवर्थ और कार्ल, उनका नाम लिया जाता है। यद्यपि कीट्स और वाकी भी रोमांटिक कवि आते हैं, फिर भी हम दूसरे नंबर पर जाते हैं उसके सूक्ष्मवादी की प्रवृत्ति के ऊपर। यद्यपि ये अंग्रेजी साहित्य में ये प्रवृत्ति 18वीं सदी के अंत में मुखरित हुई थी, उससे पहले विशेषकर एलिजाबेथ युग में या मध्य युग रोमांस के प्रति आकर्षण और प्रेम तथा सौंदर्य के प्रति नई दृष्टि के रूप में उभरी थी। तो सूक्ष्मवाद का मूल प्रवृत्ति है व्यक्ति स्वाधीनता तथा कल्पना प्रवणता। तो इस प्रकार से हमने भी देखा कि सूक्ष्मवाद और सायवाद में क्या है उसकी प्रवृत्तियां, क्या है उसकी परिभाषाएं, इस प्रकार से इस आलेख में उसे दर्शाया गया है। उसके बाद उसके अंतर संबंध जिसके आधार पर उसको अनुकरण कहा जाता है कि सूक्ष्मवाद का ही अनुकरण।
Time is over. Kindly directly jump on conclusion.
ओके, ठीक है। तो हम अभी उसके निष्कर्ष पर आते हैं कि सूक्ष्मवाद और छायावाद में यद्यपि अंतर संबंध है, तो उसके निष्कर्ष में हम लोग जाते हैं कि छायावाद हिंदी का अपना विशिष्ट तथा मौलिक काव्य आंदोलन है। छायावाद 20वीं सदी के प्रथम 2 दशक में भारत के नवजागरण या रेनांस का काव्यात्मक रूपांतर है। इसलिए छायावाद न तो रहस्यवाद है, न केवल सूक्ष्मवाद है, क्योंकि वह उससे आगे बढ़कर अन्य प्रवृत्तियों का द्योतित करता है। वह तत्कालीन साहित्य कविगुरु रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर के प्रभाव से भी अलग है। वह यूरोपीय रोमांटिक कविता का अंधारूणकर नहीं है। इस प्रकार से छायावाद सूक्ष्मवाद में अंतर इसी आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं। और वास्तव में जिस प्रकार से 18वीं सदी के अंत और 19वीं शताब्दी के प्रारंभ में जिस रोमांटिसिज्म का उद्भव और विकास हुआ था, वह वहां की तत्कालीन राजनीतिक, सामाजिक, आर्थिक और धार्मिक साहित्यिक परिस्थितियों की प्रतिक्रिया थी। उसके विपरीत 100 वर्ष के बाद भारत में भिन्न परिस्थितियों के कारण बंगाल में फिर हिंदी में छायावाद का विकास उससे भिन्न वातावरण में हुआ था। तो इसीलिए दोनों रूढ़ियों के विरुद्ध विद्रोह, सौंदर्य प्रेम, आत्मविवंजना की प्रवृत्तियां समान होने पर भी ये देश काल के अंतर के दो कारण दोनों के स्वरूप करके किसी प्रकार का ये यूरोपीय कवियों के प्रभाव से लिखित वाद नहीं है। इस प्रकार से हमने अपना आलेख में इस प्रकार से अंतर दर्शाने की कोशिश की है। धन्यवाद। मैं डॉक्टर जुनूवाला कुंटिया, ओडिशा के उदयनाथ उपनगर कॉलेज ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Serial number 56, Gosha Lieberham.
Yes, sir. Good
Please
afternoon,
continue.
Kishore, sir.
Please
Yes, sir.
continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Sir, my paper is on.
Are you going with your PPT or oral?
I'll be going on my paper oral, sir, because there is a power cut in my area and I'm not able to show my PPT very quickly.
You can
It
just
will take
continue
time.
your oral.
Oral, yes, sir. So this is an overview on women empowerment and sensitization in India. From time immemorial, India has taken a provoking task to decrease the rate of crime against women and sharpen the gender sensitization in society. It has been a progressive interaction since cultural standards and opinions have produced the stereotype that ladies are enslaved by the men and they never have deserved to be given an option to do anything they desired. This exploration paper investigates the current situation in reference to the constitutional rights given to women in India and the real factors that perpetuate discrimination against them. In India, the female lot are uninformed about their rights, due to which they are by and large overwhelmed by the men. So there is a need for fair population, the fairer sex, the fairer gender to be in strength, to gain strength, especially in rural regions of the country. This paper begins with presentation of ladies empowerment and a major role that they play in the lives of their families as well as society. India has taken a great task to modernize the Indian culture by lessening destitution rate and working on the way of life of the greater part of the number of inhabitants in countries like India. Ladies have been seen to be assuming an essential part in contributing towards workforce and impact the financial state of any subcontinent or any region of the world. A developing country like India needs a greater monetary support, and greater support has to come from the government, especially through retirement schemes for ladies who are working in non-skilled sectors. People of all types need to play an equal part for the general good. It's just not one part that can lead the society on. It's both the genders that have to play an equal part. Strengthening of the fair gender is the main factor that can contribute towards enrichment of the society. Indian constitution has conceded equivalent privileges for male and female both, yet it is observed that in many cases, ladies are the target of oppression at home and outside their home. They are beaten up by their better half, they are considered worthless and not suitable for any kind of public training, etc. Even in the other countries of Asia, Africa, Latin America, a large section of the young girls are not heading outside, and they don't have any essential level of training. And to make matters worse, they are wedded in the early age. Young women are carrying on with a superior life. Young men are carrying on with a superior life in contrast to the young girls who are confined to their homes. These distinctions made between boys and girls in Indian households is carried out on by the elder folks, resulting in rigid distribution of work between the two. India is a non-industrial nation, and any nation, in order to fruitfully produce monetary gains, needs to have equivalent cooperation from all sections of the society. Women becoming strong leads to an illusion that they may turn out to be high-headed, incredible, and competent to take important decisions and make their own choices. In contemporary times, when ladies are an equivalent force in public eye, they should be supported and encouraged to grow and attain exceptional heights. Yet, it's not just that in India the state of fairer sex is deplorable. There are many regions of the world where women continue to experience inhuman treatment since many years and are treated as practically non-existent. Today, the entire world, regardless of how modern the states profess to be, they have a long history of maltreatment of fairer sex. In India, strengthening of women, equality of gender, and giving due recognition to the important role that they play is required more than in any other nation of the world, since they are the target of age-old and entrenched inequalities. Uneducated than the men and other parts of society from some time in the past. Their marrying out of caste has led to many cases of honor killing. Many deaths and suicides take place in our country due to torturous treatment meted out to them by their in-laws on bearing daughters and not sons. There has been a weighty change in the situation with the ladies in contrast as compared to the old times. In the present framework and the contemporary period, the Indian constitution has given a lot of rights to women to support them and to bring them in the public life. Subsequently, ladies have taken an interest in different exercises with men. They serve diverse sort of jobs now. For example, they are MLAs, they are MPs, there are IS officers, IPS, they have even become governors. They are into all high profile jobs and managing many MNCs at good posts. apart from the constitutional status that the Indian Constitution has given to the women folk in our country, there are areas where the society needs to support them so that they are able to utilize their rights and freedoms. And as in proportion to the number of women who are already empowered, India can have a larger number of women who gets empowered. For that, our focus, if we divide our focus into stages, the first stage should be that we all, the citizens in India must think of empowering ladies of their own families. They must inculcate a culture of gender sensitivity in their families, and they must understand that the roles are shifting now. Unless women are brought forth, it is the development of the country, the economy of the country will not show the results as the developing countries are showing. Apart from these, as they say, charity begins at home. Apart from bringing change in the family culture, there is a need to understand that the working force requires both men and women together. And if women are working and managing homes and educating children, the same kind of jobs can be understood to be taken by the men folk of the families. Coming to the conclusion, our overwhelming male-centric framework doesn't give equivalent freedom to ladies to gain entry in advanced education systems. Young ladies must be propelled towards taking towards reaching and taking education on advanced education platforms. Mahatma Gandhi had expressed once that on the off chance we instruct a man to teach an individual, yet on the off chance young women not only teach their families, the children, but they are also guiding force for their husbands and the other elders in the family. The assertion is valid on the grounds that a man and his family are managed by a mother, a wife, and at times by a sister, and sometimes by great grandmothers and aunts. It is inferred that the Constitution has dispatched many guidelines and has made many laws for strengthening of ladies, for strengthening of women. But unless there is a change in the mindset of the society, and unless there is a change in the thinking of the people who are working together, the big change will take time to come. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I conclude
Thank you.
my paper. Yes, thank you, sir.
Another participation is Sunil Kumar Padole. Sunil Kumar Padole. Anita Rani. Anita Rani. Anita Rani. Dr. Bhagyalakshmi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bhagyalakshmi present, sir.
Serial number 64, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Bhagyalakshmi. Please
Yes,
continue.
sir. Yes, sir.
Please
Thank
continue.
you. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. I am Dr. Bhagyalakshmi, teaching associate from Damodaram Sanjeevaya National Law University, Visakhapatnam. Today, I will give my presentation on the topic of education in pandemic issues and challenges. We all know that thing, how this COVID-19 pandemic has prominently changed everyday life of people across the universe. So this pandemic not only showed effect on the people's health, it also showed effect on the quality education. Due to the social distance or to prevent the coronavirus, spread of the coronavirus, all these universities are shut down their offline teaching. Then we have adopted these virtual platforms, and all these virtual platforms became popular. But having virtual platforms is not sufficient. What about the internet issues? In India, there are so many places are there in remote areas. Still, they are not, and they are unable to access to the quality internet access because still they are facing a lot of issues due to this internet. So for these things and how these students are facing problems, how these issues or challenges what they are facing. So the first thing is that we all know the thing, there is no doubt virtual learning is an emerging need. So when we are talking about these issues, whether the students are satisfied or not, that was the major question. Many researchers are revealing that these students are very unhappy with these online education system because they are accustomed with this offline education, and they are showing interest towards this face-to-face education only. And there are internet problems are also there. Due to these internet problems are there. So due to these internet problems, they are unable to access to the quality of the education. So under these circumstances, we can say that this education in pandemic is having lot of negative shades. So e-learning tools also must be improved. Otherwise, it is not possible to provide a quality education to the students, those who are residing in remote areas. And at the same time, these cyber security problems. We all know that we have to give all our particulars when we are connecting through these internet platforms. Then there may be a problem of these internet security, and these cyber bullying or cyber security problems are there. And students are thinking that in this technological age, this online education is not having much value. So for that reason only, students are giving much importance to this offline education only. And with these things, then the courts are also, while dealing with this Praneeth K versus University Grants Commission, in this case, 31 petitioners has filed an application before the court stating this issuance of the degrees without conducting examinations. While dealing with this case, Supreme Court also stated that the learning process is a dynamic interaction, where the only way to figure out what students know is to seek evidence of their knowledge and to evaluate it. So that was the importance of the education. That was the importance of the examination here. So under these circumstances, we all must support these investments must be granted by the government, and there must be these emerging cultures, all these things, and internet facilities must be improved, and the institutions of higher learning must also spend in developing and refining existing virtual learning platforms. So now introducing platform is not sufficient, and even these stakeholders are ready to provide these internet services also. And thank you so much for giving me this great opportunity.
Thank you, Bhagya Lakshmi madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Serial number 65, Sujan GB, Virupaksha, Sujan GB. Okay. 66, Suchita. Suchita, actually already done, na, Suchita?
Yes, sir. At serial number 46.
Yeah. 67, Surekha Kamble. Surekha Kamble.
Excuse me, sir. Can I interrupt you, sir, please?
Please continue.
Sir, my name is Kritarth Dave, Kritarth Kumar Dave. And
serial
actually,
number?
One second, sir. I don't know what is the serial number. Sir, I will show in my diary and then after I will call.
Okay. Surekha Kamble, 67. Surekha Kamble. 68, Lohkare Ravidas. 68, Lohkare Ravidas. 69, Milan Bongle. 70. 71, 72, Sushila Sharma. Already
Sir,
done.
I also present
Already
my-
done.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you.
Anita Rani. Nidisha, 75, Nidisha.
Hello, sir.
Coimbatore, 75, Nidisha PK.
Hello, sir.
Is this Nidisha?
Yes, sir. Nidisha.
Nidisha, please continue.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, Elisha or Nidisha, sir?
Pardon?
Elisha or Nidisha, sir?
Nidisha.
Elisha
Nidisha.
already.
N for
Elisha already
Nainital.
completed, sir. Elisha already completed.
Elisha already completed. Nidisha,
Elisha
Nidisha.
Kollur. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Nidisha, please continue.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nidisha, research scholar from Department of Library Information Science, Bharatiya University. I'm presenting the research paper titled Comparative Analysis of International Collaboration in Indian Agriculture Research. Introduction. Research collaboration can be defined as of research activities by several actors related in a functional way and coordinated to attain a research goal corresponding with these actors' research goals or interests. Number of publications and citation counts are more frequently used than other indicators such as the number of research grants, number of software tools for research evaluation because they are more visible and easily accessible. Our study focused on the internationally co-authored research publications of deemed universities of ICAR, that is Indian Agriculture Research Institute, Indian Veterinary Research Institute, National Dairy Research Institute, and Central Institute of Fisheries Education. The main concern was the quality of research papers with the help of international partners. Research questions. The main research questions are what is the research productivity of ICAR deemed universities in international collaborative researchers, how the quality of international collaborative researchers differ for each ICAR deemed university, how the international collaboration between various continents and countries, is there any meaningful relationship between number of authors and citation in the international collaborative research works. Methodology. Total 19,990 data were collected from Web of Science and were analyzed using WebExcel. These are the results. We can see that the international collaboration of 4 deemed universities have increased over the time. This is the number of publication and citation with a different authorship, single authored paper and national collaborative paper and international collaborative paper. The share of single authored papers in paper and citation of IARI was considerably higher than that of the other 3 deemed universities. We can see that except IARI publications, the citation share of national publications was very higher than international publications. These are the top journals published more international publications. For IARI, it's Global Change Biology. For IVRI, the journal, highest published journal is International Journal of Pharmacology. For NDRI, it's Frontiers in Microbiology. For CIFE, Fish Physiology and Biochemistry. Top collaborative countries. These are the top collaborative countries associated with the 4 deemed universities. Here we can see that USA has more number of collaborative research works with these 4 deemed universities. These papers also secure highest citations with this deemed university. This is the share of international publication by continent. It should be highlighted that the Asian countries were produced high collaborative research works with IARI and IVRI, whereas European continent highly collaborated with the NDRI and North American continent collaborated with the CIFE publications. Except IARI collaborative works, highest citation came from European continent. For European continent, for IARI, Asia was a highly cited continent. This is a correlation between number of citation and number of authors of international collaborative paper. The collaboration between author and citation for IARI is 0.896, for IVRI it's 0.758, for NTRI 0.848, and for CIFE it's 0.745. All are significant. Then the correlation between citation and authors of internationally collaborated papers were positive and strong and shows a strong relationship. This increasing number of collaborative international authors can lead to get more citation to the paper, and it maintains the quality of research paper. The conclusion, the number of national collaboration research is higher than that of the international collaboration Considering the quantity and quality of paper, IARI secured first position and CIFE got last position. IARI published international collaborative works in more impact journal than the other deemed universities. Comparatively, USA is the leading country which helped Indian authors in collaborative research works and also keeps the quality in research. Majority of the orders came from Asia, Europe, and North American continents, and this resulted in bulk production with maximum quality of research also. Spearman correlation between the number of authors and citation resulted positive and strong correlation. The collaboration with the foreign authors will increase quality of research since the citation increases with an increasing number of collaborating international authors. The study suggests that institutions should participate in research programs offered by international agencies, thereby increase the collaborative researchers to produce more quality researchers. The implications of the research. University Grants Commission has recognized 4 of the institutions of ICAR as deemed university based on its high performance, and it should be continuously monitored by UGC. The detailed study based on institutional international collaboration will pave the way to get more funding resources and enhance the visibility of collaboration with the foreign partners, expand the chance of getting research projects from international funding agencies, and also benefit for the policymakers to identify the gap and promote collaborative works among researchers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Another participation, next participation, 78, Principal A.R. Mungi. Principal A.R. Mungi, Baramati. Serial number 79, Mr. Gorakhnath Karade. Mr. Gorakhnath Karade, 80. Manjunath Deshpande, 80. Manjunath Deshpande, 81. Vaishali, 82. I think so. Gushika is done. Okay. Nidisha also is done.
Sir, I am presenting here Prakash Thakur, in-charge principal from CPM Patel College, Gujarat, Law College.
What is the good name?
Prakash Kumar Thakur, in-charge principal Sri PM Patel Law College, Gujarat.
No, principal A.R. Mungi.
Registered by Bhumik Upadhyay. Registered by Bhumik Upadhyay.
Principal A.R. Mungi available?
No.
Karade, Manjunath Deshpande, Vaishali.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Karade, sir. Karade. Hello.
Kajapriya, 86. Kajapriya.
Hello.
Please wait. Please wait. What is your good name?
Karade, Gorakhnath Karade.
I was calling to you, na Gorakhnath Karade, na.
Yes, sir. The mute on करेपर्यंत पुढे गेलं.
Okay. Gorakhnath Karade, serial number 79. Mr. Gorakhnath
yes.
R. Karade, Department of Mathematics, Abasaheb Marathi Arts and New Commerce, Science College, Rajapur District, Ratnagiri, Maharashtra, India. Please continue.
Okay.
79, Mr.
Yes,
Gorakhnath Karade.
Yes, sir. Just I'm presenting my PPT. Okay.
Are you sharing your PPT or you
Yes,
will
yes,
read?
yes.
Okay,
Sharing my
continue.
PPT, sir.
Please continue.
Okay, sir.
It is visible.
Is it visible,
Please continue.
sir? Yes.
Visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Myself, Mr. Karade Gorakhnath Rambao, Assistant Professor from Abasaheb Marathi Arts and New Commerce Science College, Rajapur. In this presentation, I am presenting about logical thinking and shortcuts in mathematics. Okay. So outline of this PowerPoint presentation is 1 minute. Okay. So first of all, I am I will discuss about abstract. PPT is not going forward, sir. Hello, sir.
Can you directly read your PPT without
Okay, sir,
presenting?
Okay.
आपका PPT आप रीड कर सकते हो विदाउट प्रेजेंटिंग?
हाँ सर, मैं रीड कर सकता हूँ।
Please continue.
लेकिन क्या है कि वो फॉरवर्ड नहीं हो रही है यहाँ।
No, I am giving the freedom to directly read your PPT.
Okay. Okay. Outline of this lecture, outline of this presentation is, first of all, we will discuss about abstract, then introduction, then objectives, then shortcut methods in mathematics, then logical thinking in mathematics, and finally the conclusion part. Okay, and then some references that I have used here. To do mathematics in easy way, we have to find some shortcut methods to do mathematical calculations and to solve complicated mathematical expressions. In this paper, we see some easy way to do mathematical calculations in quick and effective manner. Also, we are discussing about some shortcut methods in mathematics which will help us in solving mathematical problems in differential calculus, integral calculus, linear algebra, etc. Shortcut methods or tricks in mathematical calculations are very much important because it help us to do calculations in easy way, and so that it will give a relief from lengthy and tedious process in mathematical calculations. Vedic mathematics is a collection of lots of mathematical tricks. Some of them are multiplication of number 11 with any other number, multiplication of 2 by 2 digit number, multiplication of two numbers with every with a very close number which is power of 10, like 10, 100, 1000, etc. And the objectives of this research paper is to know new shortcut methods in mathematics, to know the process of logical thinking in mathematics, and to increase the speed of our mathematical calculations using shortcut methods and logical thinking. So first of all, we look toward the partial fraction method. In mathematical calculations such as solving integration and solving differential equations, an expression of the type x plus alpha divided by x minus beta into x plus gamma always comes into the picture. While differentiating while differentiating or integrating such a type of expression, it becomes quite difficult. Our usual method to do partial fraction of this type of expression is as follows. Partial fraction method is, let the partial fraction of the expression, let us consider one example. The expression x plus 6 divided by x minus 5 into x plus 3, its partial fraction b, x plus 6 divided by x minus 5 into x plus 3 is equal to a divided by x minus 5 plus b by x plus 3. So suppose this is the partial fraction. Here a and b are the constants which we have to determine, and our usual process is like this. But we do the cross multiplication, and we get a polynomial on the right hand side, and we compare the two polynomials on the left hand side and polynomials on the right hand side. The polynomials from the left hand side and the polynomials on the right hand side, they are same. Therefore, the coefficients of the same power of x, they are also same, and what we get, two equations, a plus b is equal to 1 and 3a minus 5b is equal to 6. So solving these two equations, we find the values of a and b. So this is the very lengthy process equal to minus 3 by 8. Okay, so see here now. So these are the two values of a and b in the partial fraction, and that process was quite lengthy. But here we are showing here new shortcut method for partial fraction. Now I would like to explain here a shortcut method to find value of a and b from above equation 1, which is this expression x plus 6 divided by x minus 5 into x plus 3 is equal to a upon x minus 5 plus b upon x plus 3. Okay, so what we have to do here in this expression, find first to find value of a on RHS. So first we find the value of a. In the previous process also we found the values of a and b. Okay, here also we have to find the values of a and b, but in different manner. So to find value of a on the right hand side, so first of all see the denominator of a. Denominator of a is x minus 5, and when it will become 0, it will become 0 when I put x is equal to 5. So if I put x is equal to 5, the denominator of a becomes 0. So put x is equal to 5 on the left hand side, but at that time we skip the bracket x minus 5. Okay, so on the left hand side what we left? We left x plus 3, x plus 6 divided by x plus 6, x plus 3. Okay, so in this expression, if I put x is equal to 5, we get the value of a, and that value of a is 11 upon 8. Okay, similarly, in this expression, to find value of b on the right hand side, what is the denominator of b? The denominator of b is x plus 3. So when x plus 3 will become 0, see, if I put x is equal to minus 3. So put x is equal to minus 3 on the left hand side, but while putting x is equal to minus 3, skip the bracket x plus 3. So what will be the expression left? The expression left is x plus 6 divided by x minus 5. So put x is equal to minus 3 on the left hand side expression, skipping x plus 3. Okay, so the expression left is x plus 6 divided by x minus 5. If I put x is equal to minus 3 in this expression, what we get is b equal to minus 3 by 8. The same values we can generate like this. Now thus instead of using the lengthy process to do the partial fraction, we use this new shortcut method for partial fraction. It will reduce our efforts and save our time. Now we know that the Pascal triangle, in the Pascal triangle, the construction of the Pascal triangle, if we observe that the construction, you will get the idea how to construct this Pascal triangle. Okay, and the use of this Pascal triangle is to write the coefficients, to write the binomial coefficients in the expansion of a plus b bracket raised to the power n. In this Pascal triangle, the entry in the nth row and kth column of the Pascal triangle is denoted by nck, n choose k. For example, the unique non-zero entry in the topmost row is 0 choose 0, and it is equal to 1. With this notation, the construction of the previous paragraph may be written as follows, means the value of nth row, kth value in the nth row can be written in this format: n choose k, n ck is equal to n minus 1, ck minus 1 plus n minus 1 c choose k. Okay, so this Pascal triangle, this recurrence for the binomial coefficient is known as Pascal rule, and the expansion of the bracket a plus b raised to the power n in the terms of the coefficients nck is given by like this, and thus the Pascal triangle gives the coefficient in the expansion of a plus b raised to the power n. Now next we are going to discuss is about time bound logical thinking. Our human life is full of puzzles. To overcome upon all these puzzles, humans have to improve or develop their own thinking power That is, human have to think logically. Now consider one situation: 4 boys standing over 4 steps, one behind the other, and there are 4 hats of 2 colors. Two
Sir,
hats
time
are
is
of
over.
red color.
Time is over.
Okay,
Please
sir.
do
So
directly jump
finally, I
on
am
conclusion.
concluding part. Uh, the shortcut method for partial fraction will help us to solve problems involving partial fractions such as differentiation of a function and integration of a function. In the section 4, we get an idea of thinking the logically within the time bound. Thus, overall, reader will be beneficial of getting knowledge of shortcut method in mathematics and idea of logical thinking. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Another participation, next participation is Manjunath Deshpande.
Sir, Krutar Kumar Dave want to present his participants. Sir, please, sir.
Okay,
Krutar
Mr.
Kumar.
Dave. Mr. Dave, please continue. Mr. Dave, please continue.
Yes, sir. Kritarth Dave is present, sir.
Please continue.
Ji. First of all, good evening, sir. My name is Krutarth Satish Chandra Dave. I am Senior Police Inspector in Gujarat Police Department. I want to present my research paper. The name is Study on Police Investigation Process. We know that police and their functions are very important in criminal justice system, because it is the principal duty of police to arrest the criminals and conduct them until the conclusion of trial for preventive crime. And one thing is, there is conviction rate and acquittal rate. Both are depends on police investigation papers. So it is very important for judiciary system that police investigation is done by honestly and fairly by clever police officers. Uh, the main objectives of the police are provide first of all immediate help to victim, take preventive steps against a criminal, arrest the accused, investigate all the case by collecting uh, evidences and enforce them and enforce maintain law and order situation at the scene of crime. One of our senior retired IPS officer says that opportunity to understand the nuisance of criminal justice system is great detail. Uh, he added that he find that the system mostly work for the benefit of the rich and the powerful, and not for the innocent victim or the cause of justice. I will touch upon some of the uh, prevailing abstraction in the criminal justice system, the challenges that the police face, and the ways in which police can work with other stakeholders, especially the judiciary, to improve the overall efficiency of the criminal justice system. The plaintiff, or you can say important, will give verbal when any incidents has been commit, or you can say any cognizable offense commits. First of all, victim or a witness come to the police station and give her verbal or written information to the police station officer, in which if there is any cognizable offense has been done, then as per CRPC 154, police station officer should immediate lodge the FIR, and after registering the FIR according to CRPC 157, the information has to be given to magistrate with immediate effect. Then after, it is first duty of a police officer to visit scene of crime and match all the objects with FIR detail. Mainly FIR is nothing but it's a verbal information given by complainant, in which as a police officer, healthy FIR is I shown in my full career, who, to whom, where, when, what, by whom, and one the most important is motive for the committing the crime. These are the main elements in the FIR. Then after visiting the scene of crime, police station officer or investigating officer collect the evidence against the criminals. He called two independent punch for panchnamas to collect the relevant evidence regarding this crime. It is very important for conviction in at the time of trial in honorable court, because panchnama is written by independent panchas, not by police, so that it is a very important and important role in at the time of trial. Then after police officers record the statement of eyewitness, those who know about committing crime or any kind of situation, as per CRPC 160, the summons, we call summons, and the witness is give his statement. Then after if he is eyewitness and main witness, then as per CRPC 164, it's called magisterial statement before JMFC. It means judicial magistrate first class, and he take the statement in without the presence of police. Then after one more thing is that police identification parade. It means witness or victim knows to criminal that who is criminal by face to face, and this evidence is also very important to prove the crime or convict the case against the accused in honorable court. Sometimes we find that serious crime has been done, just like rape or murder, or regarding juvenile under Juvenile Justice Act. It is very important for investigating officer to ensure that in case of atrocities against women, like rape, it is necessary to have a woman as a punch. Second thing is medical examination of victim, lady victim, should be done immediately without delay. If there is sufficient evidence to committing crime against the accused, he should be detained and arrested following the judgment under the DK Basu. Then after arrest the accused, it is compulsory to produce him to before magistrate within 24 hours. And if you want to accuse for more time, then investigating officer demand before a magistrate for police remand. By studying the modus operandi of the type of crime, the present who has committed the crime by sound type examination, investigation officer should take help of FSL officer or a medical officer or any expertise to prove the case against accused, or you can say collect the evidence against the accused. So is CDR and CCTV footage is also important electronic evidence which is very useful to prove crime, criminal uh, uh, against accused in at the time of trial. Um, one more thing is after the completing investigating officer, we put our charge sheet under section 173 before honorable court. If need, if between the need, if you help of dog squad to know the direction escape of the accused accused. So it is a various aspect of investigation by investigating officer to collect the evidence, to prove the crime, and to prove and collect evidence regarding facts of FIR. So criminal investigation can be improved by making each investigation team effort. A central repository for all investigation record and collected data should be created and duly protected with SS rights. It means investigating officer should very careful about his collective evidences, because it is very play important role at the time of trial in honorable court. My conclusion is that first step to start working on building a repository of knowledge and information pertaining to the material evidence that the collecting at the source, and it is validated, verified, correlated with other bits piece during the investigating process. Experts should be able to analyze material facts from whenever they are and add value to the appreciation of evidence. Reform in the criminal justice system are urgently needed in India. Second thing, all the rank of police department should be updated, upgraded by the technical knowledge as well as cyber crime knowledge, so that he can find all kind of electronic evidence and collect all the kind of electronic evidences. But unless the judiciary makes it a pointed action program, the political class will not allow this to happen. But my aim to produce this paper before this platform is that to know the
So
police
time is
investigation
over.
process, so that yes, I complete my oral statement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The next participant is this Bhumik Upadhyay. Would you like to deliver your PPT? Bhumik Upadhyay. Okay.
Hello,
Another
sir.
part.
Mehul
Prakash
Rathod
Rathod.
joined from my mic and Prakash Rathod also. First Prakash, but Mehul Rathod start.
Yes.
Is this available, Mehul Rathod?
No, it's basically on the side right now. Yes.
I'm Mehul Rathod.
Myself, Rathod Mehul Kumar K, research scholar, HNG, Hem Chandracharya, North Gujarat University, referenced by Bhumik Upadhyay. Right now, I am using Bhumik Upadhyay mobile phone.
Please continue.
My topic is the Shahbanu's case impact regarding divorce of Muslim women in India. Basically, it is a case regarding the Muhammad Ahmad Khan versus Shahbanu Begum and another. He has married Muhammad Ahmad Khan in 1932, They provide 3 sons and 2 daughters. After that, the Khan took another wife and legally, according to Islamic law, with whom he produced additional children. The entire extended family share a home from which Mr. Khan expelled Shahbanu in 1975, forcing her to take refuge with another, her adult son. Shahbanu received maintenance from her husband for 2 years, after which he claimed he had fulfilled his obligation under Islamic law because, according to the fundamentalist interpretation of the Sharia law, the Muslim husband enjoys the privilege of being able to discard his wife whenever he chooses to do so. And then, after in 1978, Shahbanu petitioned for an awarded maintenance under Indian CRPC by the Judicial Magistrate of Indore. Despite the paltry amount awarded her, 25 per month by the lower court, and later 179.2 rupees per month by the High Court. The Khan, Muhammad Ahmad Khan, took the case to the Supreme Court, demanding that the relatives of Shahbanu take responsibility for her care. He decided that he already gave the meher amount, so he can't pay to the maintenance regarding CRPC 125 to 128. But in this case, Chief Justice Y.C. Chandrachud delivered the opinion of the court, uploading the lower court rulings, seeking to recompense a personal law they consider ruthless in his inequality. The Supreme Court ruled that Mr. Khan had violated Section 125 of the CRPC, which decreed that a person who having sufficient means neglect and refuses to maintain his wife who is unable to maintain herself can be forced to do so by the court or face a fine or imprisonment. And then in the part where the court further commented a supreme support of the enactment of the Uniform Civil Code as described in Article 44 of the Indian Constitution as means of preventing further contradiction between the Shariat and the Constitution. The main things that the Muslim woman or of Indian citizens regarding that public policy exists to meet the need of all the citizens of the nation, and yet religious identity unsuperb the basic need of an elderly citizen when Shahbanu's duty as a Muslim interfere with her rights and Indian citizens. So these are the Shahbanu case brought back to the surface. Contradiction generated by the Constitution guarantee of equality and non-discrimination for women and the continued applicability of personal law. But these are the case regarding the my research topic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, now last candidate. Hello. Prakash Bhai Thakur. Now last candidate is Prakash Bhai Thakur.
Is this available, Prakash Thakur?
Yes, I am available. My topic
Please continue.
My topic is a judicial system during the COVID-19 during pandemic. So earlier, as in the March when in our nation the coronavirus declared, and the judicial system was shut down because it was a very new challenges before the judicial system. Though the all the lower courts remain closed, but the Supreme Court and High Court of the all states declared to continue the criminal matters during the pandemic time. But as far as the government policy is concerned, so many PIL filed before the Supreme Court and High Court that what is the right of the people, what for the right of the people according to Article 40 and according to Article 21 regarding the policy of the distribution of the remdesivir injection and the distributing of all the medicine to all the state. And in a very first wave of coronavirus wave, the judicial system was stable after 3 or 4 months, but the High Court and Supreme Court never left to doing their duty of delivering justice. But after 3 or 4 months, when the vaccination was ready, the vaccination plan was ready, the PIL filed by the opposition party. What is the government's policy to distribute the vaccination toward in all the state? That time in a second PIL, it was the policy matter of the government, though the Supreme Court asked to the central government, what is your policy? As far as the government policy is concerned, it is a part of the independence of the government policy, and there is a very thin line between the high court, between the judiciary and the central government. Never they will fall in the government policy, government policies. Though the Supreme Court asked to the government, why, what is your plan? What is the plan of the distributing of the vaccination? So the government filed a affidavit in the Supreme Court. In a third wave, second wave of the coronavirus, there was lots of problem of the oxygen in the whole nation, lots of problem of the even medical aids, medical tools. Even there was a lots of problem of the medical tablets also, and injections like remdesivir and etc. Though the then after lot many PIL filed before the High Court and before the State High Court and before the Supreme Court. Then after considering the all the matters regarding coronavirus and regarding the government's availability of the all medical aids, government competency, and the public problems. High Court asked to the state government also, what is your plan for the uh, public to offend the coronavirus. So during the time of the coronavirus pandemic, the all lower courts were shut down, but Supreme Court and High Court never left their duty. They functioning very well. But after the pandemic, for 5 to 6 months, all the Supreme Court, all the High Court and State Court started in a virtual mode with a standard operating procedure, SOPs. All the lower court followed by the SOPs, and they started to delivering the justice among the all the peoples. So the during the pandemic time, uh, uh, judicial system never left their duty. Judicial system delivering their justice. Judicial system always awaken the central government, awaken the central government responsibility, and enlighten the central government, and ask the sort and direct the central government what is their duty during the such a pandemic. So thank you. It is my research, and I presented over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Serial number 86, K. R. Kajapriya, Assistant Professor, PG and Research, Department of Commerce, Madurai. 86, Kajapriya. Okay. 87, Dr.
Hello.
DT Satpute.
Sir, I'm ready, sir.
Please continue.
My name is Dr. Dattatreya Satpute. I'm working as a librarian in Arts, Science, Commerce College, Rahata. My topic is total quality management in libraries. First of all, I would like to introduce the total quality management. Its concept, first Edward Deming, it was originally introduced in Japan after World War II to assist the Japanese in rebuilding their economy. Their main focus of TQM was continuous quality improvement in area of product, service, employer-employee relations, and consumer business relation. Then the definition of total quality management, Brockman Jr. in 1992 has defined that the total quality management philosophy embracing all the activity through which the need of customer, the communication and the objective The organization are satisfied in the most effective and potential of all the employees continuing drive improvement. There is some model in total quality management. The first point is inspection. Measure the characteristic of product and compare them with its specification. The goal here is the fitness of standard. This is the passive inspection attitude. The second point is the quality control. The inspection performed by the worker themselves with the feedback loop of the production line. Then the quality assurance set of implement predefined and systematic activities necessary to give the confidence in the process of quality. The fourth one is the total quality management, the center on quality and based on the participation of everybody, which aims the customer satisfactions. The benefit of total quality management in libraries. Incremental changes lead to continuous improvement. Force library management to develop leadership skill, interesting and relying on the power within the position of obtain result. In case staff participation in decision making, thus increasing the feeling of ownership of decision and the direction once started. Improves the level of training given to staff, thus increasing the skill. Help break down the barriers between the library department and improve the communication within the organization. Provide a method of improving services to use a period of similar resources. The total quality management in the LI sector. The growing need of the amazing make of the librarians to think in the logical way so as to satisfy the users at the large. Library is the center in academic institutions, while the classroom teaching provide for the learning. The libraries disseminate a wide range of knowledge required to extend an intellectual heights. Libraries supplement the instructional work across the class and carry forward the ideas in the education. Then the component of total quality management, there is a six component. First is leadership. To present the leadership quality in the librarian would go long way to drive out the fear of change. The employee may pursue the total quality management effort. The policy and the strategy. The policy and the strategy designed by the library should be made aware the library user about the library objectives. Training and development. Training program will enable the staff become the familiar with the techniques such as the latest development in their field. The staff management. Deming model of profound knowledge emphasis need of understand the human psychology, which is not easy task. The library staff are primary resources of the library, whatever the quality of collection, databases, services, building may be, but the effective organization, maintenance, motivation, and the empowerment of the library staff are the most crucial factor can make the name of the institutions. Then the teamwork, working in the team is one of the current popular management technique, and it's becoming increasingly common for the academic librarians to work with others. Resources, the wide range of the library activity and the services aim collecting, organizing, maintaining, and delivering information services as a product. As a leader of the library manager must identify the key processes of the library activity by breaking the process of small activities. Last, I would like to conclude total quality management used in the library. Libraries and the information sector should focus on providing the best services possibility, willing the change to serve its users. The main aim of the libraries and the information sector is to satisfy the users. Today, libraries are pushed to positive where they are provide the quality services to its user to satisfy their existing. So now the libraries are also started adopting the TQM practices. Thus, the library and information center should be involved in the total quality management to improve the library user satisfaction. The process of implementing TQM in libraries involve in conceptual changes in the library professional and the culture transformation in the organization operation. Thank you very much. I would like to thanks here Professor Kishore Wagmare sir to give me chance to present my paper in this international conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Serial number 88, Dr. Sadhana Chatlani.
Side.
Dr. Sadhana Chatlani available?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Please.
am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Myself, Assistant Professor Sadhana Chatlani, teaching in Commerce Department from Satish Pradhan Dhyan Sadhana College, Thane. Sir, my screen is visible? Sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. You can continue,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. My title for the paper is Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on Women Domestic Workers. My abstract is domestic work was an occupation which was gaining a lot of significance before COVID-19 pandemic. But this occupation faced a severe setback with the arrival of COVID-19 pandemic. Women have successfully dominated this occupation by stepping out of their homes and kitchens. But this has not delivered an escape to some women as they have been trapped in the kitchen of the wealthy people. It has been observed that the women in urban areas are successfully dominating the public-private dichotomy, which has highlighted great demand for domestic workers. The objectives of my research: to analyze the problems faced by women domestic workers during COVID-19 pandemic, to study the socio-economic background of these women domestic workers, to examine the degree of support from government organizations for the welfare of women domestic workers during COVID-19 pandemic, and to find out the assistance provided from economically rich people to the women domestic workers for meeting their basic necessities during COVID-19 pandemic. The research methodology I used for this research, the respondent size was 100 in count from Ulasnagar region, Thane, due to time constraint. To attain the research objective, data was sustained through both primary and secondary sources. The data was collected through interviews in 3 parts using purposive sampling method. Secondary sources of data like government records, already published journals, newspapers, etc. are also used for extracting the data. My conclusion: the research highlights women domestic workers belong to uneducated family backgrounds. Many of them stood up as frontline warriors in COVID centers for earning their daily bread. The women domestic workers from Ulasnagar region were exposed to fear of contracting the virus. The government should take initiatives to provide social security to this bunch of stake to avoid them from facing exploitation and vulnerability in future. I thank the organization and specifically I thank Kishore Wagmare sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Madam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You all of are therefore we are organizing such a nice and outstanding conference because of support of you. Another participation name is 89 Vishakha and Dr. Sarangapani. Is this available? Vishakha? Okay. 90. SK Rashid Mohammed, Odisha. Bhubaneswar, Odisha. 9090. SK Rashid Mohammed. Is this available? Rashid Mohammed. Sunita Munde, are you sharing something? Serial number 91, Vikas Singh. Serial number 91, Vikas Singh. Serial number 92, Ranade. 93, Arti Trehan. Dr. Arti Trehan. 95 already done. 96, Sohel Tape. Sohel Tape 97. Pramila Kollu, I think so. Pramila Kollu also done, na? 98. Dr. Smita Jasudasan. Dr. Smita Jesudasan. 99. Vaishali. 100. Avinash Kar. 101. Dr. Vijay Kumar Mudugu, Telangana. Dr. Vijay Kumar Mudugu. 102. Adinath Gopinath Darandale. 103. Dr. Rajendra Ramrao Latpate.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Please continue.
Okay. One minute, sir, I am sharing my screen. Hello, Kishore, sir.
Sir, please share your PPT, sir.
Okay. Just.
Would you like to share the PPT or directly read?
Okay, sir.
आपको पीपीटी शेयर करना है या आप पीपीटी पढ़ने वाले हैं?
आप पीपीटी शेयर कर रहा हूँ सर, 1 minute.
Please continue.
Yes. Just a minute. Yeah.
Dr. Latpate, sir, please
Yes,
do the
sir,
fast.
sir. Just a minute, Just a minute, sir. I think some problem.
Sir, you can directly read the PPT. Do not worry.
Okay, sir. Okay. I will read it. No issue, sir. Just a minute, sir. My PPT will be okay. Good evening, all. Myself, Dr. Rajendra Lale. I am presenting paper on study of the use of information sources of social networking application by the librarians. Basic components of information
लटपटे सर, आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. You are not audible. Hello. I think so. Latpati sir has left. Another participant is NB Kale. NB Kale. Is this available? NB Kale. Okay. Bhushan Ambekar. Bhushan Ambekar. Bhavna Rani. Is this Bhavna Rani?
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Are you sharing your PPT?
Yes, sir. Wait.
Kishore sir.
Latpate sir, Bhavna Rani
Okay,
is presenting the PPT.
Okay,
Please
okay,
wait.
sir. Okay, sir. No issue, sir.
After the Bhavna Rani, we
yes,
will just start your PPT.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Please continue.
My topic is National Digital Library of India, feature and issue. National Digital Library of India. The National Digital Library of India is a project under Ministry of Education, Government of India. The objective is to collect metadata and provide full text index from several national and international digital library, as well as other relevant sources. It is a digital repository containing textbooks, article, video, audio, books, lecture, simulation, fiction, and all other kinds of learning media. The NDLI provides free of course access to many books in the Indian language and English language. National Digital Library Service Architecture. Authoring service, acquisition service, digital repository, content creation, content browsing, and dissemination of service digital library, content search, content access, and learning services personalization, service localization, service open services is National Digital Library. Features, education. Educational material are available for all level of learning from primary to post-graduation. The usability of the NDL is for all learners, students, teachers, researchers, librarians, professionals, differently abled users, and all lifelong learners. The information needed can be filtered based on the different criteria like education level, language level of difficulty, media of content, and other factors. It is a customized service that is available round the clock where learners can find the right resources without too much effort and time. The repository has content from multiple domains like technology, humanities, science, agriculture, and others. The content available is more than 60 formats, books, manuscripts, articles, theses, video, lectures, etc. The content is available is more than 17 languages. The repository integrates content from different Indian institutional repository. NDL issue, risks for content, specialization issue, copyright challenges, digitalization issue, equipment and software standards, mechanical maturity, wide geographic expenses and large population, high number of students, large number of institutions, varied organization or diversity, servers lack of teachers. Conclusion, India is presently probably the largest storehouse in the world using the internet with data accessible to any client from any place in numerous dialects and arrangements. Data can be customized depended on schooling level, language decision tribal level, content media, and different components. It is constantly similar to a Radon administration gave 24/7 so students can find the ideal seats and the ideal time with negligible acceleration because the colossal multilayer populace and topographical development. India is conferring many difficulties in accumulation, the objectives of instruction for all, and NDL will assist India with acquiring is difficult. NDL India desire to achieve to change in outlook in the instruction development by enabling each resident with the information assets, defending some long-standing boundaries in schooling and introducing other learning period. Innovation is a real relied upon to open up numerous consensual outcomes. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Another participants is Bhavna Rani is
Sir,
done.
myself.
Vikrant Huda.
Sir, Latpade, sir.
Yes, yes. Latpade, sir, you just continue.
Okay,
Your
sir.
range was cutted, na?
Yes,
Okay,
sir,
please,
yes.
Dr. Rajendra Latpade, sir, just please continue.
Yes. Myself, Dr. Rajendra Latpade. Good evening, all of you. My research paper title is Study of the Use of Information Sources of Social Networking Application by the Librarian. The basic components of information literacy includes demonstrating how, when, and why to use various reference sources in an integrated way that will capture the user's attention at the teachable moment. Librarians should use applications to attract the readers. Social networking applications are useful to reach out the client. It means designing for socializing with friends and family and to network with professional colleagues. Example, Facebook, LinkedIn, most of the students and teachers are using these social networking tools in education. It is also useful to share the new trends in approaches in library science. It is very useful tools to spread the knowledge in all over world. So the social networking tools are very useful to share innovation and to get update information in the world. Now, the present paper, researcher pointed out some of the key objectives about the use of social networking applications. In this research paper, focused out to know the present condition of the information literacy among the librarians, to understand the problems of librarians while using social networking applications, know the different sources of information using by the librarians, to study the advantage of the social networking application, to study these disadvantage of the social networking applications, and to suggest remedies to minimize the problems of social networking applications for information illiteracy. According to above mentioned points, researchers conducted the research. Objective of research: to know the present condition of the information literacy among the librarians, to understand the problems of librarians while using social networking applications, to know the different sources, to study the advantage of the social networking applications, to study the disadvantage of the social networking, suggest remedies to minimize the problem of social networking applications for information literacy. Delimitation of the study. The study has been delimited to the bid district only. A research methodology: according to the title of the research and objectives of the research, researcher has used a survey method for it helps to achieve the objectives of the present research. Research procedure: researcher has prepared questionnaire. This questionnaire is used to collect the data from the librarians to study the use of social networking applications for information literacy. Statistical procedure: analysis of data. A researcher collected the data about the use of social networking applications by the librarian. It is given below. From table number 1, Facebook responses 19, percentage it is 95, blog 14, Twitter 10, MySpace 04, YouTube 17. Social networking tool like Facebook, blogs, Twitter, MySpace, YouTube. Table number 2, lack of knowledge 8 responses, economic problem 4, lack of proper training 12, not proper response from reader 15. Problems in using networking tool. The graph shows lack of knowledge, economic problem, lack of proper training, no proper response from readers. and other. Research findings, most of the respondents said that the main advantage of this media to reach out their clients or readers. According to the survey, it is observed that the most of the librarians use Facebook, blogs, Twitter, etc. applications to make aware to their readers about library facilities. The survey said that the most promising advantage of social networking applications is a part of information literacy. Most of the respondents said that social networking applications attract the attention of readers. It is observed that librarians should get proper training about using social networking applications. Some of the librarians stated that lack of knowledge is the problem about using the social networking tool. Most of the librarians stated that there is no proper response from reader about using social networking tools in library. Some of the librarians pointed out that there is economic problem about social networking tools. It needs proper fund and support of the institution. Most of the librarians stated that the lack of proper training is one of the major problems in neglecting the social networking tools in library. And last, conclusion. No doubt, the social networking applications tools are beneficial up to some extent, but one cannot ignore its disadvantages also. According to the survey, it is observed that social networking applications tools cannot make face-to-face communication between librarians and readers. The communication skills are ignored in it. According to the survey, it is observed that in online education, learning is done at the learner's pace. The content can be repeated until the trainee understands it. The most promising advantage of online education is that it is interactive too. Here ends my presentation. Thank you very much, Kishore Wagmare sir, for giving me permission to present here, and all the respective dignitaries of the Phondaghat Education Society. I am so much thankful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your nice PPT presentation.
Okay, sir.
Another person name is Vikrant Huda. Is this Vikrant Huda available?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Vikrant Huda, please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. My name is Vikrant Udda. I am a research scholar. My topic of presentation is open source software for libraries. What is open source software? Open source software is software that users have the ability to run, distribute, study, and modify for any purpose. Open source is a collaborative software development method that harnesses the power of peer review and transparency of process to develop code that is freely accessible. Open source draws on an ecosystem of thousands of developers and customers all over the world to drive innovation. Some open source software for libraries are Koha, Evergreen, Opals, DSpace, Librarian, Biblioc, etc. What is selection criteria for open source software? Accessing open source software is not the same as exclusive project. A significant contrast to access is that the data accessible for open source software is by and large but not the same as exclusive projects. Source code, other examination of program plan, conversation of how well it works between client and users. Regularly restrictive projects consistently conceal all data from clients and just permit the product to run. Advantages of open source software is low software cost, low hardware cost, scaling capability, support, coordinated management, quality of software, record management, time effective, dependable and safe, basic and simple to utilize. Conclusion. It seems that there are some very powerful solutions available today that could be used to create a much more resourceful library. By using open source software in the library, money that otherwise would be spent on software solution can be used for other important resources such as purchasing additional media resources, books, journal, etc. Or can be used to hire educated technical support that provides pattern with the know how to better use already existing resources. In addition, this free software is constantly being updated, changed, and customized to meet the library need. While all of this is fine and easy and sound like the win-win solution for our library, there are still pitfalls and hurdles we will need to overcome. Hopefully, this article provides some introductory information as to how to win your library of traditional computing products and dive into the pool of open source resources available today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next presenter is Amar Kulkarni.
Yes, sir.
Is this available,
Sir,
Amar
I can
Kulkarni?
present paper. Yeah.
Amar Kulkarni, are you present sharing your PPT or you are reading?
Sir, I will share my PPT.
Please continue.
Hello.
Please continue.
Hello.
Maman Shetty, sir, please continue to the Amar Kumar. After the Amar Kumar, I will call, give the chance to you. Maman Shetty.
Okay, no problems. Thank you. My research topic is on bibliometric analysis of some open access chemistry journals that are available in DOAJ, that is Director of Open Access Journal Database. Due to advancement of internet and technology, there is an explosion of information. Bibliometric techniques help us to analyze the different trends in research. So, the very simple definition of bibliometrics, which is firstly coined by Pichard in 1969, it is study and statistical application of publications and communication. Citation, co-word, co-author impact factor analysis, bibliographic analysis are included in bibliometric studies. These are further divided into evaluative and relational studies. There are different bibliometric laws like Lodkatz, Bradford, and Gibbs law. So why should one be interested in bibliometrics? It is to study journal level, which journal we have to choose to publish our article author level, then research group, institutional. So this is about impact factor of journal. Many organizations involved in journal metrics study and data presentation, that is Web of Science, Scopus, then Google Scholar. So this this diagram represents the study of metrics, which have different names: scientometrics, bibliometrics, altmetric, informatics, cybermetrics. These are all included in metric studies. In this paper, statement of the problem is who are the prolific author in the journals, then network structure, word and co-word used by authors, country-wise contributions, collaborations, etc. Outputs from the BRICS countries. BRICS is an association of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, which is an economic corridor formed in 1999. Significance relational of study. Bibliometrics it is getting famous in other fields also, other than library and information science. What are current trends in publications? This analysis is helpful. So research question is, what is the authorship pattern exist among researchers in chemistry subject? The research focus in the field, collaboration patterns among research process and outputs among countries. To study collaboration patterns, author-wise, country-wise, to study authorship patterns, single author, multiple author, to know the most used keywords and their frequency distribution, to study and visualize various bibliographic networks and country collaboration. Limitation of the study, chemistry journals available in DOAJ, that is open access database, are considered. Due to vast amount of literature, only years 2017 and 2018 are considered. 6 journals are considered for study. Selection of sample, as I already mentioned, DOAJ is a large database widely used. So sample is selected from DOAJ database, which is indexed in Web of Science as a fully indexed. These journals are chosen. So journal selected, these are 6 different journals. Methodology, bibliometric method is used, and tools used are Microsoft Excel, R software, VOS viewer, literature review. So much reviews are made here. Then data analysis and interpretation, number of articles from each journal. Here we have taken 6 journals. They are from different countries, Slovenia, UK, Switzerland. 3 journals are from Switzerland, 2 are from UK, and 1 is from Slovenia. Total 3,041 articles are analyzed. So second analysis is authorship pattern. Here we see in the results, the multi-authored articles are more than single author. So chemistry represents multi-authored documents, multi-authored scientific outputs. Most used top 10 keywords. Here, this table shows the top 10 keywords used in research. Here we observe that nanoparticle is having more than 55 occurrences. So it is most widely used, followed by electrospinning, graphene, absorption, etc. So this is keyword occurrence structure. Nanoparticle is mostly appeared keyword. These represent data analysis of most productive countries. So here we observe that China is most productive country, followed by USA, Italy, Korea, Germany, Spain, India, Poland, Japan, and Malaysia. So outputs from BRICS countries, we are concentrating here on BRICS countries. So China is having most outputs. So its single country publication, SCP, single country publication is 792, multiple country publication is 188. Here we observe that though China has most production, but India has multi-country publication frequency is more. So this is country-wise collaboration. This diagram interprets country-wise collaboration. To identify top 5 manuscripts, top 5 authors, top 5 manuscripts per citation with total citation per year. Here Masson from Frontiers in Chemistry Journal is having maximum citation. Total citation per year is 44.7, followed by Shapla, Liu, He, etc. So conclusion, in the field of chemistry, multi-author documents are more than single-author publication during the year of study. Nanoparticle is frequently used keyword describing the trend of research in the field. Country, China, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia forms major network cluster groups. Among BRICS countries, China has more scientific outputs, but has less multi-country publication. India has good multi-country publication. South Africa has less number of outputs. Future direction of study can be applied for other subjects, bibliometric slots can be applied, comparison can be performed on other indicators. So if any question, I will wind up. Thank you. Thank you, Kishore sir. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I am very thankful to Kishore sir and the honorable members of Phondaghat Education Society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Another participant's name, Dr.
Shall I
Maman
present, sir?
Shetty. Dr. Maman Shetty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Maman Shetty, please continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, myself, Dr. Sangappa Maman Shetty, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government First Aid College, Chinchode. My title of the paper is Challenges of the Social Science Research in the Current Phase and Overview. I first of all thanks to Kishore sir and all the team members for giving an opportunity for the second time. So now I discuss the challenges of the social science research in the current phase. First of all, science and social science. Science is the systematic study, but the social science are a category of an academic field concerned with the society and the social interactions. So it cuts across the several academic disciplines, including the geography, economics, political science, sociology, and as well as the psychology and social medicines. These are the science and social science. In the current phase, what are the challenges? What are the they have facing to the difficulties? I explain some history of the social science research. The social science world is inherently complex and consequently placed a human necessities to the creative of series of the survival. Among the outcomes of the human serious tendency is the development of the process of the scientific methods. And the applications of these scientific methods in the study of the society took moral and social philosophy to the social science. Every researcher to understand the social behavior and society through the scientific approach is tackled to the social science research or social science activities. The current phase of the social science research related to research literature has history is to be dominated by the specific concern at the given period. That is the brief types including mixed methods and factor analysis methods and structural equation methods and moderators and modified analysis methods and meta analysis methods. These methods are explaining the social science researches. And also I conclude the results and incidents of the reporting of the social science research, the multiple authorship, open accessing publishing, open pre-review. These are the some results and indicating of the reporting of the social science research. Then what are the facing to the challenges of the social science researchers? It is the first facing to the challenges misconduct and plagiarism and classifications and fabrications and gift gods and guest authors and reporting and publication on the basis of the positive results and reproduction and republications of the studies and methodological change, poor quality of the journals, inadequate funding, research practice gaps. These are the some challenges of the facing to the social science researchers. I lastly conclude the in the short period for with the aid of the technology, social scientists are making a bold tremendous studies to expand the improve the approach to conduct the disseminate the research. To it is the main highlights of the my papers because I conclude the time shortage. So I thanks to once again our whole team members for the giving an opportunity for the my paper challenges of the social science research in the current phase and overview. Thank you and thank you once again, sir. All the team members, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Another participants serial number is 111, Dr. Sunanda Madar. Dr. Sunanda Madar. 112, Dr. Shekhar Dongre. Dr. Shekhar Dongre.
Sir, I am ready, sir.
Please continue.
Baiju.
Serial
number 9.
Yeah. Please continue, Baiju.
Serial number 9.
Please continue.
Promoting universal design for learning for all students in an inclusive classroom setting. Introduction. It is a thematic paper, sir. A day is coming when a singular curriculum will be developed that is acceptable for all peoples, thanks to UDL. The word universal indicates that only one is everywhere. Whatever their characteristics, all the learners are exposed to the same content taught using methods that work well for everyone. Every learner should have an equal chance to comprehend according to the UDL principles. Creating teaching that deliberately tackle UDL, the range, on the other hand, only offers enough assistance and provide a degree of difficulty that maximizing students' learning opportunities. Universal design for learning. There are methods to enhance accessibility and reduce education obstacles that are included in the UDL idea. Teachers adopting UDL utilizing a classroom disciplinary strategy to ensure that every student, even those with disabilities at risk for failure, have access to the quality education. Teachers may design successful inclusive classrooms that consider that the wider range of skills available in all students by using universal design for learning framework. Because of the wide range of learners, the UDL has regarded as a significant teaching design for all learners in education. Universal design for learning framework in classroom setting. Today's school have an incredible diverse number of students. Students with disabilities share an academic environment with talented students, language learners, and students from several cultural backgrounds. People take an active role in their education, and as an outcome, they acquire a wide variety of skills. For this reason, it is critical to provide teaching that satisfies the demand of all people. Using the such universal design for learning as a framework for curriculum creation may benefit students from all walks of life. Environmental circumstances accessible to person regardless of their race, need, requirement to develop before the idea of UDL emerged. UDL curriculum for all students. Teachers must evaluate how they offer an excellent education to guarantee that all children succeeded in the general curriculum. An inclusive approach is that overachieving learning model of an organization or a structure. The board curriculum serves as a guide for teachers at establish standards for goals, content, instructional method, and outcome measures. UDL in an inclusive setting. There is a focus on those included from the system because of their physical, cognitive, or intellectual deformities. It is thus essential that the instructor ought to be able to know the understanding, inclusive education, and the different perspective and technique which are being suggested to make the inclusive education successful. UDL is an instructional method that helps teachers to build a curriculum that is accessible for all students. It creates education environment and provides less modification and accommodates that satisfies all learners' personal needs. Conclusion. It is essential to use the UDL framework to ensure that all students are encouraged in their learning experience regardless of their ability. Both the teachers and the learners benefit from the matching learning teaching method since it helps them achieve their learning goals and outcome. To overcome the inclusion challenges, mainstream disabled children within a formative evaluation process is very important. If they utilize the UDL approach, they could design more flexible courses for their many types of classroom. Researchers discover that prior a real UDL curriculum, teaching instructions were made likely to utilize technology to guarantee UDL delivery. The study's perspective on teaching learning techniques indicates that instructors try to cope up with many people's active learning in an inclusive classroom setting. Thank you, sir. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me a chance to present my paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, good evening, sir. I'm ready, sir. This is Seema here.
What is your good name?
Seema Kumari, sir.
Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Just a minute, sir. I'm sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible, sir.
Please continue. It is visible.
Good evening, sir, and good evening, one and all. Thank you for giving this opportunity to present my paper in One Day International. My name is Seema Kumari, and I am Associate Professor in Walter College of Nursing, doing my PhD scholar in JGTU University Nursing Department. My paper presentation concept is utilization of mobile instant messaging application for health communications by auxiliary nurse midwife, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. Coming to the introduction, as we all know, health system in India, it is designed as a three-tier structure, which consists of primary, secondary, and tertiary facilities. Especially this multipurpose health assistant female, it has been renamed as auxiliary nurse midwife, that is ANM. And the health worker, they play a very crucial role in the health system by providing primary health services to the community at subcenters level. The primary literature, especially here, analyze that communication is very important factor, especially for the grassroots level of ANM, which is for their daily routine. Delay in communications with supervisor, peer group, subordinate, and beneficiary that can result in inefficiency in healthcare provisions. Coming to my objective, the first objective is to estimate the proportions of utilization of MIM, mobile instant messaging applications, among auxiliary nurse midwife for the health worker communication. Second objective is to understand the practice of usage of MIM applications among the health worker, that is ANM, for health information communication. My third objective is to identify what are the type of information which is communicated by using MIM applications by the ANM. Fourth objective is to understand the facilitator and the barriers in utilization of mobile instant messaging applications usage by health worker, that is especially ANM, for the health worker communications. Coming to the review of literature, as the literature which is served for the review, it has been done by two methods. One is electronic research and second one is manual research. Electronic research is by we can say Google Scholars, PubMed and JGate. The keywords which I have used here is instant messaging health worker, WhatsApp, mobile instant messaging, frontline health worker communication, messaging, and community health work. Manual search, that is done by the bibliography search and the hand search. The literature review, it has identified that most of the mobile instant messaging application, especially is used as WhatsApp with 2 billion user globally, according to Clement 2019. Some studies also has been, intervention studies have made that WhatsApp is installed and created a group for participant and the message from that group are analyzed as a qualitative, according to Jorwell 2016. Some studies will also have done secondary data in which the researcher has taken the old messages from the WhatsApp chat and analyzed both quantitative and qualitative, according to Johnson and Atanso in 2015. Coming to the data collections, the study adapted concurrent mixed method, both qualitative and quantitative. And the research populations of the studies were ANM, which were working in Visakhapatnam district, Andhra Pradesh. Quantitative data was collected by using a survey of sample size 259 and analyzed using SPSS method. The qualitative data was collected in-depth interviews of 10 ANM, and it was done through thematic analyzing using Atlas. The triangulation was done to mix the result both qualitative and quantitative in the discussions. Through this flow chart, it has been explained the methodology, like how the research methods, it has been taken place, and then it was divided into one part as quantitative and other part as quantitative. In quantitative, cross-sectional survey has been done, whereas in qualitative, in-depth interview which has been taken. And once in the quantitative, in-depth interview has taken, the data was collected also in-depth interview method. Whereas in quantitative, data collection was done through survey. And then both the qualitative and the quantitative, the data analysis has been taken. Coming to the result, the study has observed that 100% of the ANMs, auxiliary nurse midwife, are using mobile instant messaging for health communication. In understanding the practice of mobile instant messaging utilization, the study has also observed the regularity of utilizations, monthly active usage. And it has been observed that 96.9% of the auxiliary nurse midwife, they're having regular utilization. And average MAU, if it is taken, it is 27.84 times per month. In the bivariate analysis, the study has observed the intention to use, perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, image, job relevance, and technical competence was positively associated with regularity of utilization. The linear regression model, it has been found that intention to use, is positively predicted, the monthly active usage, whereas technical competence is negative predicted. The qualitative findings explain potentials of the utilizations of mobile instant messaging under three broad categories. Number one, benefit of mobile instant messaging, that is bridging communication gap, instant communication, evidence, ease of communications with multiple individuals, cost effectiveness, remote monitoring of auxiliary nurse midwife. And the second theme is especially that is barriers of mobile instant messaging utilization, in that like technology specific barriers, individual specific barriers, and health system specific barriers. And the third theme is type of informations communicated, that is through surveillance, health educations, text informations, and photos. Coming to the discussion of my paper presentation is that mobile instant messaging applications like WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, Messenger, etc. It has came into prominence after the smartphone revolution, which has taken place in the post-2010. These applications, through primarily designed for messaging and social networking, they are increasing, finding their use in the workplaces environment, specifically with the features such as multimedia and document sharing, audio, video calling, group messaging, etc. These applications are increasing use, including in the areas of health sector. In health sectors, mobile instant messaging utilization has widespread, like in public or private, and also among the people, those who are working inside and outside infrastructure. Coming to the conclusions of my topic, both the qualitative and quantitative findings found that there was very good utilization and high acceptance of such mobile instant messaging application for health communication. Soon the auxiliary nurse midwife will have a health communication completely based on the technology. This high enthusiasm need more support, especially from the health system itself. The health system can adopt a new program, or it can make changes in the current programs. For example, if the government itself provide a mobile instant messaging tools, if it is ready, exists like mHealth technology, like ANM Digi or Unmon, it will give the potential benefit to the healthcare system prominence. These are my references from the various publications. Thank you. Thank you one and all for giving me opportunity. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, madam. The last participant name is Pradnya Anil Bosekar. Pradnya Anil Bosekar, 115, serial number 115, Pradnya Anil Bosekar. Okay. Another participation who want to present the article, PPT? I think so. There is no remaining to PPT presentation of the participants. I would like to conclude here. The one-day international conference conducted by Phondaghat Arts and Commerce Science College, Phondaghat, Kankauli, Sindhudurga, Maharashtra, India, have been got higher success, and the event have got successfully delivered and conducted. I would like to thanking all participants, especially the trustees of the college and the participation for giving your article for the publication. All the volume of the publications will be available within this 10 days after the conference done. Thank you for being with us. I am here ending the conference. Thank you again, behalf of Sri Wagbare Brothers. Thank you. I am ending here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.